fancy.
What up, fools? Today is 7/25/2023. It is 8:06 p.m. Eastern Time. How's it going, everybody? I got some editing done today, finally. I'm like 4 weeks behind on editing right now, and so I was able to spend some time editing. And yesterday we got the Z King video posted. Boo, bring the real Tom. Get out, you fake Tom. Sorry. Good, you always color coordinated your hats. I mean, not always, but sometimes. So I got gray pants on and black shoes on as well. Lots of times I wear like matching jumpsuits. Like that's like what half my freaking closet is. Lots of times when you guys see me wearing jackets, it's because I'm wearing a full jumpsuit. And then I'll have like a hat that goes with it. Oh, you're saying that because of the short. Yeah, if you guys didn't see the beginning of yesterday's stream, I had we had the real tomfoolery on yesterday. Your voice is super deep right now. It'll warm up. It's just not warmed up right now. What up, thing that is? How's it going? I wanted to talk to Kid Not Kin. My Twitch chat still is not popping up here unless I pull it up while I'm streaming. Like I have to actually have it up. Like on as the top window. For Kick, for YouTube, it can be in the background, no problem. It'll still work just fine. But the Twitch chat still just doesn't pop up at all. Unless I have it literally as the top screen. So every once in a while, you guys will see out of nowhere, like the entire screen will become all Twitch chat. And most of them are just old chats that have been sitting there for like an hour. And I just now went and pulled it all up. Wearing a jumpsuit makes Tom feel at home. What? What is that from? What do you expect at the congressional UFO hearings tomorrow? don't expect anything. Like, again, we're always seeing like a lot of small bits of evidence of these things, but we need like actual institutions to come to a consensus on it. And we don't have that. Like, until that happens, there's nothing to really. Oh, prison. Okay, I gotcha. I gotcha. Well done. But yeah, until there's like, you know, Congress or some sort of committee or some sort of like investigation has been done, and they come out and say, yes, there's UFOs. Like, there's no reason to believe there are. So yeah, Jewish space lasers. Yeah, true. True, true, true. Um, I didn't really have anything to go over today, so I was thinking about going over the PBD stuff that Arian was talking about yesterday. Um, there were a bunch of like YouTube shorts that I wanted to go over, but they all have a lot of copyrighted music in them. I believe in UFOs, and I also don't care. It's hard enough to manage bad neighbors here on Earth. I mean, look, I could totally imagine, like, I could totally imagine stuff being found, and then them having, like, these things somewhere that they're, like, investigating or something, and they just don't have, like, real information on it, and so they don't really want to, like, come out with anything unless they actually have something definitive to tell us, and so it'll just be top secret in the meantime. But like, I could imagine that being the case, but yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't, there doesn't seem to be any reason to believe UFOs are a thing. UFOs created the red pill. Okay. They are interdimensional, not extraterrestrial. And they've been here since the beginning. I mean, that could be why there's life here at all. You know? Like, so I'm not religious. I don't believe in like a god or religion or anything like that. And so sometimes I'll talk to other people that are religious, and they'll say, so like, what do you believe the world is then? Like, is there anything bigger than us or bigger than the universe? And I was like, yeah, I think there's something bigger than the universe. Like, I wonder, like, something created the Big Bang, right? Something made that happen. And somehow life ended up here, which means it was somewhere else before that. Because like, our planet's made of just a bunch of asteroids and comets and just big rocks all slamming into each other and staying stuck to each other, and then, you know, just gravity continuously pulling more and more stuff in to make it bigger and bigger and bigger. And all of that stuff came from somewhere. So if you've ever seen Men in Black, at the end of the movie, there's like, the whole movie they're looking for Orion's belt, right? Orion is a cat, and the belt is just the collar on the cat. It's got this little marble necklace at the edge of the collar, and inside of that is like a whole other world with other beings and all sorts of other crap. And I imagine that's probably something like what we have. I imagine there's something way bigger than us, and all of the planets, and like, we look at like microbial like bacteria and crap like that, and we see that they just live on another world, dude. And there might even be smaller things living on them, And they're just, yeah, they're just in another world and have no clue that we exist. And just like little specks of dust floating by are like freaking, it's like it's like another planet passing them by, right? So it seems like we're probably specks of dust to something else that's just much, much bigger than us. Remember when Will Smith slapped Chris Rock? Yeah, I remember that. Yep, that happened. O'Brien's belt? No, Orion's belt. I thought that's what they called it, right? Orion's belt. I grew up Lutheran. Our catechism book had pictures of beings living on other planets, and they skipped the whole homosexuality chapter of the book. Yeah, my brother's a pastor, and he was talking about when he was in seminary, they were going over the books and like going through different passages and stuff, and there were things that were like very inconvenient, and they would say, he would be like, well, what about this stuff? And they'd be like, yeah, we just don't talk about that. Like it's just too hard to understand, and so we're just not going to talk about it. And he'd be like, what? What the hell? Cloud Strider rules. What's up? I think about this often. I do too. I do too. I think about this often, and I imagine like time probably just moves differently for us than it would for something that's just way, way, way bigger than us. And that, yeah, we are just we're just small, 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 minute little things that exist uh so far from like, or sorry, we're so small compared to them that like everything else is just massive. Is your real name Marty? That's my, like, that's one of my names, yes. That's what I went by when I was very, very young. But ever since I think the third grade, or maybe fourth grade, I've always gone by Tom. I'm breaking physics live. What does that mean? It's like your dad molesting you. Best not talk about it. It just makes life more difficult. What? Why is that? Why is that the thing? I hope the force is real. Yeah. Can the priests maybe molest children a bit less? Hopefully. So you're saying there be a super hot women that are too big or too small for me to see them? Sure. NSC did a pretty good video on Sneeko and Xena drama. Pretty entertaining. Nice. I think the force is real. I was overseas in a festival and went into a trance. It was pretty ridiculous. Cool. Yeah, I had like a whole thing. I've talked about this a couple of times before when I was on acid at a concert. Like, I just kind of went into a poster and thought I was somewhere else for a while. Do you still have that dope fish tank? I do. There's lots of streams where I have a fish cam up where I show the fish tank. Do you think there's a limit to how small things can be? I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, I think there was recently. Oh, it was the one with Katie about the Vosh stuff. This one.
Okay. Neo-Nazism comprises the post-World War II militant social political movement that seeks to revive and reinstate Nazi ideology. Neo-Nazism is an ideology that seeks to revive the Nazi Party, that seeks to reinstall the Third Reich. It's not a made-up thing. It's not a comparison to Nazism. Also,
I'm trying to find where there's actually like fish swimming by and
have
crap.
resulted in genocide. But Israel is a living proof that what they made out of Zionism became genocidal. But that doesn't mean that.
Tom, if you could be any animal, what animal would you be? Probably a killer whale. I think killer whales are sick. Killer whales are like my favorite animals for sure. You should talk to Angela Knight about Rollo drama. She's been going off on Instagram. We had her on a while ago about this stuff. Like, there was a stream not too long ago where we got into a lot of it. I think it's this one.
It up.
Okay, so you get invited onto a show. You think it's just the four of you, and you think, okay, we're obviously going to talk about this. Like, you think did you think that was why they were inviting you back? Hold up, I saw a video. You're not the real Tom. What did you do with him? He decided to hire me again. This is brand new. So, from what I saw, it seems like it's the same. It seems like it's the same stuff. From what I saw, it seems like he keeps... So, in this, one of the things that we were talking about is the fact that he was like... He kept bringing up her... her criminal history. And he kept talking about her criminal history and the fact that she had been... like arrested before for shoplifting, and he kept using this as dunks on the... What up, Dave? He kept using this as like dunks on Twitter and crap. And so that's what I've seen her talking about, is that he's still going around talking crap about this. I think there's a portion where I even show... Here it is. Crap, I just saw it. All right, here we go.
You said publicly that you wouldn't debate Angela because... I did? You said publicly you wouldn't debate Angela because she's a
They
criminal?
all talk the same.
Please show me where... Oh.
Oh.
Okay, but she said you asked her to come to Vegas privately. Is that true? Yes, I did ask her to come to Las Vegas. I said, if you want to come to Again, stop fucking taking...
Why do they all talk the same?
He's a... Oh, yeah, but wait. You...
That's how they all talk the same. They're like, start foaming out of the mouth. Like, guys, why do you guys all talk the same?
That's such a great picture, dude. That's...
Have you
Oh,
seen
where did it go?
the little wild thornberry guy? Like the little, like that's what they remind me of when they start spazzing on their words.
Let's see. Yeah, that is such a great face, dude. We need that for the thumbnail.
Las Vegas. I said, if you want to come to Again, stop fucking taking things so fucking seriously, man.
Damn it.
I was joking around. I was giving her shit, is what I was doing.
Were you?
You know what? Everything you read on Twitter is not all serious. Sometimes it's sarcasm. Do you know what sarcasm is? I could.
So do you think when he's making fun of you for having a criminal record, saying he's not going to debate you, he's not going to talk to you because you have a criminal record, is he being sarcastic? Is he like her joke about his hairline? I messaged her after that. I was like, yo, I'm catching strays on these. Chill, homie. Like being malicious and just throwing your information out there, or what is he doing here?
Well, okay. Well, the first off, he threw the first punch for no reason.
see
He
if
like
she
posted my
messaged me
mugshot.
back.
That was unnecessary. I didn't have a quarrel with him. I didn't do anything with this stupid dork. And from there, everyone was like tagging me. So I replied to him, but my replies were like basically saying, I'm not going to engage into this. If you'd like
He
to
did
have
this after the MLD stuff?
like he posted like what did he say? Like he wasn't going to talk to MLD or like what, if you guys had questions, he was just directing the audience to MLD and just kind of like disassociating himself with them. So
Yeah.
you would assume that publicly he didn't want anything to do with it, but then he goes and attacks me on Twitter, which I don't really use Twitter. Like I have Twitter from like I made it during January, but I don't really like to type because I don't want to look back and cringe on shit that I shouldn't have said. But then my Twitter is blowing up. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? Everyone's tagging me all this nonsense, and I'm looking, and it's this old fart freaking tagging me in things. I'm like, really? The quote unquote Godfather acting like this, posting my mugshot, and I'm just like, okay, sure. You want to throw hands?
So yeah, we went over a lot of this. Like because this is when we went over like MLD's video, and so that same day, he like kind of denounced MLD and was like, oh, I don't know anything about that. Like, I don't know. You can go talk to him. Like, I don't know. I don't like, I have nothing to do with that. So you can just go talk to him. I was like, damn, dude. Like, when my friends are actually in trouble, like, I'll like defend them if I'm on their side, or if I'm like, if I think they're innocent, or if I think everybody's wrong, or, you know, crap like that. But he's not even doing that. He's just like throwing him under the bus. Like, oh, I don't know. I have no idea. Go talk to him, man. I have no freaking idea. Am I the only one hoping desperately that Miss Brolad posts something glazy in chat of this old vid? What? Hey, yo! Zonia. What are you guys called? Void cells? What up the void cells? Ryan, why are you asking me about my name and about my fish tank and crap? What are you doing? What are you getting at? So yeah, we went over a lot of this because this is just like the same thing, and he just keeps doing it. He just keeps going over her crap, and she was not happy about it. So yeah. Only the strongest streamers can afford to attack their most vicious arch nemesis from behind the safety of their keyboard. Yeah. Fresh or salt water is, I do fresh water. Salt water is too much. Maybe Ryan's trying some 12-year-old attempt psych games, creepy stalker questions. Let's see, I found a channel called Opinion 33 with a video of you, I now know, demonstrating the use of a sump pump on the fish tank. I don't think I was using a sump pump in it, was I? No, yeah, I wasn't using a sump pump. I was using a siphon pump. Um, but I've streamed on there, so I've gotten suspended on this account a couple of times, and then when I get suspended, I send people over there and I stream on that channel. Ben Thorpe was on Playing with Fire last night and was super rude to NSC. No surprise. Did you see it? No. I don't know why they keep bringing him on. Still cool, I see. Freshwater is easy, medium difficulty, and salt is hard and impossible. Well, so kind of. So there's like easy mode, which is you know, regular like goldfish. That's like easy mode. Then there's like, you know, next level up is like tropical fish, where you can do like rainbow sharks, tetras, you know, all sorts of crap like that. And you have to now like manage which ones are territorial, how big they're gonna get, like how much of each you have in the tank, and start doing like water changes and crap like that. Kid not kin. I was just gonna ask, so I have trouble with Twitch chat. It doesn't pop up on my social blade. I have to have it on the front bar. If I don't have it as the front window, it doesn't do anything, or it doesn't show up. Twitch chat needs to be open. Yeah, I have it open, but for the other ones, I just have them all in a line in tabs, and then they're just there. They're just in tabs. But this needs to be at the front of everything. And if it's not at the front, it just doesn't come up at all. Is that the same for you? Because I felt like it was fine before, and that this, it's annoying? Okay. I thought it was fine before, and that this was like a newer thing, a newer problem. Because I felt like it didn't do this initially. Okay. Sometimes it works without being on the front, sometimes it doesn't. Okay, that sucks. Because, yeah, like, you rated me one day, and you're like, yo, like, you don't have chat up. I was like, oh, what? Why? Tomfoolery show, were you in drama class in high school? No, I was not. I played football and basketball when I was in high school. That took up pretty much all of my time. And then, so I only finished my sophomore year in high school. I had two classes where they put me in the wrong classes at the beginning of the year. One of them, like halfway through the semester, they fixed it and then got me into the right class. The other one was a science class, freshman science. I'm a sophomore. I passed science with an A. Like, I don't know why I'm still here. And so I keep telling them, and they're like, yeah, you just got to fill out the paperwork and they'll move you. And like, everybody in that class was a sophomore that wasn't supposed to be there. And so slowly throughout the year, everybody starts moving, and you see they're just not showing up anymore. They're not there. They're not there. They're not there. And I'm the last one left. And so I keep complaining about it, I'm doing the work. I'm doing what they're telling me to do. But I didn't get moved. And then right at the end of the semester, like maybe like 2 weeks before the end of the semester, they move me to the right class. And then they come and drop a stack of papers on my desk, like this thick. I'm not even exaggerating, like this thick. And they say, hey, you got like 2 weeks to get this done before the end of the semester. I was like, I can't get all of this done. They're like, yeah, I know this is inconvenient, but you can't get a grade on this class unless you're doing what everybody else did. I was like, there's no possible way, dude. There's no way. And they're like, yeah, I know. Sucks. There's nothing we could do about it. So I went home. I didn't even take the papers. I left them in the classroom. I walked out that day and left that stack of papers there. Didn't take them. And I went home and I told my parents, and they went up to the school and made a big deal about it, and then came back and said, yeah, they said you have to do it. And they brought the stack of papers to me. They're like, there's nothing we can do. I said, okay, I'm dropping out. Because if I got an F in that class at the end of the semester, I wasn't going to be able to play on the basketball team. And we were in the middle of tryouts for the basketball team. And I knew that, yeah, if I got an F in that class, I wouldn't be able to play. And that was like the most important thing in the world to me at the time. So yeah, I just quit. I just walked out and never went back, and got my GED a couple months later, and then started community college a little while after that. And that was when Tom used the cocaine bear method. I don't know what that is. I have no idea what that is. Let's see, this is her live stream from last night. Oh, crap. It's members only, so I can't pull it up. Like, I'm a member, but I can't play all of you stuff that's only supposed to be for members. I was gonna pull up the Not So Erudite video from last night. But our place, it's over. We did it. The whole thing is whitewashed now, and our logo stayed till the end. So well done, everybody. Good job. Over the last day, I think I only placed like three pixels, because people were just never really attacking it. So we did good, and it all stayed up there. OMG, Tom, when did you stop saying shaboy? I don't know what you mean. Like, when did I stop saying it's shaboy? I don't know. I can't believe I was involved with the Pixel game. I'm ashamed. Why would you be ashamed, dude? I think it's one of like the coolest things. I think it's so cool. I really, like, last year, I sat on stream just like mesmerized with it. Like, oh my goodness, this is so cool. This is so freaking cool. Like, I wish I could take part in this. Like, this is awesome. It's not? Yes, it is, dude. It is so dope. Like, not just the creative part of it, where you get to place pixels and you work with a large group to create something bigger and something cooler. That's awesome in and of itself. That is super dope by itself. I love that idea. I think that that is so cool. But then, on top of that, then you're also battling against other people for territory and space, and they can come take pixels from you, and like, you have to make alliances with people, and then countries start working together, and all of this crap. That is so cool, dude. That is so amazing. Last year, I was totally in love with it, dude. I was so in love with this. I think this is it. Yep. This purple looking dude is right here. I have no clue who that is or. If you don't know what our place is, it's r/place or for. It's so cool. So freaking cool. /place. It's something that came out in 2017 where there's a blank slate. Okay, so imagine this blank canvas. It has millions, probably close to like 10 million pixels on a blank canvas. And so yeah, I went over like everybody's wars, all of the like history for that week, and like what everybody was building, and like we did like close-ups and watched different things come and go, and it was all very, very cool. So let's pull up the most recent time lapse. Because, yeah, it's over now. Like, at the end of it, they make it to where you can only post white pixels. That's all you can do. You can only place white pixels, and then everything gets whited out. So it goes back to the way it was before everything started. Oh wait, is this in fast mode? Yeah. So I think this is where we're at. We're like all the way at the bottom. Every time they extend it, our stuff got smaller and smaller. But yeah, I think that's us right there. I can't tell. But we're definitely around here. Oh, here it is. Now it's there. I don't think it was there just a second ago. So it's right here. Okay, there. Yeah. Dude, it just popped up with the quickness, dude. It just goes from non-existent to there. Boom. They built it in under a minute. Damn, dude. That's freaking wild. Looks like a landfill, a collaborative heap of garbage. Nah. Is there a time lapse of the map, or is it still being whited out? I don't know if the whiteout has gotten that far. Oh, I didn't know they extended it again, dude. Damn. Bro. So yeah, our initial thing was right on top of Hassan's dog. I think that was day 2, I believe. So we're like down in the bottom right corner. Not yet though. So yeah, you see it blacking out there at the bottom. I think that's around where we ended up. Okay, so it was after the extension. Am I looking at the right year? This doesn't even look like this year. I don't think this is this year. Yeah, 4 days ago. Okay. All right, I guess it was day 3 then. Yeah, okay, so there's the Enigma thing. So right under the Enigma, I think, is where Destiny stuff pops in, and then the dog right next to that. Yeah, so there's the monster versus whatever that Destiny blue thing is, the cartoon. There's Hassan's dog, and then right on top of Hassan's dog's head is the Tomfoolery logo. So yeah, right there. We spent all night on that, dude. We spent all freaking night on that. And apparently we had a deal with H3H3 that we wouldn't mess with them, they wouldn't mess with us. Because we were both building on, I think it was Bulgaria. We were building on their flag. And we thought they might come back and try to take it. So we made a deal with them that, like, we would help each other out. Then they started to get attacked, so we were helping them. And then they made a deal with the flag people and said, okay, you can take it. And then they left and went somewhere else. Whereas we knew that if they took this, they were going to come straight down to us. And so we were trying to stop them from taking this because that was going to keep us safe. But H3 dicked us over and then made a deal with them to build another thing. And where do you think they built it? Right on top of where we were. So now we're gone. And then here's the new H3H3 stuff. Freaking bullcrap, dude. But it's pretty much what you would expect from H3H3 people, right? Pretty weaselly behavior. Exactly what you would expect from them. And H3 kept reaching out to Destiny's people over and over asking for some sort of alliance as well. And from what I understand, he refused to do it every time. So yeah. But yeah, this is how we started yesterday's stream off. I thought it was funny. So this is why, if you don't know why people keep saying bring the real tomfoolery back.
What's up, fools? Today is 7/24/2023. So, I'm Tomfoolery, and I have some news. So, the other guy that you normally watch is actually a fake Tomfoolery. The rumors have all been confirmed, and I'm the real Tomfoolery.
Oh, you can't hear it. No, this is my brother.
What's up, fools? Today is 7/24/2023. So, I'm Tomfoolery, and I have some news. So, the other guy that you normally watch is actually a fake Tomfoolery. The rumors have all been confirmed, and I'm the real Tomfoolery, and I've been using him for the past couple of years to try and make myself look good. But the jig is finally up, and I'm coming out as myself, and I am deeply sorry that I have let all of you down.
Does that mean I'm fired?
Yeah, bud, you gotta go.
All right. So, what was it that we were PBD? Oh snap! This looks like a dope panel.
Undercutting the momentum of whatever they both have in common.
If you're talking civil rights, that's not entirely the case, because it wasn't just MLK and the SCLC, right? It was also the NAACP, it was the SNCC, it was CORE, it was most of them, right? It was most of these organizations. Some of them did flip towards like a self-defense approach, which is more nuanced, but yeah, they were mostly nonviolent.
You clearly.
Cool. I want to be the meat in an opinion sandwich. That's gross. First time I've seen Vosh on a panel in a while. Yeah, true. Well, I mean, he did kind of like a debate on Wick recently. So I invited Vosh onto the last panel about the Anna Kasparian stuff, and he was like, sorry, already have plans, wish I could make it. And so I was like, well, are you interested in doing panels? Or I know I was there. Well, I'm talking to a whole audience. So I was like, are you interested in doing panels? Should I reach out again in the future? And I know. Okay. And he's like, no, not really, but reach out anyways. Why not? It's like, okay. Sounds like you're saying yes, but you're also saying no. So it looks like he's saying yes. I'll take yes from this. All right. Oh no, wait. Was it?
Why did you get banned? Why did you go to jail?
Maybe it wasn't PVD. Maybe it was the... Who was the other guy? Arian, are you still here? You were saying to watch something, and I thought it was PBD, but maybe it wasn't. It was something else. I think Vosh is moderating that Wick debate. I was gonna watch till I got Tom's notification. Tom, please address your sock clones. This is trending topic amongst virgins. I think I've addressed it. I think I'm good. I said the other day, like, I think I'm good just, like, trying to explain it as best as I can, and then from here just saying that I did it and leave it at that. Oh, Lex Friedman. That's what it was. Yeah, it's this one.
Regardless of whatever was written in these books that were written thousands and thousands of years ago, the fact of the matter is no one has a right to go on.
Wait, you are admitting it now? Yeah, sure. Like I said, look, my main concern was connecting the people to those accounts. Because those are real people. I don't care if people think that I posted stuff about myself. I don't care whatsoever. Like, that's perfectly fine. I say nice things about myself. I go and defend myself as somebody else. That doesn't matter. The other people are real people, but I did all the other stuff, sure.
Slaughtering people, removing them from their homes, and then continuing to live in their homes, continuing to drink coffee on their balconies, decades and decades later, with no shame, with no introspection, with no reflection. No one has the right to do that. No one has the right to keep an entire population of people in a cage, which is what's happening to people in the West Bank who have no freedom of movement, which is what's happening in Gaza, which is blockaded to water, air, and land, and is deemed uninhabitable.
Tom, please address boobs. It's a trending topic amongst virgins. I have addressed boobs many times.
By human rights organizations like the UN. No one has a right to do that.
The following is a conversation with Mohammed El-Kurd, a world-renowned Palestinian poet, writer, journalist, and an influential voice speaking out and fighting for the Palestinian cause. He provides a very different perspective on Israel and Palestine than my previous two episodes with Benjamin Netanyahu and Yuval Noah Harari.
What's up, Lita?
I hope his story and his words add to your understanding of this part of the world as it did to mine. I will continue to have difficult, long-form conversations such as these, always with empathy and humility, but with backbone. And please allow me to...
So, I haven't looked into, like, the Israel-Palestine stuff in a long time, so if there's stuff that we should stop and go look up while watching this, let me know. I think the last time we did it was when there was actually, like, panels and debates that I was doing on this crap, but I don't remember history ever. Like, history is stuff that I go and look up for just long enough to, like, know what's going on, and then it's all gone from my brain pretty quickly. So
briefly comment about criticisms I receive of who I am as an interviewer and a human being. I am not afraid to travel anywhere or challenge anyone face to face, even if it puts my life in danger.
Oh, man.
But I'm also not afraid to be vulnerable, to truly listen, to empathize, to walk a mile in the well-worn shoes of those very different from me.
Let's go.
It's this latter task, not the former one, that is truly the most challenging.
When I first saw him, he just seemed so odd. He seemed like such an odd guy. I wasn't interested. His just whole vibe was just odd to me. He dresses in a suit and looks like one thing, but then he starts talking and he sounds like a stoner who's just so blazed and so shot out that I like, it was just so odd listening to him the first couple times I found him. But actually watching his content, I find him super interesting, and I think that he engages in conversations in a really cool way. And I like the way he does his interviews, and I like the way he I just like the way he engages overall. Like, I think a lot of the stuff that I've done are things that I picked up from him over time as well. There's a lot of people like Joe Rogan. I really like the way that he's always done his interviews. When I first started doing podcasting and I reached out to people saying, hey, do you want to come on? I had this video that I sent everybody. And there were even like agencies that reached out to me and said, hey, we've got a client that wants to come on your show, blah, blah, blah. And I would just send them the video and be like, okay, here's the video. And the video would tell them, like, you know, we're going to do this on a Zoom call. You need to have headphones. You need to have a microphone. You know, you'll need to have a camera. Here's how you plug it all up into Zoom. You know, and then I would talk about stuff like, this is the type of conversations we're going to have. It's pretty open-ended. It's not super planned. We'll just kind of free flow. You can go ahead and think ahead on things that you want to talk about and just bring it up. And, and so, yeah, like I always said, like, it's a Joe Rogan style, like, open-ended conversation where we would just sit and talk and just have normal conversations.
In conversations and in life. But to me, it is the only way. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Muhammad El Kurd.
So yeah, going into this, the reason he was saying that is because on his past show, on his last show, he had somebody on from Israel. Wait, he had Yuval Noah Harari on? That's who it was? He had Harari on? This is the Jewish guy? Wait. Or was it this one? Ariat, you said there were two. So was it both of them? Who's Harari? Harari wrote my favorite book. Tom, you don't know who Netin is? Wait. Where do you see Netin on here? What are you talking about? Are you talking about like Netanyahu? Okay, so these two, okay, so you were saying there were two Jewish guys who came on and everybody was really upset that he didn't have a Palestinian on to give the other side of everything. And that's why he was giving that speech at the beginning of like, I'm going to continue to have hard conversations and blah, blah, blah. Because he's like defending the fact that he had two Jewish people on who talked about this stuff. I want to watch this one. So yeah, so Harari wrote Sapiens. A Brief History of Humankind. This is one of my favorite books, dude. It is so good. They talk about like human evolution and where we come from. It talks about how society's built over time. It talks about like how we developed language over time. It talks about so much, and it is so interesting, and the way that he lays everything out is so cool. Starts talking about like getting into capitalism and crap like that, getting into philosophy. The whole book is just so great. It's so good and so interesting. And if you have not read Sapiens, I would recommend it. Actually, I read it because Not So Erudite recommended it. And she was like, if you, because I was just like kind of leaving, I was just kind of like, I don't know if I was leaving Christianity yet, but I was like starting to question things a lot. And I knew nothing about evolution. Like, I literally didn't know crap about evolution. I didn't know. I never really looked into it. Never, like, my entire family always talked about evolution like it was just this conspiracy theory that is concocted up, that is just like crazy, only crazy people believe in it. And then when I started doing podcasting, people were challenging me on that more and more. And then when I would go on panels and people would start talking about evolution, I would just completely tune out. Not even high school. No, they didn't talk about evolution in high school. Like, that's a huge debated topic, is whether or not high schools should teach evolution. But in Georgia, yeah, like, they didn't really talk about it. So yeah, every time I was on a panel and people would start talking about evolution, I'd be like, I'm not talking, I'm not saying anything, I'm probably just going to leave. Because anytime I would start to say stuff about like, yeah, I don't even know that I believe in evolution, immediately everybody'd be like, what? Oh my goodness, you're so dumb. Like, but I didn't know what I was talking about. I didn't have arguments on it. And so I just always just kind of shut up and didn't say anything. And then when I started watching like YouTube videos on evolution, because I was watching a lot of nature videos about, you know, just animals and crap like that. And like, they would talk about like, you know, it came from this line of animals. And I thought you were joking. You were for real? You talking about me? But yeah, anyways, so I was watching a ton of like nature docs, and they would always talk about like how the animal evolved into the thing that it currently is. And I started like finding that more and more interesting. And I would see, you know, anytime I would see an animal, I would think, oh my goodness, like, it does the things that it does because that's what its surroundings were. And it like grew different limbs and different like appendages just to say, sometimes you said, I'm not sure about evolution and crap. I don't know what that means. When I was on panels, I didn't believe like in evolution. Like, I didn't know anything about it. The chat was like, here goes Tom again. I literally have no clue what you're saying right now, Aryan. Yes, I did not believe in evolution or understand it or know anything about it until recently. Yeah. I didn't know crap. Did you actively disbelieve it though? Yes. I actively disbelieved it. Yeah. I literally knew nothing about it. I was like, the best knowledge of it that I had was that we came from freaking monkeys and apparently like changed from monkeys. And it was kind of the damn it, I'm blanking on his name, but like the Edwin, what's his name guy, and then I looked up videos a long time ago, and the other stuff was like about us coming from fish, and so it was all just so far out that I was like, this is insane. And I came from like a Christian fundamentalist background where like everything was through the lens of the Bible. So like even things as simple as like Noah's flood. Okay, Noah's flood was, before Noah's flood, the earth was 70% land and 30% water. Okay, so this is what I was taught. This is what I understood was before Noah's Ark. So it was 70% land and 30% water. And then when it started flooding, it was because water was coming out from the ground that had been there for a long time. And it started to precipitate and then rain, and it was just like nonstop raining and raining, and the water was starting to like spread out on the earth. But it got so heavy that it tilted on its axis, and whenever all of the water like went out into like crevices and everything and into oceans and kind of became 70% water and 30% land, that then not only did we have like way more water now, but also now we had seasons. And that because the earth tilted on its axis because of the flood, that now we had seasons as well. So yeah, there were all sorts of like scientific copes that I was taught growing up. Like I was homeschooled for a long period of time as well, when I was way younger. And then as I got older, like, yeah, me and my siblings were all like very much ingrained in like hardcore Christian fundamentalist way of looking at everything. Damn, dude, not even the most fundamentalist Muslim households don't even believe that. If you go to a Muslim school, they'll try to justify evolution through God's creation history theory. Well, so you understand that, like, in the United States, like, there's still schools that don't teach evolution, from what I understand. At least that was the way it was when I was younger. It was like, what I was told back then is that it was just a small group of crazies who wanted evolution to be taught in schools. I know now that that's not really the case, but back then, that's what I was told, is that there's this small group of crazy people who want evolution to be taught in schools, but that, like, nobody else really believes in this stuff. And in Georgia, that's like a common thing. Like, it's pretty common to engage with people who just don't believe in evolution. They'll believe, so normally they'll talk about something. If you ask them, well, do you believe in evolution? They'll say something like, oh, I mean, I believe in regional evolution. I believe in regional evolution, which is that depending on where you are on the earth over time, you'll, as a human, some of your like characteristics will start to change. Like you'll get darker skin, wider nose, thicker hair, your eyes might slant more, but this is all just based on like, the region that you're in. And so, yeah, humans will change based on where they're at. But no, I don't believe that humans came from like animals or anything like that. That's what they'll say very commonly. It's like, oh, I believe in regional evolution. Yeah. Jehovah's Witnesses are so much tippier than evangelicals. Their website is amazing when you're stoned. Yeah, I've talked about this stuff a million times. I don't know how this is the first time you've heard this, Aryan. this is stuff that I've talked about so many times that, like, yeah, the ways, and it was, again, like, going and doing, like, podcasting and having debates with people and knowing I was losing over and over, that, like, really changed my mind on things and made me start looking into things more and more. But evolution was just one of those things. Like, it, here. Let's go to... So yeah, this was the first time she asked me in this debate, are you a young earth creationist? And I was like, what is that? She's like, where you believe, like, the earth isn't that old and that you're, and that, like, Adam and Eve were the first people and crap like that. It's like, yeah. Yeah, I've never heard the term young earth creationist. I thought that was just everybody.
Spiritual. So what worked for me was like a science-based approach to it, and more of like a psychological, therapeutical approach, with like helping with like cognitive behavior therapy, changing the way I think and changing the way I cope with things. It just, I never could quite understand it, because the way I want
to figure out how all this started in the beginning. They started.
My mic was so quiet, dude.
With a model and said, let's see if we can prove this happened. And it,
yeah, here's me even, like, challenging, like, the scientific model and whether or not it even works. And I'm saying that if they start with a hypothesis, then they're already biased because they're already trying to prove this thing. And so now you can tell that, like, the whole model's just already flawed because they already have a thing that they want to prove in the first place. So I was like, there could be other possibilities, but that's not what they're testing for. They're testing for this. And so this is, as long as they get small inklings that this is the case, then that's what they're going to go with.
It just seems a little ridiculous to start with a model and keep convincing yourself more and more of that model. You know, most of the proof against stuff like religion or, you know, the Bible and when creation started is that things are older than it would have been when the Bible was, or when the Bible claims that everything started. My argument against that, because I watched Neil deGrasse Tyson on what was his the Cosmos. Yes,
yeah.
Watched him on the Cosmos, and he said that the way that they figured out how old the Earth was that they dug into this mountain, and it had these layers similar to like what a tree would have, and they could kind of count the line.
I can tell I talked so differently back then. Like, I had, this is before I got COVID, and I didn't have, like, my brain didn't slow down, and I have to stop every once in a while and think about what I'm saying and go,
in this mountain and figure out exactly the oldest mountain on Earth, right? They wanted to figure out how old it was, and once they figured out how old it was, they had a general idea of how old the Earth was. The problem with that is that for Christians, is that when God created the earth, he created it with trees already, with mountains already, with humans who were grown humans and animals that were grown animals. If you ask which came first, the chicken or the egg, Christians believe the chicken came first and then later had the egg. These are full-grown beings all over the place, and therefore these mountains already had age to them. Adam and Eve, you know, they weren't grown adults that looked like babies. They had age to them. They had size, and they maybe had, you know, hair and wrinkles and all this stuff. It didn't just start on that day. Like, they were.
Yeah, I'm talking about the fact that I watched Neil deGrasse Tyson's video on Netflix where he's saying, well, we cut into the mountain, the oldest mountain on Earth, and we can see layers. And if we see layers and there's lines, then we know how old the Earth is. And yes, exactly, Fargo. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, God created the Earth with age. Like, he created humans with age. Like, he created animals with age. What are you talking? Like, this doesn't this doesn't disprove anything we believe. We believe that the earth came with age, like it was already just made this way.
Already grown at that point, and the same would be applied to a mountain. That I think if you're gonna try to convince me that my religion got it wrong because this mountain is too old, I'd say that mountain was way older than one when it was first created. It was already hundreds of years old when it got there.
So just want to clear a couple things up. So you believe in a young earth. You're a young earth creationist, right?
I couldn't tell you exactly how old it is. I couldn't even tell you how old Neil deGrasse Tyson said it was, or the actual amounts of years. But I haven't heard this term before.
So you just think that the young earth creationists just believe the earth is young. Like according to the Bible, they did, generations went backwards, and they believe it's somewhere from 6,000 to 10,000 years old. So you can there's tons of Christians that aren't young earth.
When I asked my uncle, how can the Bible explain the provable ages of rock? His answer was the devil tricked us. That's similar to what my dad would say. Yeah. Yep.
Creationist. So if I first, try to debate a point that the earth isn't young, that has no bearing on, Christianity overall being wrong, just that specific thing that you're claiming is wrong.
But the problem, hold on. If they call the Bible the Holy Bible, they can't believe that any part of it is wrong. Now, I'm still doing my own research into that because I'm somewhat taking issue with parts here and there and wanting to figure out exactly how the entire Bible was constructed. And if you watch episode 1, we get into how the Bible was constructed and what the process was to that. And we'll get into it again in another podcast coming up. But that is one of my main issues. But for Christians, just speaking broadly, if they call it the Holy Bible, they have to believe that every word, every letter is exactly correct.
Right. Unless you believe it in a metaphorical sense. So, I guess it just depends whether you want to take it literally. And then if you want to take it literally, like you're saying, it makes sense to take all of it literally, because it doesn't make sense to say you take it literally and then pick and choose the bits that you want to take literal. And
we would call them parables, and there's no exact, these are parables and these aren't. And I know Catholics believe that lots of the Bible is just parables, but
yeah.
Yeah.
But I wanted to go back to the Big Bang.
So yeah, she's trying to talk to me about evolution, the Big Bang, all of this stuff, and I'm like, yeah, that's bullcrap. Like, nobody believes that stuff.
I just wanted to explain something real quick. So with theories, it's not like you just chose a model and just went with it.
So yeah, this is how, like, I started off. Again, the point in doing the show in the first place was just so that I could, like, engage with other people. I felt like that was going to be an easier way for me to learn things, is if I actually talked to other people and talked my way through it and was able to, like, learn things, but then engage with other people who were challenging it and have, like, arguments and debates with them on it. And so that's how the show started off, and my beliefs have changed wildly since then. And like, yes, everything that I am has changed wildly since this. The girl that I was dating at the time, if she met me again today, she would think that this is, like, an insanely different person. Like, she would be blown away that I have not, I'm not the misogynist that I was. I'm not the, like, far right person that I was. I don't say the same things about black people anymore. I don't say the same things. There was a period when we were together where I called ContraPoints she. And she looked at me and she goes, "You sound like them." And I was like, "Sound like who?" She's like, "You sound like them. You sound like the leftists right now." And I was like, okay, I don't, like, I was like, even if I don't understand why they say a trans woman is a woman, if it is a mental illness, it seems just cruel to not misgender them, or it seems cruel to just misgender them for no reason. Like, it seems like we're just protesting this, and it's kind of mean. And so I was like, I don't have a problem using their pronouns. Like, I'm okay doing this. So yeah. I'm pretty sure the ancient people used to exaggerate most of the historical events. Most of it was passed down through poems since they were easy to remember. Yeah, sure. I mean, they were just making stuff up as they went, trying to make sense of the world. Just like, I mean, humans today still do this with like conspiracy theories and crap like that. If there's gaps in logic, you'll just kind of fill it in with what you think makes sense. Like, why were there parts omitted, and why would humans choose what parts of God's word made it or didn't into the Bible? The arrogance of man doing this should be alarming. Well, that's already a backwards way of even phrasing that, Abaddon. Like, that's not even a good way of like engaging with it, because all of the books were written separately in separate places by separate people. Not all of them. Some of them had like one person writing a bunch. Like Luke wrote like 5 or 6 different books, right? But they're all written in all of these different places, and then stayed around for long periods of time, transferred from one goat skin to another, or sheepskin or whatever. And so like it would, because it wears out on the sheepskin over time, and so somebody has to transcribe it from that one to this one. And so they just lasted over time longer and longer until they were able to put it on something more permanent. But once they were able to put it on something more permanent, now they had to go get all of the other things and get them all together in one place, and then say, okay, which ones do we believe are real? Which ones do we believe are real? Which ones are fake? Like, we've gathered all of these things that people say are the books of the Bible, but how do we know which ones, or sorry, not books of the Bible. Bible didn't exist yet, but that all of these people say that this is like from God. All of these people say that that they were prophets and that God told them what to write. But how do we know which ones are real and which ones aren't? So they start going through it all, and they decided on, because this is when Constantine got everybody together to go and put the books of the Bible into one book. And so their process for this, and there's like transcriptions on this, everybody knows like how they came to do this, but their process was, it's got to be consistent. If one book says something different than another book, then it just doesn't make it. Like, it just doesn't get it. It doesn't get in. If it's very different and kind of contradicts in another book, then it just doesn't make it. But all the ones that are consistent with one another, then that's how we know that they're actually real. And so that was kind of the process that they used. There are small inconsistencies in there that don't matter all that much. Like, there's one book of the Bible talking about when Jesus was born, and there's one king, and then there's another book where there's another king, and those kings lived like 200 years apart. So it's kind of odd. How can this be possible? But then everything else in the book that had the wrong king had everything else still consistent with the other stories. So they put it in, but they had the inconsistency of which king was actually ruling at the time. And so, yeah, there are small differences, small inconsistencies like that here and there, but there were never like massive ones that would really ever change somebody's mind. The process of like coming up with what is or isn't in the Bible is already like a weird thing for man to do this. But same with man writing the books in the first place as well. Like, if man is writing it, then why can't man put it all together? And so I had, let's see. Where is it? I don't know where it is, but there's an episode where I have my dad on and we just go over how the Bible was constructed, like everything that went into it being constructed and all of the history behind it and all of that crap. We take a bunch of questions from the audience. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's not on here. Maybe, oh, that's because we did it live. That's why. There it is. The first live stream ever. There it is. The first live stream ever. Episode 5 with my dad talking about the construction of the Bible. So, yeah. Tom, I've been to the cave of the Apocalypse. I don't know what that is. Where John supposedly wrote Revelations. Oh, okay. Gotcha. So, yeah. Anyways, so I read Sapiens, and that was it for me. That was it. That was it. I was like, all right. I'd already been watching videos about, like, because I would watch nature docs, see an animal, think, how does evolution explain this? And I would go watch the video on it, and I would feel bad watching the video too. I'd feel like I was doing something wrong, like for real. Like I felt like I was doing something bad just by watching videos about evolution, and like I would watch them, but I wasn't sure if I was buying into it, all this freaking, kooky stuff. It's like freaking witchcraft, but I watched it. I wanted to see what the explanation was. I'd never really thought about evolution much or looked into it. So I was like, okay, what the hell? We'll go look into it. We'll see what all this fuss is about. And have you ever had an ingrown toenail? Yes. Why? That's such a weird... Anyway, so I feel like people are like looking into my whole freaking life now because of all of this stuff. So this is you guys are getting a little weird now, but that's all right. Because I know there's a YouTube video of me getting ingrown toenails. My girlfriend is recording them. Like blood everywhere, them taking ingrown toenails out of my toes. Bro, I 1000% am not doing that, I promise. Okay. Getting weird now? Yes, this is where it start, like when you start asking me random questions like if I've ever had an ingrown toenail. Yeah. Yeah, now it's getting weird. Or like you're asking me what names I went by when I was younger or crap like that. Yes. Now it's getting like way overboard. But anyways, so yeah, so I started like watching stuff, and then Not So Erudite was saying, like, yeah, like one of the best books about evolution is by Yuval Noah Harari, called A Brief History of Mankind. And so she's like, if you've never read it, I would suggest this to everybody. Everybody should read this book. So I was like, okay, sounds cool. I'll go read that. And yeah, I read that, and that was it. That was it. I was like, okay, this is actually amazing and really interesting, and I I watch tons of stuff now. Tom, I refuse to believe that disbelief in evolution is as widespread as you said. This is too weird. I don't know that it is today, but when I was younger, yeah. Like, here. States that don't teach evolution in 2023. So the red states are the ones that do teach it. The gray ones are the ones that don't. So yeah, there's 25 where evolution is required to be taught. 15, evolution is required to be taught. Wait, I don't know. Creationists may also be taught. Okay, so that's 15 where creationism may also be taught. 2, where evolution is standard. However, several schools teach creationism. Freedom to question scientific theories like evolution. There's 1. Evolution is required to be taught. Classes not teaching evolution may be deemed insufficient for college. And there's 1. So yeah. Tomfoolery show. Tom, the Christians killed witches in olden times because the witches were feminists. Also, Lav admitted to being in a covenant multiple times. God bless America, but it will need it. Yeah, this isn't all that wild over here. Like, even just 10 years ago, this was instead of schools, let's do states. The debate over whether, so this is from 2014, the debate over whether and how to teach public school students about evolution may be an old one, but it shows no signs of abating. Indeed, in the last decade, questions about what students should learn about Darwin's theory have been debated in more than half the states in the Union and at every level of state government, from legislators to courts to local schools, to local school boards. In the past, some states banned teaching of evolution or required that it be taught alongside Judeo-Christian story creation. But a number of landmark Supreme Court decisions have blocked these options. More recently, many states have considered laws giving teachers the freedom to question scientific theories, including evolution, and such laws have been enacted in Louisiana and Tennessee. In several other states, including Colorado and Florida, similar bills were introduced but did not pass. In Missouri, Oklahoma, and Virginia, measures are currently being considered. So yeah, so this is in 2014. I would have graduated in 2006. So this is this is even a good bit of progress from when I was in school. I'm starting to resent the label third world country. I feel like the label applies more towards the ideological belief than the economic state. Yeah, this is like, I don't know. You're saying that it's that I'm like exaggerating this stuff, but I don't think I am. I think from what I understand, that this is like,
if we know,
this is just kind of how it is.
now find ourselves inside this kind of world of illusions created by an alien intelligence that we don't understand.
But yeah, also leftists hate Harari because he talks about capitalism being a huge improvement on human lives, and like that it being like a huge part of just like human evolution and getting better at things. Which it's weird that they get so upset with this, because I've actually talked to numerous leftists who are like talking about how much they hate this guy because he praises capitalism and he's a neo-lib and blah blah blah, and his book is stupid, and you know, but that's like their reasons, like he thinks capitalism is so great, and he talks about how great it is and blah, blah. And I'm like, you realize like Marx said the same thing, right? Like Marx also said that capitalism made the world better, and that it was like yeah, it was just a huge improvement on like people's way of living. And this isn't just a thing for neo-libs. This is what Marx literally said too.
But it understands us. This is a kind of, spiritual enslavement that we won't be able to break out of, because it understands us. It understands how to manipulate us, but we don't understand what is behind this screen of stories and images and songs.
The following is a conversation with Yuval Noah Harari, a historian, philosopher, and author of several highly acclaimed, highly influential books, including Sapiens, Homo Deus, and 21 Lessons for the 21st Century.
I mean, all leftists are good at dissecting things rather than building concepts that have utility. Yeah. Yep. Which I obviously, you guys know, I enjoy breaking things down. And lots of people get upset when I start breaking things down and then saying, like, this is obviously like constructed in this way for this reason, and this is constructed in this way for this reason, and blah, blah, blah. And then they start saying like, oh, so just nothing means anything. And it's all subjective, and it's all meaningless. And I'm like, no, like I like these things. Like I like all of this stuff. This is why I break it down. This is why I talk about it, is because I think there's a lot of utility in this, and I think that we use it for a reason. But just because I start to deconstruct things, people think I'm doing what the leftists are doing, where I deconstruct it and then say, look, it's not real, so we don't need it. Like, that's what it seems like they're doing a lot. I don't know if that's actually, but that seems like what a lot of people do, is like, oh, we don't need that. That's a social construction. That doesn't mean we don't need it. A second world country is a country that is always in second place based. Yeah, it's more about the Olympics.
He is also an outspoken critic of Benjamin Netanyahu and the current right-wing government in Israel. So while much of this conversation is about the history and future of human civilization, we also discuss the political turmoil of present-day Israel, providing a different perspective from that of my recent conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support.
Did you ever have them categorized? I did. I don't know what that is. They downloaded all of the videos. What is all of the videos from my other channel. That's nice.
Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Yuval Noah Harari. 13.8 billion years ago is the origin of our universe. 3.8 billion years ago is the origin of life here on our little planet, the one we call Earth. Let's say 200,000 years ago is the appearance of early Homo sapiens. So let me ask you this question. How rare are these events in the vastness of space and time? Or put it in a more fun way, how many intelligent alien civilizations do you think are out there in this universe? Us being one of them.
I suppose there should be some statistically, but we don't have any evidence. But I do think that, intelligence in any way, it's a bit overvalued. We are the most intelligent entities on this planet, and look what we're doing.
Jesus, that took a while to get to you chat-wise. Categorize on toenail burns off the part forever that can go ingrown. Had it done on both big toes. I don't know if they burnt anything off. They had to clip through my toe and then take off the toenail. So I had it on both big toes as well. And so yeah, they had to cut off it might have been just skin, but it looked like freaking meat as well. And so yeah, they cut through a lot of this stuff. Tomfoolery show, chocolate pie or strawberry shortcake. I don't know. Neither.
So intelligence also tends to be self-destructive. There are or were intelligent life forms elsewhere. Maybe they don't survive for long.
So you think there's a tension between happiness and intelligence?
Absolutely. Intelligence is definitely not something that is directed towards amplifying happiness. I would also emphasize the huge difference between intelligence and consciousness, which many people, certainly in the tech industry and in the AI industry, tend to miss. Intelligence is simply the ability to solve problems, to attain goals, and to win a chess, to win a struggle for survival, to win a war, to drive a car, to diagnose a disease. This is intelligence. Consciousness is the ability to feel things like pain and pleasure and love and hate. In humans and other animals, intelligence and consciousness go together. They go hand in hand, which is why we confuse them. We solve problems, we attain goals by having feelings. But other types of intelligence, certainly in computers are already highly intelligent, and as far as we know, they have zero consciousness. When a computer beats you at chess or Go or whatever, it doesn't feel happy. If it loses, it doesn't feel sad. And there could be also other highly intelligent entities out there in the universe that have zero consciousness. And I think that consciousness is far more important and valuable than intelligence.
Can you steel me on the case that consciousness and intelligence are intricately connected? So not just in humans, but anywhere else. They have to go hand in hand. Is it possible for you to imagine such a universe?
It could be, but we don't know yet. Again, we have examples. Certainly, we know of examples of high intelligence without consciousness. Computers are one example. As far as we know, plants are not conscious, yet they are intelligent. They can solve problems. They can attain goals in very sophisticated ways.
Yeah, I've watched a bunch of stuff about plants recently where they actually talk to each other and communicate things, and we're finding more and more ways that they're able to actually have a bunch of communication with each other through the air, and it's amazing. It's so cool, all of the different things that plants do, especially trees, to communicate with each other, and the different types of things that they're telling each other. There was one thing I saw where they were communicating over really vast distances, over telling each other that rain was coming. So like I think before we thought that like once clouds were covering trees, they would flip their leaves. And they found in like African rainforests that way before the clouds were ever over them, they were still getting a beating sun on them, that they started to flip their leaves, and they didn't know how they knew that the rain was coming. And so it's really cool. Yeah, they send stress signals too. That's what the smell of fresh cut grass is. Oh. Okay, that's cool. I didn't know that. I learned how smart trees are in Lord of the Rings. True. Tom, tell us about alpha versus beta trees. I don't know if there's alpha and beta trees. Like, I feel like when I watched a video about like evolution of plants recently, and it makes sense to see like humans evolving and changing, because when we procreate, like there's going to be this new thing that can have some sort of like deformity that maybe works or doesn't work, and then people either mate with it or don't mate with it to where that gene like carries on. But I don't understand how that works with plants, because they don't really do the same thing. And so I've wondered like how they change over time and adapt over time and crap like that.
The other way around, to have consciousness without any intelligence, this is probably impossible. But to have intelligence without consciousness, yes, that's possible. A bigger question is whether any of that is tied to organic biochemistry. We know.
Hey, yo. Wangela. I can't hear you. I'm gonna type team. Can you hear me? You hear me? Okay, I still don't hear you. I sent you a DM on Discord, but the thing I sent you isn't, it doesn't matter anymore. Yeah, check your input, or sorry, your output. So click the down arrow on the mic, and then it should pop up with a bunch of options for output, and then make sure the output is going to your headphones. Whoa, what is that? What is this line? Alrighty then. Nice seeing Angela. Have a good one. There's this line right here, and I don't know. I can't get it off the screen. I don't know where it's coming from. Oh, wait. Okay, there it is. Boom. Got him. Oh.
I don't know what's wrong. Is it working on my phone?
Yes. Yeah, I hear you on your phone.
So shitty. I don't know what's going on. I think I have to get a new interface thingy. I've had this probably way too long.
Oh. Okay.
I lose you again.
No. We're good. I'm setting up stuff on my side.
Okay, cool. Cool. All right, what it is. I guess it's gonna be problematic. I think it's time to throw away this thing. I've had it way too long, I guess. It works.
All right.
I have to do a show tomorrow, so I guess I gotta toss this whole thing out now.
Damn, what the hell is that?
I used to do podcasting, so I had like multiple people at my place, but now it's just me. So I have this huge ass interface thingy for no reason because there's nobody else here besides me.
I was watching, so a while ago when I was doing research for our first conversation together, there was this guy who kept doing like all of these videos on you, and he seems to be like a red pill guy. Asian dude. Yes. You know who I'm talking about. Yeah. Is she frozen? She's frozen. Great. That's awesome. Oh. You there? Oh,
I'm
yeah.
here.
There you are.
I don't know, dude. I don't know what's going on tonight. It's something going on. I think I might have pissed off somebody, and now they have like a hit out on me or something.
That's probably what it is.
Yeah. What about this Asian dork?
I remember him showing these like guys talking to you about the fact that you got sat on the couch one time, and they're like, if I was there, I used to work for Fresh and Fit, and I never would have sat you on the couch. I can't believe that. And he was so mad that they said that, and it's like they would never have a decision on who does or doesn't sit on the couch. He's lying. He never would have changed anything. And so the guy who said I never would have sat you on the couch, were those the people that you were doing a podcast with?
Yeah, so he was like the Myron's right-hand man. They were like really cool friends. He was like the nice guy that everybody was like, every girl was really cool with him. Every guy spoke highly of him. He was cool with Adam. I was cool with Adam. So it's like everybody vouched for him in a really like good way, I'd have to say. And we were friends, and in a way where it was like the podcast that I had when I was in Tampa was more like one-on-ones with people. I had like 6 episodes, and it went like pretty deep, but it was like me kind of grilling, but not being an asshole about it. So he really liked it, and he wanted to take that idea and like kind of do like one of those, the Shia LaBeouf thing. So yeah, it was one of those dorks, but it turns out it was a fraud, like the rest of the Red Pill guys.
That's the same guy who recently got into the drama for like yelling at women and because they rated him low, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
You know, what irritates me the most is they always say that women don't date the potential. I'm like CEO of working with the potential. Like I work with people with pretty rough edges. Like there's people that work for me, the young individuals that are like pretty like come from poverty and all this bullshit. And I get it, it's rough. Or I can hire people who are like just squeaky clean, very by the books. And sometimes like I try to give people a fair chance, and then like it backfires, or it turns into like the best relationship ever. So it's like it's one of those gambles where I have to just take it, and that was a hella flop. So his emotions overrided every decision we did, and I couldn't stand it. So
Okay, because yeah, last time when I initially had you on, you didn't want to talk about any of this stuff, but I was always curious, like if I was like right, or if because I kept thinking I'd imagine those are the people, but I'm not sure. And right at the same time, they were in that like the whole drama about them
yeah,
getting mad that
I
a
didn't
girl
mind the
rated him.
drama. Yeah, I didn't mind the drama dying down. I just didn't want it to give it more like clout and fuel to what it was, because like at that point, I think it was declining for him, and he like called me, and we live like 2 streets from each other, so we had like a terrible falling out because I basically mentioned to them like, I just don't really. I feel like you guys lied to me about moving here. You lied a lot of things. Like we burnt basically bridges, because when I found out that nobody knew about it, he told me that he had everyone's blessing, and that's where like I guess you can say like I'm heavily against the red pill, because all those guys preach this like lifestyle of hardcore principles and being honorable, but they're all fucking liars because they have to lie, steal, and cheat to get what they want in life, and that's essentially what they did to me. And when I got there, I felt like, damn, I already told my family that I had moved here, and it was supposed to be like good. It was a flip of a gamble, and it just turned out to be terrible. And I just kind of rode with it and tried to make the best out of it, which I think I salvaged a lot of things, and I managed to like override a lot of people like them. I think it went out well, but who knows?
But do you still do like all the nail salon stuff and everything?
Yeah. The reason why I'm like hesitant on it, I can't really like confirm or deny anything. It's because whenever there's beef online, they go and write terrible reviews, which is what happened like 2 weeks ago. So yeah, I still have like affiliations with some stuff, nail salon stuff, but I mean, I don't think I'm anybody to say like I'm retired from nails. Like I still have to like go in and deal with things and be pretty hands-on and domestic,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you said you started doing like selling rice or something like that, or is that right?
Yeah, I started a product during like COVID, and it was something that it was like a family tradition. And then like I had a friend who owned like liquor stores, and she'd mentioned to me if I had like packaged it and barcoded it, she'd put it on the shelves. And I was like, all right, sure. So I tried it, and it went out really well. Then we tried Amazon, and we tried all these other things with the product itself. And then that was the beginning of me like, oh crap, like I guess I'm not a complete degenerate. This is kind of cool. I kind of like this, and it just kind of helped with, like different revenues and things that I wanted to try out online. So I've tried like a bunch of little random things to see what I want to do. But yeah, just little random things.
Yeah, I've done that like my entire life, is just moving from kind of one thing to another, and eventually getting bored of it, and then starting a business, and then being like, I don't want to run my own business. I want to have like security with a big corporation. So then going to like a big corporation, and then being like, I don't like freaking having bosses, dude. I need to go run my own business again, and just kind of flip-flopping from that forever. So
yeah, you learn a lot from it. I think like it's one thing you learn. Like a lot of these guys that I've learned is they like to keep up with the Jones. They have like the body kit of what they think a business is, but they don't actually run an actual business because they don't know how to deal with employees, people, emotions, and structure. So I think like when you do it and you learn how to like grow from it, you either decide if you want to continue doing it for the money, or you decide to like, you know what, at least I know how to do it. I'm just gonna take the easy route out, and not easy route out. Like there's a payout that I'm willing to take, as opposed to taking the full benefits of it and then having to deal with all the chaos that comes with it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like that's pretty much what I've always done. Is just kind of flip-flop back and forth. Currently, I'm working for a business and doing this, and then trying to like grow this so that I can just have my own business here and just do this full-time eventually. Although right now I've slowed down on actually trying hard on this for maybe the last month, because it's really discouraging when you can't get paid from YouTube. Like they just won't give you your freaking money. It gets very, very discouraging, and eventually I'm just like, why, what am I trying to build here? Like it's all just a charity game now. Like it's been a massive net loss for me this entire time. And speaking of, guys, if you want to send donations, link is in the description. Go send donations through there. You can get TTS on. But first question, why the hell are you hating on people who are bald, Angela? Why you starting drama with bald people, Angela?
Wait. When did I? And what was the context of this?
I sent you a message on Instagram about this.
Wait, was it Instagram?
Yeah, I said I was catching
We need
strays.
to establish like how we regularly communicate, because I think you messaged me on Twitter because you know like I was on there a lot, and then I don't see you
And then
anything on
sometimes I'll message you on
Discord.
On Discord, yes.
I'm learning how to be regular on Discord.
Bro, you just messaged me back.
On what?
Today at 7:50 a.m. You messaged me back on Instagram because I said you had a video. You had something on your. Is it called a story? At the thing at the top,
my story.
where
Yeah, I
you're
was
making
posting
fun of Rollo Tomassi's hairline, and I was like, "Yo, why are you gonna make it to where I'm catching strays over here? Like, why are you talking crap about bald people?"
That's what you were replying to. I was like, what are you talking about?
You sent me like a list of like, you sent how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 laughing faces with tears coming out, and you didn't even know what I was talking about.
I thought you were just laughing with me about Tomassi. Because he's such a bitch, and it's so laughable to not laugh at him. Like, everything he does is just comical, because he, like, it's like, I don't think there's anything wrong with anyone. Own that shit, or be nice about it. But he's, like, denying everything, fighting time, and he's a complete hypocrite, and it's fucking annoying seeing someone like that just float around in this, like, this lifetime. I'm like, why are you still around? Shouldn't you be around grandkids right now? So, yeah.
Yeah, also, you mentioned, yeah, there's nothing called Twitter. I don't know what that is, but...
Oh, they changed it now, didn't they?
I think it's called X. I realized while I was on stream yesterday that everything says X now. I was like, wait, what is this? And I went and looked it up. And yeah, they're just rebranding everything.
I don't like it. I think we're still gonna call it Twitter, so I don't see why they're doing all this for.
I don't know. I think they plan on it being called X. Yeah.
It's giving me porn vibes, but I mean, to each their own.
I think, what are his other businesses called? He's got other things with the X in it. It's like the rocket company. What's that one called again?
I don't keep up with this, man. I don't keep up with like the fucking rich people who like to just do shit for fun. I don't know what the hell they're doing online. They're just
SpaceX.
playing God.
Yeah, so SpaceX is his rocket company or whatever it's called. So they're just adding like X's to things. So is he? I saw the clip. So he's still talking crap about your, because we talked about this a while ago. He's still talking crap about your shoplifting thing. Like, he's still bringing this up every chance he gets. Why is he doing this?
I don't know. I thought we had like just like, all right, the cloud has died over. We're good now. I'm gonna continue on my little whatever journey this is. And he brings me up every minute he gets. And it's not like Flacco knew who I was already because MLD was on there a couple weeks ago. They brought me up already, like the conversation. And then the old man brought me up again to try to normalize why he's affiliated with Donovan fucking Sharp, which, did you see Donovan Sharp? He absolutely hates black women. Like, he was on Saucecast earlier, and he just, like, bitched off and was just like, you're a bitch! Like, his tonality just says that he hates black women. So, that was hilarious. But he's trying to normalize it.
Trying to normalize hating black women?
Yes.
This
That's
is
what
like...
he's doing. And then Tomassi is trying to normalize being friends with people like him and MLD. So he was like, Angela Knight is a criminal for shoplifting. I was 19. Fuck off, man. Irritates me.
Is that why he brought it up? Is because they were talking about MLD? And so he was just using that as like a defense?
It wasn't MLD in specifics. They were just saying, like, you know, most of the guys in space are, like, criminals. But, like, did you know that Donovan Sharp was a whatever the fuck he got, I don't know, in trouble for? And he was like, yeah, so is Angela Knight. It's like the ultimate finger-pointing game. Like, you know, it's like, you know, they do this in the red pill stuff where it's like, you know, that women have this advantage and men don't have this advantage. And women, it's like the constant dick measuring game. So for him, it was like, let me bring up somebody that I know has a criminal history, but no one cares about that. So that was why he brought me up again.
I talked about this recently when I was talking to other people. Like when I was younger and I had just gotten out of prison and everything, if I'd told people like, yeah, I was a heroin addict, I just got out of prison, they'd all be like, well, yeah, I assumed, just looking at you, like, it's what I thought. But now when I say that, it's cool when people are like, what? You? No way. Really? And that's what they were doing when he said that. They're like, wait, Angela? Angela committed crimes? What? No way. Like,
it's almost so funny because it's not even a real crime. Like, come on, guys. I stole like barely $30 of stuff. Like, it was
you're
so
a freaking
stupid.
hardened criminal.
Meanwhile, Donovan Sharp is writing fucking blank checks and all this bullshit. Like, the fuck out of here with that. The comparison is whack. And if the journey, the person who I was when I did the podcast with that dork, when I was first sort of in like the red pill stuff, I was so ignorant. Like, you could hear my tonality. Like, somebody had mentioned that it sounded like I've been invited to the barbecue too many times, because that's just how like I grew up and I had like this ghetto undertone. So I had to like work on my vocabulary heavily. Like when I spoke to Erudite the first time, the amount of F-bombs that I dropped to make up for the words I didn't know how to use was crazy. So talk about evolving.
Yeah. So
yeah.
the stuff on your channel, like you're doing all just like red pill, or sorry, not red pill, dating advice and crap like that still?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just like self-improvement, because I like getting people in the panels and different conversations. Like, I don't mind covering like major topics just to make a point on like how it does correlate to like the normal life and how it does it and how it highlights it, just kind of exposing it. But I don't want it to turn into a reaction channel, because I kind of like I had somebody on there that was on there the other day and I spoke to him 6 months ago, and then like he was like going through like a divorce, but like absolutely hated women, but just happened to see my content. It was like, you know what, I'm gonna give this stupid bitch a chance. And I was like, fuck. So because he spoke to me, we had like a 2-hour conversation, and it just kind of like it sank in with him for a bit there. We spoke for the first time after 6 months. He was like, you know what, like I'm really glad we spoke, because now I could take accountability for the shit that I thought that was all my wife's fault, but it turns out like I fucked up a little bit here, and I own that title now, and I recognize what I did wrong. But like it was like here and that, and I'm sure everybody that does content somehow hears that and it makes them feel better. And I was like, all right, well, I guess I should keep doing this and not get paid then, because it feels kind of good. So there's that.
Cool.
So yeah.
So I didn't really have much planned, but I did want to invite you on just to talk to you. So I'm just throwing crap at you right now.
Yeah.
So when you talk about dating, okay, so one of the things that I have issues with a lot when I listen to like Rollo, Tomassi and a lot of them is they'll bring up stats from dating apps and then apply this to like real world dating. Do you ever do this, or do you have issues with this, or like is that something that you find useful?
As far as using the stats from like the dating, like the online stuff. See, so the problem with that, so these guys, they remind me of like pickup artists, and I think that's cool, like how like Alex does it. I don't personally like sit here and coach men on anything. My more so thing is like building the bridge, like how men and women think as far as like communication. So I don't really care to go into like the stats that help people date, because I'm like, listen, if you really want like a blueprint, a wordplay, you have to go to those guys. I'm not a man. Even if I were saying the same things these guys were saying, it'd almost be like comical for them to be like listening to a girl tell them what to do.
Wouldn't that help you with like, so that's what they do a lot though, is they'll look at like what people are looking for, what they're choosing, what they're swiping on, and then they'll say, okay, so this is like, we know what women want, or we know what men want, or what works best for men, or stuff like that. Wouldn't that still apply in the same way?
Apply in what way? Like, what do you mean?
So like, if we're talking about, let's say, crap, I forget the most recent one that we heard. I think it was from Pearl. But there's like, they'll use some sort of stat on like somebody who damn it, I'm blanking on that. So okay, so one of them is like that, is it 1% of men are getting like 90% of women or something like that?
Okay. Oh, so you're asking me if that would help with the like with people getting dates and like people like is that helping? Is that what you're asking me? I'm not really sure what the question is.
I mean, yeah, I'm asking like, okay, so if does that tell you what women are looking for? Does that tell you like what it is that women want or what they're looking for? Can we look at this 1% of profiles and say this is what women want, like this is what they're all looking for? And
okay, so I don't use that method in specifics because I think that everyone is different because it goes to me varies on like how old you are, like what you do for a living, little things like that. Like when these guys take these blueprints of like what a man is looking for is a modest, a simple woman, and I'm like, no, dude. Like some people actually want a woman who has a brain who actually can like have some banter with you. So I don't really like to generalize. Like even though that does exist for this really small subsection of like type of women that they like, I just try to like have more of like an open dialogue. Like for example, I had the panel on and we were reacting to like this guy that was like super mouthy to this other lady, and I was like pause that to like point out an example of like how unattractive that was and how you should come about the situation if you didn't like it. So we just kind of more so do play by play with like normal like little things that happen in a relationship that we don't realize. Like if you and I are coming to a disagreement and we're both talking over each other, one of us is just gonna have to stop and just let the other person at that moment win, so that you can just kind of capitalize afterwards. But hey, like I've been really patient. I've been really kind. You don't have to be rude. You don't have to yell. You don't have to slander. You don't do any of that. I've been patient. Like that's like the ultimate win when you do that. But if you're sitting here and you're like, are you done? Are you done? Are you done? I'm like, okay, now you're just gaslighting me. And that's how a lot of these spaces, that's what happens because they're so used to comparing the disparities between men and women. Now we're comparing each other as if we have the same metrics and we don't. We're different. We're complementary. We can be, but we have to at least work on like the fundamentals. If that makes any sense or not. So I don't like to really go off of those stats because I think they do help if you're trying to find like a simple blueprint, but I think everyone's a little different.
well, sure. So I mean, if we're talking about what men are attracted to, if you're giving men advice on like what women are looking for, where would you start? Like, what are some basics that you're talking about?
So some of the basics so whenever we bring people on, like the panels, it goes by, let's say like one of the guys lives in Cali. We have to dissect that. The guy lives in Cali, the area that he lives in, the average figure is like 6 figures there. So most of the girls that he's surrounded by want a guy who make that amount. I asked him, do you make that amount? He's like, no. I was like, okay, do you see what the fucking problem is? He's like, well, it's like, where am I supposed to go? I'm like, listen, like it isn't like that everywhere, but you're choosing to be in a place where you don't really make the same amount. That all the girls are used to men who make this amount. On top of that, I even had other people in the panel because it's hard for a woman to like give a man advice for him to actually take her seriously. I can only point out the obvious of certain things, but other men will come in the panel that are consistent and will pretty much point out like, hey, like you seem like you've given up already. Your personality, you've given up on even dating. You're not excited. You don't seem enthusiastic. It just seems like you want because he himself has been like red pilled so bad that he's so much of a cynic. So like every time we host like a new show, we bring people on. You see guys who are thriving, women who are thriving. So he just picks up slowly. So it's more so like a discussion, and then we grow, and then some people leave, some people stay. I wouldn't say like I'm trying to like change anyone's mind or like trying to teach a man on how to be a man, but like if we recognize like everyday dating conversations, where we're kind of dismissing each other, I think that's where it starts at. If that helps. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. Well, so I'm more so looking for specifics. So like, because one of the things you said is like not all men are looking for that, right? That's not going to be helpful. Like if you're talking about these things, you have to be talking in generalities, right? You have to be talking about like what most people are looking for, and this will like help their odds. They don't have to do each and everything to become the perfect person, but they can start to work on some things to become closer to whatever they think it is that more people are going to be interested in. So like some of the stuff that the red pill guys talk about is like, you know, having a lot of money, having a nice car, like those things are helpful. Those things are generally going to be helpful for a guy to be able to find a woman. And just to say like, well, not all women require you to be super rich. Like it's true, but not all that helpful, right? Because most women are going to be looking for a guy who has status and is able to provide. And so I'm asking, like, specifically, like,
specifically what you just said right there, like the finances. It's not that, I think, like, when people hear that, like, all right, you have to be, like, 6 figures. Like, we'd break down the reality of that. I think any person has to be financially stable. For example, if you look at like a young person that's in their early 20s, most women, I'd like to say, is okay to be with a man who's like on his road to success or his drive, he's driven, whatever he wants to be. Most women at that age, even when I was that age, I didn't care about a guy being successful financially. I just wanted him to be on the road, or at least driven to do something with his life. I think that when people hear like men have to be super rich, I think that's just toxic, because not everyone's going to fit in that 5%, 10% bracket. And when they hear that, it discourages them to be like, they're already defeated. They come in with the deficit mindset of like, all right, I already can't get the girl, so why bother? And I'm like, dude, like, what do you have in life right now? What is your goal? I'm like, if you work somewhere, are there women around you? Okay, but how do you communicate with them? They don't even try to communicate with them. And then it's like, well, they don't talk to me because you're defeated in life already. So then we like break down that situation. So it's not really money that these girls only solely game after, but if you don't have money, what do you have? Do you have like purpose? Do you have drive? Do you have humor? Does it make sense what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah. So like one of the things that I get into it with people about a lot on here is I talked to a guy, damn it, I actually just saw his name somewhere earlier. It's this like hardcore black pill guy. Do you know who I'm talking about? But he's like super good looking.
I don't know who that is.
Oh my goodness.
Is it the waffle guy?
Waffle? No, I don't think so. Damn it, dude. I forget his name. But I talked to him on Playing with Fire one day, where he was talking about like that there's like specific things that women just have to have, right? They have to have that thing, and it's just that, and they're not really looking for anything else outside of that. And if they ever do date somebody outside of that, it just means that they're settling because they couldn't get the thing that they actually wanted. Whereas what I talk about is the fact that like for women, it seems like looks matter, but they're not as important as they are to men. Like for women, like your looks matter, but your looks will change over time if you have good personality, if you have charisma, if you're funny, if you're even status, like all of the things about you will change the way that they look at you, how attracted to you they are, and they'll find those things about you more and more attractive. So like if generally they want some rich, ripped, like bodybuilder dude, but you have all of those other things and a dad bod, they'll start to find that dad bod more and more attractive just because they're finding you as a person attractive, right? So that I guess that's what one of the things I was asking is if you agree with that. Okay. Do you agree that men and women look for different things for like long and short term dating? Like if they're just looking to get laid versus if they're actually looking for a relationship?
I think that women are generally looking for relationships. I think it's hard to say that that men don't look for a relationship. I think the first thing in their mind is like it depends on how deprived he is of attention in his sex life. I think like it starts there first when he deals with a girl. Like, okay, I just want to get my dick scratched. After that, it's like, okay, you know what? I kind of like her. Oh wait, she has values. Oh wait, I kind of like this and this. Like, it's like you go down the line. You don't really think about the whole like picture until you kind of get involved with the girl and you kind of like see how you feel after sex. I think with women, if I'm correct, I'd like to say that when we sleep with a guy, we are already thinking if she's willing to sleep with a guy, she's kind of willing thinking of the future with him at least. She's already thinking, okay, I can at least want to be with him one day. If he changed this a little bit, I could see myself being with that. But maybe if I sleep with him within time, he'll like me more and XYZ. Like she's already made up her mind. Like somehow you can fit into her life. For men, I believe like it's definitely compartmentalized. It just really depends on like, is it worth the responsibility? Because you guys are thinking about the ins and out of like, is this going to benefit my life or is this going to hurt my life? Is it going to cost me? It's going to be so many factors. Like it's going to be detrimental to like, being seen with a girl who's sleeping with everybody, like little things like that. I could be wrong, but I think that men think about it a little bit more from like a responsible role.
Maybe I think women are willing to sleep around. I think that they're willing to, like, there's points in their lives where they say, not really in a place in my life where I want to have a relationship, right? They'll be in a place where they're like, yeah, I'm just not looking for something long term, but they'll still like go have sex with people. They'll still be willing to, like, especially when they're in like college and crap like that, it's a lot more common. But they're willing to sleep around. And so one of the things that, like, to take this back to the initial question, was the dating apps are generally for people who are looking for a hookup. They're looking for somebody to just have sex with. But when they're in a place in their life where they're looking for somebody more long term, like, the stats that we get from those apps are only telling us what women are looking for when they're looking for a hookup. It's not telling us what they're looking for something more long term, because if they're for long term, there's so many other things that come into play that don't seem to come into play for a hookup. And it seems to be the same for men, that, like, when men want a hookup, there's a list of things that they're looking for, but when they're looking for a long-term relationship, that is a much different list, and the priorities on the list are much different as well.
I agree with that. I wish I knew what the stats were to be exact, so it'd make more sense. Because my biggest problem with the stats is, like, I've mentioned before to people, like, if you ask somebody to rub a genie lamp and to give them their best wish, they're gonna name you the most extravagant, like, small waist, big booty, sweet, stupid. If you ask a girl, that's if you're gonna ask someone without punishment, they're gonna name you the most extreme answer. But I think, like, in reality, like, when you get on a train, you get anywhere, you see normal places. People are pretty normal. People don't have these extreme standards that they claim that they would want. If you're asking them what they want, they're gonna name the most extreme. And then what they settle for in real life, it's just the closest thing next to them, which I would say, like, people usually sleep with who they go to school with, who they work with, who they've grown up with, who they're familiar with, like, little things like that. Like, it's hard for a girl to just randomly sleep with a guy that's, like, I don't know, like, from Miami, if you're not from Miami. Like, it's like booking a trip to go a weekend trip, you're not going to run into a Drake. Like, it's not likely. Like, people think it is, but I don't believe so.
Sure. So I guess the way that I've always explained this, and from what I've seen from the data, is, like, when people are getting into long-term relationships, they, for the most part, are going to meet people at their job. That's, like, the most common place that they'll meet somebody, is at work. Then outside of that, it's like social places, like, churches, gyms, at the park, like, where you go bike riding, or just, like, at the club, like, other social events and crap like that. And then, like, dating apps are, like, pretty far down the list. You've got, like, 70% of stuff before you get to dating apps for long-term dating. And so when it, like, prioritizes things, like, generally the way I explain it is, when men are looking for somebody, is they've got this, like, initial ceiling that you have to break through, and it's like, you got to be good looking. You gotta look hot, and then once you're hot, I care if you're, like, smart or interesting or funny or any of these other things. But if you're not hot in the first place, I'm not even paying attention to those other characteristics as much. Whereas for women, you can not be hot in the first place, and they may not be all that interested, but those other things will make them interested in you. I've literally had girlfriends tell me this, is that, yeah, when I first saw you, like, you were just another freaking guy, but then, like, once you start talking, you become way more attractive. And so the like, priority list seems to be very different for men, where, like, top priority, got to be good looking, got to be attractive, like, they have to be, like, physically attracted to you. Whereas for women, that doesn't, it's all, like, this very, like, mixed jumbled thing that doesn't make sense. But if we're talking about short-term dating, if we're talking about just hooking up, it seems like number one now is, for both men and women, looks. Like, that is, they want to sleep with somebody who they're attracted to. That is, like, number 1, 2, and 3 for both parties, is, like, the priority list automatically becomes just about looks.
Yeah.
Do you ever talk to black pillars?
No, I've since the whole red pill spiel, like I like just try to stay away from people who are like hardcore diehards of the pill stuff because I'm like I think people make life so fucking complicated. Maybe I'm just like being a dick when I say this, but I'm like I don't really think it's that difficult. I think people complicate it because we do have these like like you have your own traumas in life, and then you have like the internet influencing you. Then you have like other people that are showing you how shitty it is. So then you just kind of scare yourself off. But I think generally, talking to people who complicate it, like for example, like the online thing. I think it's, in my opinion, the online stuff just kind of like saturates the dating market so much because you don't know who's actually dating you to want to be with you, or it's just like a hookup thing. And people complain about not having like great relationships, but they're always on these apps and they wonder why. They're just like meeting people who just want to like tap it and then like leave and like they never see them ever again. So it's kind of frustrating because on my channel, like I'll say all the time, like guys, like I only talk about like long-term relationships. If you're here to find like a one-time smash it and dip out, like go to another channel where they teach you how to get in some girl's pants. I have zero interest in like getting into those types of conversations. So but what exactly is a black pillar? Like what is like I don't really know exactly what they stand for.
There's somebody who just thinks it's all about looks. 100%. Nothing. There is nothing else but looks. Women are only looking for looks. Men are only looking for looks. Some black pillars believe men are the ones who consider all of the other things, and women are just about looks and nothing else. That even status doesn't matter all that much, but like it's just 90% looks and then like 10% some other things. I wish I could remember this freaking guy's name. I just saw him somewhere. It is. I saw Just Pearly Things earlier. Changed the name of her channel. Did you see that?
No, I haven't kept up with her crazy ass. What the hell she changed it to now? Isn't she trying to be a Candace Owens now?
It's just Pearl.
It's just Pearl? What happened to Pearly Things? She doesn't want to be Pearly Things anymore?
Yeah, I guess not. And yeah, one of her most recent videos is Disney woke culture ruined Snow White.
Jesus Christ.
So yeah, I guess she is doing the Candace Owens thing.
Cringe. Super cringe. I can't unsee all the cringy stuff she's done. Pearl Daily? Get the fuck out of here with this. Ugh. She irks my nerve.
Who is it that just talked to this guy, dude? I just saw his name somewhere earlier, and now it's gonna bug the hell out of me. Damn it. But yeah, this like we were on this panel with it was Torsia, me, and Alex from Playing with Fire, and this black pill guy jumps on and is like they started playing like reels of him trying to pick up chicks and being very successful at it and all of this crap, and he's like, yeah, like all it is, you just have to be good looking, like that's it, you just have to be a good looking person, and that's kind of the end of it. And
I think good looks gets you the door, but I don't think it keeps you in the relationship.
Sure. Yeah. Well, so I think that like people are willing to compromise on other things based on things that they want. Like the more good looking a woman is, the more a guy is willing to put up with like an annoying laugh or like her being a little crazy or you know, crap like that. Like there's always going to be compromises here and there for things that they're prioritizing. And that's why I keep talking about like a priority list, is because it's kind of like the things that matter most are going to be the things that like keep you in that relationship, while other things still matter and they're always pluses and they'll make you better than somebody else. They're just not they're not like the end all be all. And I heard Destiny talk about this recently, where he was saying like, yeah, I don't think that looks are the end all be all for men. I thought, yeah, I think you're wrong. Like I just think he's wrong on that. I think that for the most part, yeah, I think that you could take like all of the other personality traits that they want, that they would like, that this is like everything that they, you know, they could give you a checklist of everything, and you just take off all of the things about like sexual attraction and crap like that, take all of those off, and they just have these. I don't think any guy would actually care or be interested if they don't have the like physical attractive or the physical attraction as well. Whereas I think women, like, they can build that physical attraction.
Oh, okay, okay. I understand what you're saying now. I think I heard it the opposite way. No, yeah, I do believe that. I think again, I kind of agree with the whole looks being the first, but I think that there's more to it. And I guess like on my channel, that's where I more so like to get to the core of the problem, which is like we can find these little band-aid like phrases and say like, oh yeah, looks are the first thing that gets in the door, but like, can you stay in the fucking door? And I think like there's a reason why a lot of these interactions go south. For example, I had somebody that was on a different panel, and this guy was like super condescending, but he's like known to be the Chad in the group. And he swears he's like the womanizer, but I was so disrespectful to him because I found him extremely irritating because he was so like, you know, when a man speaks, a woman be quiet, or a woman has to be quiet. And I'm like, what type of woman are you used to talking to? I was like, that's something you have to earn. So like we were going back and forth, and somebody had like wrote to me and was like, you know, women usually listen to him and XYZ. I'm like, why? Because he's attractive? I was like, that doesn't fucking matter. Guys like that are like attractive will get women and then like pretty much put themselves in a bubble where they have these terrible dating history with women because they don't realize like, yeah, looks is one thing. You got her to sit down, but she's not going to stay down because when you speak to her, you're a fucking idiot. You don't know how to actually like lead like you say you want to. You think by enforcing it or belittling the things you want is going to make her scared or listen to you. I think fear is the worst way to get someone to listen to you. And a lot of people use that. So I was straight up disrespectful to him. I didn't give a fuck. But then as opposed to like two other people from that panel who were not as attractive, I guess, by like the objective like lens, but I like the way that they talk, like the way that they have like their mind, the way that they lead these conversations. I found that like fairly attractive. So I you know, I talked to them and I was like, you know, if I hated men, I'd shit on all men. I'm very selective with it. I hate the ones who don't make any sense. Use the logic that you say that men have. Because if you're going to say priority list on what men have, men are logical, women are emotional, men lead with it, women lead with emotions, then where the fuck is the logic? Half of them don't have it. And it's kind of frustrating. No one calls it out.
Yeah. So what exactly I didn't know that you were ever even doing panels. What is like the aim of the panels? Like, are you just sitting there like asking them questions and talking to them? Are you doing dating panels where like you're like grading them or looking for a guy, or like are you having debates with them? What are the panels about?
It's mostly like super random debates. Like I'll react to like the videos I go through like my hour of like whatever stuff I'm covering, and then I'll have like somebody in the chat that like, you know, I disagree with this and da da da, and then I'll bring them up, and then like two other people come up. And as of lately, like I've had like super conservative like people, and then super not conservative people, and I had like my first trans girl on there, and nobody knew how to act because they were like, well, what the fuck do we do here? So it's like I'm trying to normalize like people being in like spaces where you're not comfortable and you're not used to saying things, because people are used to sitting in echo chambers. They're used to saying what other people will gas them up on. And I think that when we're being challenged with like, oh, women this way, so I was like, well, I'm a woman and I don't feel the way. Now we're forced to like reckon with like what the realities are. I'm like, well, I read this online. And then somebody will be like, no, actually this. And then I can moderate through that and figure out who's right, who's wrong. And then some people will change their mind, and some people just leave their fucking angry, and we'll go from there.
I was talking to people in my chat the other day about the fact that like, yeah, any relationship that I've ever been in, like the woman expects me to like wear the pants. Like that is just the expectation. Like I'm supposed to lead. I'm supposed to like take charge and make decisions and all of this crap. When you talk about guys, a lot of times you talk about like, you know, them being leaders and stuff like that. Like, do you look for this? People in my chat felt like that just doesn't exist anymore, or that that's not really a thing that women look for. But every time I hear you talk about men, you always mention like, yeah, like you should be a leader, you should be capable of doing this as well.
I don't think that that's really a thing, because the reason why I continuously say that is because that's unfortunately what they're being brainwashed into thinking, that they have to lead.
You're saying that the red pill tells them they have to do that.
Yes, because I think that generally now, it's not like women were raised to be wives. Like women and men, we're both working, we're both going to school. We kind of have a similar experience. So by the time you start dating a girl, she's already been working a 9 to 5 just like you. And if you're saying like, I want to lead the relationship, we're both in the same boat. We're both like trying to figure out life. What the fuck are you leading? Like we both don't know what we're doing. So we're gonna have to learn how to both wash the dishes. We're gonna both know how to walk the dog. We're gonna have to figure this out together. So that mindset of thinking that I'm going to be the leader, unless you're 10 years older than me, unless you've lived more than me, it's gonna be hard for you to lead the relationship. On top of that, like if you're a man and I'm a woman, you can't necessarily lead a woman on how to be a woman. You can just kind of like lead within your masculinity, I guess, and then I would have to follow that and figure out my identity within that frame, I guess. It just, I think it varies on the age. That's why I go back to saying, how old is the person? Because I have a 10-year age difference with my husband. But like some people are dating with someone that's like 2-3 years. So it's like, it's hard for the guy to lead if he doesn't really know either. So we have to figure it out together. So I think some people have to be humbled within the experience and the options they have instead of thinking like she should cook and clean for me. I've been working really hard today at my 9 to 5 at McDonald's. Like, bro, chill out. She was working at Chipotle. It's the same fucking shit.
Yeah,
So.
but I mean, if you're dating somebody 10 years older than you, it sounds like you probably find like assertiveness attractive then, right?
Yeah, but here's the thing, like because of my background, where I come from, like I don't have like the stability, and I found it attractive. There was somebody who knew his direction in life. So like I was like very like, oh my god, I'm inspired, and all this stuff. And for him, he was very cold, very black and white, very like by the books with everything. And I would say like survival mindset, which is why I aligned with the red pill stuff. But like when him and I started building like a healthier relationship, to be where we're at now, I recognized like he was never going to get out of that mindset until I became emotionally and mentally like independent and stopped depending on him to lead the relationship. Because even though he could, it doesn't necessarily mean it was healthy. And that's why I can't stand the red pill stuff, because these guys speak as if they're women. And I'm like, you're not a woman. So like you say, I want to lead the relationship. How do you know how to lead a woman's like heart in the relationship if you're not a woman? It doesn't make any sense. So I mean, I think like I've watched him kind of grow out of his like survival mindset, like out of the deficit of thinking like, you know, life sucks. It's more so like now you have room to like gamble a little bit and to like tap into other parts of your life that you usually just suppress and avoid. And I think that's a healthier set.
Well, when you came on, so it sounds like you're saying that there are like kind of gender roles within a relationship, and oh crap, what just happened? Okay, sorry. When we did a panel recently, that was one of the topics on there, and I know that I had people on there who disagree that they're like that people should continue in relationships with traditional gender roles, and they just sat there like quiet the whole time, just like nodding their heads, while everybody else was like, yeah, like traditional gender roles within relationships are obviously going to continue, and they're kind of beneficial to society and blah blah blah. And I know these people disagreed with it, and they just didn't say anything, and so we just didn't end up having much of a debate on that. It was kind of frustrating.
Yeah, see, but I think that we should at least like we started off that way, but like now we're both just kind of like, if there's like something to be watched, we both don't mind doing it. Like I think the biggest thing in life is to know how to do everything, but then like have the privilege to do it when you want to. And I think a lot of people don't have that privilege, and it's frustrating because like, you know, I think relationships are complementary in the beginning. Like men and women have things that we probably are weak in and we're deficit in, and things that you're strong at, maybe I'm not. And we get together and we want to do it for each other out of love. And then we learn how to like develop, you know, like how do I say this? Like basically I think with me and him, like I've learned so much about him and he's learned so much about me that we want to do it for each other, even though we can do it for ourselves. If that makes any sense. Maybe not. Is there a lag? Maybe not.
No, sorry, I just got a message and was reading something real quick. Okay. Yeah, I think that that's generally the way that most people do it in relationships as well. And this is one of the things that like I keep having to explain is, yeah, when people talk about like, so my last relationship also, I was 10 years older than her. And when I explain like that dynamic to people, they're like, oh, so you're just in charge just because you have a penis and you just boss her around and tell her what to do all the time. And I was like, it's not really how it is. Like there's the things that like she knows better than me, and that like, you know, that she's gonna have like more insight on and crap like that. But it's just kind of like a general way of looking at the relationship. But that's not like, you're making it sound like that's the way it is in every little instance of our lives, and that's just not the case. That's not how it actually works. And so yeah, I think the way that you're talking about it makes it make a lot more sense, and that people don't think about it that way, where they hear it and they think, oh, okay, so you're just a slave then. You're just they're just bossing you around all day.
No, I mean, I tell people all the time, like, I'm a big ass simp for him, and he's a big ass simp for me. I think that's like a healthy dynamic. I think like I can be the biggest asshole online, and then I like get to turn the switch off when I'm with him. And I think that's like so much better than being an asshole all day long. I have zero fucking desire to do that. I think like I don't know, it's something about this dynamic and the balance that people don't have. They just think you're supposed to be the same face. That's why I hate the whole facts over feelings thing, because they make it seem like there's no facts in the feelings. Like there is obviously why somebody reacts this way. Let's get down to the root of it. I don't think the red pill focuses on that shit enough. Like they just kind of like demonize every feeling. And I'm like, there's a reason why the guy hasn't touched his girl in a week, because he already whacked off in the sock because she's been nagging at him all week. Let's talk about shit. But nobody talks about that. Sorry, was that too vulgar?
No, it's fine. I noticed like you actually talk so much differently than you did like a year ago. You're like the way that you speak, the way that you like carry yourself, it's so much different than it was a year ago.
Yeah, I've changed a lot. But again, like I worked in the nail salon for like over 10 years, and the type of women that I worked with and customers, it kept me so angry and so miserable, and I was like on defense mode 90% of the time dealing with people. So majority of the time someone was always trying to pull a fast over me. The employees were always trying to like take off. So I really couldn't be like who I am now. Like I'm so much happier now. I can laugh when I want to laugh. I can joke when I want to joke. I can be aware of being too much. Like back then I didn't give a shit how anyone felt. It was more so like how I felt, because I'm in like, survival mode, and it was more so like I needed to make sure that I could pay the rent and make sure my family was safe and all that crap. But since I moved to Miami and they like watched me grow online and stuff, they've been like more open to, okay, like this is the leader crap that kicks in, because half the time when you want to do something different, I notice that people are scared, like whether it's your partner or your family, so that they're not stopping you because they're trying to stop you from dreaming. It's because they're scared that if you fail, they can't save you. And I think that people don't see that. And it's a big pressure, but if you do it successfully and you do it with grace, I think that people are more empathetic, and like now my family are more empathetic to what I do, and they're not like pressuring me to like make it or whatever the fuck it is. Like they let me be, because they know like, wow, like she kind of broke the cycle and did something that makes her happy. And when I see them, I'm in a way better mood. I'm not a dick, and I could joke around the awkward stuff, and I could also confront it. Like it isn't just one act of being an asshole all the time because I'm frustrated at the rules that I don't know how to do, but I have to do. Which I think that happens a lot to men, happens a lot to women. That's why like these relationships get super toxic, because like you're forced to work your 9 to 5. You're coming home to someone that you thought was going to be super happy and sweet with you, but then now she's angry because you're not buying her flowers or hugging her. So we have a chicken and egg situation with men and women 90% of the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've always struggled with that. Like I'm really bad at compliments. I'm really bad at like gestures and things like that. Like I don't know why.
Normal.
Oh, I don't even like getting them myself a lot of the times. Like they make me feel uncomfortable as well. So I assume everybody else is like me. And then I've started figuring out, no, everybody else is not like me. They like these things. And it's it's always been like an issue for me that I need to like try to improve on. Cause yeah, I've always been bad at like trying to like show them that I like them or that I cared for them, or like, that I like wanted them around or something. Because lots of times, especially when I would work a lot, I would come home and just be like, dude, just like freaking chill, just like stop talking, just stop. And they'd be like, okay, like I'll go away. And I'm like, no, don't go away. Like, what are you doing? Like I don't want you to go away. Where are you going? Like
okay, so right there, that exact situation, that happens a lot. That happened to us. And so I come from like my mom and dad was super domestically violent with each other. So I made it a note to any relationship I'm in. I'm like, we're gonna fucking communicate with this. We're not gonna ball or fist up. We're not gonna walk out. We're gonna talk about this. So with my man in the beginning, he was kind of like, I think a lot of men are like that. We're like, when you're in that mindset of like, I've had a rough day, I don't want to talk. I don't want to be mean to you. I just don't want to talk, because there's still like a set of priorities that you're probably still, in my fun, I realized with him, he was lacking in. Like whether it was like good food, good sex, good conversation, like things like that, where it was like you're getting enough to get by, but not enough to where your cup is full. Mm-hmm. And we set some like healthy boundaries. They're like, listen, if I do this, 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 and this, will that make you happy? He's like, yes. He's like, okay. He's like, if I do this, this, and this, would that make you happy? I was like, yes. So we made it a note that if we're like fucking having a rough day, to verbalize like, hey, shitty day today, got my ass chewed out. We've have like a spot in our house where it's like the chill out like cave where it's like, you know, you can come in, but we're sitting there in fucking incense and zenning. Someone's getting a blowjob, or someone's bringing in a hot plate of food, or like leave me alone in here by myself. It's one or the other. And I think like those things are the beginning of it. And whenever someone does something right, I've learned to like normalize the compliments. Like I'll like, hey, I really like that you did that. And he mentioned the other day, he goes like, when you, I was like, oh, I think that's really cute that you do that. He's like, what does it mean when you say that? Like, I should continue doing that? Or is that like, you're looking at me like a child and I shouldn't do that anymore? I think like him learning that it was okay to ask me that instead of me shitting on him. Because I think women tend to make men feel like insecure without realizing it. So I was like, no, I say that because I'm encouraging that it's okay to be that way. I like that part of you. And I think that because women and men don't know how to ask or communicate with each other and create that safe space, we tend to overlook these little things that make the relationship stronger and fonder of each other. Am I saying too much? I feel like I'm just going off a tangent.
No, this is good.
But yeah, I noticed that with him, like he's improved so much and it's improved me. So I think it's hard to grow by yourself as a person because there's no one challenging you. But when you have someone that you care about, whether it's a child or, you know, a partner, it forces you to tap into other areas that you can usually be selfish in.
Yeah, I think. Well, so I never wanted to actually be alone, but I don't like when the other person's like they want to like cuddle or they want to like be touching me the whole time or crap like that. That's where I get like antsy and I'm like, dude, chill, like get off of me, like stop, just freaking
wait. If somebody does that and only like teases you, is that why? Or if somebody like did that but led up to like giving you like the intimate part, would it bother you as much? Because I noticed that some women do it out of like love, just to hug and touch a guy, but she doesn't follow through with the whole action. And it's like, stop fucking teasing me if you're not gonna do the whole thing.
No, that's not it at all. Because like lots of times, like, you know, watching a movie, I'd like go and just lay down on the couch, and she'd want to lay down with me, and I just want to lay down, but like I'm tired, I'm exhausted, like. Me being up against somebody else is just kind of, I don't know, like I don't know how to explain it. Like I want you there, just go sit over there and then be here with me.
Like, is that normal?
Yeah, no, she wanted like that. That's like she would try to like massage me or like, you know, give me a foot rub or something.
You didn't like the massage either?
I just don't like being touched when I'm really tired. Like I want to be awake and I want to watch TV and I want to eat and I want to like. But when they start touching me, all of a sudden like it just feels like I'm like, I don't know, like I'm being caved in on or something. Like it's just too much. I become claustrophobic out of nowhere and I'm just like, yo, just like freaking get off. But if I'm not tired, I haven't gone to work yet, or I've got a day off or something, yeah, like I'll spend the whole day just like, you know, with my arm around you or cuddling or laying down together or whatever, like no big deal. But yeah, if I'm tired or like I had like a long day at work or something, yeah, I just don't want to be touched. I don't want like, and it's really frustrating for her when she gets off work and she just really wants to like be the little spoon for a while and just feel like safe and comfortable and crap like that. And it's like, yeah, not me, dude. Just like go somewhere else. Just like, I want you to be here, just not here, like over there here. But like we can talk, like actually don't talk either. Just don't say anything, but just sit there and just be here with me. And let's just keep each other company. And we'll turn on the TV and we'll eat food and we'll be here with each other while we do this. But don't look at me, don't talk to me, don't touch me, like just kind of freaking leave me alone. Yeah.
I haven't heard that one yet, to be really honest.
It seems to be a common thing too, because I didn't realize what it was, but I knew I was getting frustrated with her over and over. And she would like, you know, put her arm around me and I would just like move her arm and she would get annoyed and be like, you know, hey, I want to cuddle, blah, blah, blah. And I think she sent me like a TikTok or something where it was a guy who was saying like, yeah, I want you to be here, but not here, like over there here, or like, you know, don't talk, but like, just like be in the vicinity of me, right, but not like really like with me, but like, just kind of like stand around the corner and just stay there. But don't go anywhere. Don't leave. I don't want you to leave. Like, you know, because that's what it's like. I think a lot of times women will feel like you just don't want them around. Like, okay, he just doesn't want me around. He doesn't like me anymore. Or like I'm annoying him or something like that. And that's not the case. Like, this is a very common thing with guys where they want you around. They just don't want you like right up against them the whole time.
I feel like, okay, so in the beginning of our relationship, it was like that, but because that's what I was taught, like from my uncles and stuff, like that's how men are. But then, like later on, like where I am now, I questioned my uncle, and he was like, the reason why I am like that is he was like, the priority things that I want. He was like, my wife won't give it to me on the terms of being happy. Like she'd do it out of like it's a chore, and he's like, then I'd feel like shit. So he's like, a lot of that antisocial effect came from just not wanting to ask, not wanting to beg, just wanting to be left alone. So I applied that to my relationship, and then we actually got into a lot of fights because of that. Because he was like, you know, I'm annoyed with the world. I'm not annoyed with you. I was like, okay, but like I don't want to bother you. And he was like, okay, but you're not bothering me. It's not possible to bother me. I was like, okay. I was like, well, can we name shit that I could do to make sure that I know I'm not fucking annoying you? Because I could be pretty annoying. So I think once we set those boundaries, it was pretty cool. And then I found out like maybe sometimes men just, maybe I could be wrong. Maybe there's just certain things that men selfishly want when they're annoyed. They don't want to, you know, state it. And I could be wrong. And that's, I just ask him like, what are the things you want? I'll do it just to make you feel better. And it works when he's happier. And now we're in a better atmosphere and it works. But I guess for you, you're just really antisocial, Tom.
That's not antisocial because I still want to be around the person. I don't want them to like go away. I still want them to be there and I'll still talk to them and whatever. But like, yeah, it's just the like constant, like right up against each other, touching all the time. And like that
like,
is just
okay,
like,
so seriously, not even like a foot massage or like a blow job or something? Like that doesn't make your day better? Really?
no, yeah, well, and so that was the thing is lots of times she would be like, okay, like he doesn't want to cuddle. Maybe like we just like do something sexual and then he'll be happy with it. And I'm still like, no, chill. Go, like, dude, I'm tired. Like, why would I want to like...
I've never seen a man turn down one of those. That's why I'm like blown away a little bit. Like, what? And like
yeah,
with mine,
no.
like he works out, so he's always sore. So there's that too. So I was like, I mean, something's gonna alleviate the stress, whether it's mental, physical, like whatever it is, like that works out. So
I'm talking about like, I was working insane hours. Like I was working like 12, 13, 14-hour days consistently without days off for weeks and weeks sometimes. And so like the stress and this is how I am when I get stressed out too. Like if say like one of my bosses like sends me a text and they're like, hey, we really need to talk, come into the office tomorrow. Like if I'm stressed for the rest of that day, it's still going to be the same thing. Like I just like, I don't want to be around people. I don't kind of like, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to like, I'll tell you what's going on, but then that's kind of it. Like, I don't want to like, you know, have to like keep explaining my feelings over and over and all of this. Like, it's just what I just got to wait until it happens and see what the hell is going on. And then that's the end of it. But I don't want to sit and talk about the fact that it's happening or like that this is stressful or anything like that. And then same thing, like, yeah, they'll want to make me feel better and want to like come and like give me a massage or go out or something. And I'm just like, nah, dude, just like chill. Just be here. Just hang out.
I guess I'm not used to hearing that. But I mean, I've also been in a relationship forever, so maybe that's a different story too. I guess like from most people, from what I hear, they're always coming from like a deficit point in their life where it's just like I'm lacking happiness and like whether fulfillment in food or entertainment or sex or whatever it could be. So to me, like if you're having a bad day, I would assume like that would make it a little bit better. But I also get what you're saying also because you're saying like it was like really rough days and you just want to like decompress. So maybe that's the thing.
That's
also,
exactly what it was. Yes. I needed to decompress. That's exactly what it was. It was like, I just need to just kind of chill. And I went like a long period where I wasn't in relationships, maybe like 6-7 years where I just wasn't in a relationship and I was just working on myself for a long time. And I think I got too used to being alone as well. Like, I think I got too used to being alone and being like, just doing my own thing and being able to like, just sit with my own thoughts and sit by myself and just kind of, just like work through things alone. And then when other people want in on that, it's kind of annoying. Like it's a little, And I always felt bad, but at the same time, I don't know what to tell you. Like, this is just how it is.
I think living with people, it takes a toll on the relationship a lot too. Like it's kind of hard. I have to say, like, living with somebody is really hard, but I'm thankful because we both work a lot, and sometimes he leaves to go out of town, which is like my stream days of the day that he doesn't come home, or if he does, he comes home like 3 a.m., 2 a.m. So to me, it's like, okay, like I get to like do whatever the fuck I want. So when I do see him, I have to like my mental Rolodex is like, all right, we gotta make this fucking moment work because we don't see each other enough. But when you're around each other all day long, or like you both work and then you both come home at the same time and you don't have any time to yourself, that shit is fucking annoying. So that's another thing that I think a lot of people struggle with when it comes to like dating.
Yeah. Well, especially like you said, like, yeah, let's say you don't live together and you see each other like a couple of times a week, but once in a while, the couple times is like while the other person's just freaking exhausted. Like, you can make them think that you're like you just don't like them or something. Like, I've heard tons of guys talk about this, is that they work a lot and then their girlfriend will come over after they get off work and they don't want to have sex, and the girl thinks that they're just not attracted to them and thinks like guys always want sex, so like there's something wrong with him, like there's something wrong with me if he doesn't want that. And guys are like, I hear this all the time, that they're like explaining like, I don't know how to tell somebody that like I'm just like all the other guys, just sometimes I don't want sex. Like, it's not that rare for guys to just not want to have sex sometimes. And that was definitely me. Like, a lot of times I would just be like too tired, too stressed, too exhausted to even like think about doing something like that. Even just laying there and letting her do her thing was too much of an exertion to even like contemplate. Like, that was just like, nah, dude, that's still too much.
Wow. Okay,
Yeah.
fair. Wait, how old are you again? I don't know how old you are.
34. I'll turn 35 in November.
Okay. No, oh wow, you guys the same birthday. That's cool. Ish. All right, good to know. Wait, so are you currently dating or not dating?
Mm-mm.
Oh.
Yeah,
okay.
no, that the last relationship didn't end very well. And so then other girls that I was seeing consistently, I would tell them like up front, like, I'm just not interested in having a girlfriend, or like having any sort of commitment to you, or you having any sort of commitment to me. And every time they would be like, yeah, I understand. No problem. And then like we'd get like a couple months in and I'd be like, just remember, like, I'm telling you, I'm not going to change my mind on this. Like, I'm pretty set on just not wanting to be in relationships anymore. And they're, oh yeah, no problem. And then again, like couple months later, they're like, I don't know, I thought I could change you. Like, I thought I could get you to be interested in me. I don't know why I thought you kept telling me, but I felt like I could eventually get you to be interested in me. And so now they're like, I can't do this anymore, because I want it to just be a thing where it's just us and you don't ever talk to anybody else, or I can ask you if you're talking to other girls, and and you actually like have to tell me or something. And I was like, yeah, it's just not gonna happen. I'm sorry. Like, it's never gonna happen.
Would you say that guys generally know who they want to be in a relationship with? Like, it doesn't take long.
Not really, no, because so the physical attraction part is like, again, something that guys end up prioritizing a lot. So there's so much that goes into this. So like a lot of times, like, your experience in high school and college really changes what you're attracted to. So if you're like a fat nerd, you're only able to get with other fat nerd girls, and then your attraction and what you find attractive changes and starts to like widen, and not even just widen, but sometimes moves over to that thing. Like, I've heard tons of fat guys be like, ew, models, they're all such sticks, like they're just too skinny, they need more meat on their bones, like, and they're like totally just not attracted to what most people would consider like the just like the prototypical woman, like they don't find that attractive whatsoever. And so their attraction changes. But once they're attracted to that thing, that is like a thing that like really motivates them in a relationship, and they're like, they've got the person that really like gets them going. Then the more she fits that stereotype, the more they're willing to compromise on other things, and the more they're willing to compromise on something like, you know, if they want her to be somebody who makes really good food, like, well, she's attractive enough, like, I don't care about the food so much anymore. Like, that would be cool, but like, she's that attractive to where I just don't care about the food anymore. And so it's like, that's why I keep putting it in like a priority list sort of thing, to where like there's more and more things that you're willing to compromise on the more you like that person, and the more you feel like you mesh well with them. And yeah, there was a girl that I dated that I felt like what like fit me perfectly from just like top to bottom, not just in attraction, but like personality, everything. And so when she would do things that really pissed me off, I was very quickly just didn't care all that much, because all of the other things were cool. And so I was always like, or sorry, things that should piss me off, or things that would normally piss me off, just didn't, because I cared about all of the other things enough to where this just no longer mattered to me anymore.
But do you think you could tolerate that long enough for it to be like a healthy relationship, or is that just like a temporary thing?
Well, it depends on that person, right? So like, I've talked about the fact that lots of times when I'm in relationships with girls, I don't care if they flirt with other guys. Like, that means nothing to me. It doesn't bother me. I'm not a jealous person. But I think that is partly I'm probably compromising on some things that maybe I would care about, but I just choose not to care about it because I like them enough. And so I think if that person is somebody who can go flirt with other guys and talk to them and never actually like be tempted or never actually cheat on me, then sure, like it's not a big deal. I flirt with girls and talk to girls all the time, and I'm never actually tempted to cheat on the girl that I'm with. And so I assume that they're capable of doing the same thing.
Really? So wait. Okay, I didn't expect that. So if a girl that you're dating flirts with a guy, what's considered flirting?
So I had a girlfriend who cried one time telling me that a guy kept complimenting her and telling her how good she looked, and she really liked it, and so she started complimenting him back, and that she felt really bad and guilty about it. And I was like, I don't care. Like, that's fine. Like, do you think he's good looking? She's like, yeah, he's good looking. I was like, cool. Like, I think other girls are good looking too. I don't know if you know this, but I see other women sometimes and I think they're good looking. I don't know what to tell you. Like,
okay, so maybe I come from a point of like, I think complimenting people isn't a bad thing, but like, what's the context behind it? I think like I'll talk to people on these panels.
She would get mad. So do you know what Coin Piggy is on Instagram? It's this thing that hacks everybody's Instagram accounts and then goes and follows a ton of people that work with them. So if they're like a sponsored by Coin Piggy or whatever, they will hack tons of Instagram accounts and then get that Instagram account now follows all of the people who sponsor them and tons of other Coin Piggy accounts. And lots of the girls who do this stuff are like Instagram models and like Kardashians and stuff like this. I got hacked. I never used Instagram, never used it whatsoever. And then all of a sudden, next day, I'm following like a couple thousand accounts. And my girlfriend gets on my Instagram and she's like, what the hell, dude? Since when do you follow a bunch of Instagram models and OnlyFans girls? Like, where the hell did this come from? And I was like, I don't know. Like, I didn't follow any of those people. It's It just happened. Like, you can go see that like half the accounts that I follow say Coin Piggy on them. Like, I don't know what happened, but I got hacked, and now I follow all these accounts. And she was like really upset. If I had actually followed all of these girls and I'm looking at all of these Instagram model accounts and crap like that, yeah, that would really upset her. Like, she would not be happy with that, with me doing that. So it's like, it's obviously not a two-way street a lot of times. And I don't think that always matters all that much. But yeah, like for her, something that small is a big enough deal. But for me, I would never care about something that small.
I think that, I don't know. I think it's really strange to hear this, but like when you say that you're cool with like your girlfriend like flirting with somebody, like I think, like I guess we have to define what the fuck flirting is, because I'll compliment. I have no problem complimenting men. Like I'll like say like, you know, I don't know, like I was on a panel with someone, like I like the way you carry yourself, or somebody was like fit. I was like, oh, you're pretty fit. Like you take care of yourself, X, Y, Z. I think that's like the context when it was like me just giving him credit where it was due to the conversation. But it wasn't like me flirting with him. Like guys would be like, "Hey, girl, you're beautiful," and then waiting for me to reply to be like, "Oh, thanks." Like, "Yeah, you free Saturday night or some shit." Like, there's context behind that because he wants to like, you know, like hang out with me or something like that. So when your girlfriend's flirting with a guy, isn't that like opening a door to like him possibly wanting to hang out with her beyond like, you know, just being friends or whatever?
Sure, but it's again, I know that I have the restraint to like compliment a girl, and then maybe she thinks I like her, and so now if she wants to hang out with me, I know I'm going to be like, yeah, no, I'm not, like, I'm dating somebody, I'm not interested, right? I know like for certain that that's just always going to be the way that I am and the way that I engage with people. And so I assume the same from other people. And it seems to be a mistake pretty consistently from me to assume that same thing from other people. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, because like you named earlier how you said that men and women have different priorities in a relationship or when they're looking for a relationship. So I think like by you saying that and then by you kind of hoping that she would probably see it from your perspective as if you guys have the same priorities, where like you're able to compartmentalize and say like I'm just like complimenting or flirting. This is like a momentarily thing and I don't take it with me beyond this experience or this moment. But like with women, because I would have to say we prioritize like our feelings and our emotions first with how we feel, how we, you know, at that moment. It kind of like, okay, and then we start comparing, and if I'm correct, but like, I believe most women, like with me, if I'm able to sit here and like compliment a guy and flirt with him and go beyond whatever the fuck it is, I'm probably lacking that in my personal relationship because like my emotions are already tied to him. And the fact that I'm able to sit here with another guy, I would feel completely guilty doing that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, she literally calls me like crying that that this happened because she felt guilty about it, and I was totally like, she's sitting there crying about it. I'm kind of laughing. I'm like, I don't care. I don't give a crap. Like, why are you telling me this? Like, I don't. That's fine. Like,
okay, I'm gonna say something that sounds almost racist, but most of my white friends are like.
Well, so I think you're actually like making a good point though, because I think flirting for women is more of like an emotional interaction for them. And for me, like if I'm flirting with a girl, it's just fun to flirt with girls. Like it's just, it's not, it doesn't mean something's lacking. It doesn't mean that I'm looking for something else. It doesn't mean that I actually have some sort of interest in her. But for a girl, getting flirted with and her enjoying it could actually lead to her being attracted to this guy and wanting something more with him. And I think that, like you said, like guys may be able to compartmentalize those interactions a little bit better. And so because I know that's how I think and that's how I engage, I just assume that's the way that other people think and other people engage. And I've been proven wrong on this many times in many relationships over and over, that I am too trusting of these sorts of things. And then on top of that, I've literally had girls like so I had one girl who told me that other guys were flirting with her, and same thing. I was just like, yeah, I don't care. A little while later, she cheats on me, and I break up with her, and I was like, I don't know what the hell's wrong with you. Like, why would you do this? And she's like, I told you that other guys were flirting with me, and you didn't even care. So you don't even like me. Like, you just don't like me at all. And so I'm not gonna stay in a relationship with somebody who doesn't even like me. And I was like, I do like you. What are you talking about? Like, I don't know why you're making such a big deal about this. Like, I just don't care if guys flirt with you, but they wanted me to be jealous to make them feel wanted. Like, I need to be jealous to make them feel wanted by me.
So you know what's funny? I believe it or not, I actually agree. I love the way you are because that's exactly how my man is right now. But I think it only got there because we both know that there's like healthy, like you said, like the urge isn't there. We could if you wanted to, but the urge isn't there. But most people, I believe, are very insecure in their relationships. So the constant need of like, you know, reassurance is always going to be there. Where like, if you're not giving me the attention this person is, like something's off. And I think like if the relationship is secure, you seem like you're pretty secure with yourself. But I think like most girls are probably still trying to figure out why her man doesn't give a shit that other guys are coming at her. And like with me and him, like I have constant because I am online, he isn't online. I'm always like talking about these things, and I with him, he's always been like, I just want to know that you know how men think. Now that I know you know how men think, there's no like, oh, you're gonna get tricked or some shit, or like fooled into thinking that this is a friendship when they're trying to get in your pants. He's like, before, he was like, I was like overly protective and jealous. He's like, because it's not because I was like worried that we're talking to you. It's more so the fact like I know you're working on, you're passionate about it, but like it could easily come off as like you're being kind and this guy has a hidden agenda. And but because we're both open and aware with everything now, and I'm always like, I'll tell him like a conversation with like me and you, for example, and then I'll like break down the psyche, what I believe you're thinking, and whatever I think I'm talking to you about. And he's like, okay, that's accurate of how a man would think. Cool, check, done. We don't have to worry. So I don't worry, but I think most girls don't focus on the communication in the relationship enough to understand like it's not that the guy doesn't care. He doesn't want to spend his days being jealous. It's kind of a lot of work and it's fucking annoying. And the mental, you know, gymnastic shit is like, it's just not it. Like we're getting too old for that.
Sure. So after that, that's kind of like one of the reasons I'm just not interested in relationships anymore, is because I think part of what I realized is that there, I don't know if this is like actually a lot of women are capable of what it is that I want. So like in my head, I think, well, I don't want to be with a woman that I can't trust. And so like, I should be able to trust you to flirt with other guys and then not like never go past that. But I don't know if humans are actually capable of those sorts of interactions a lot of times without gaining feelings, like without it starting to build something within them. Even if they love you and that trust is there, that doesn't mean that this other interaction just isn't going to have any sort of effect on them. The ways that people engage with you can just kind of change the way that you think about them and the way that you interact with them. And so I started to feel like it's got to be like incumbent upon me to actually be jealous or at least act like I'm jealous, so that there are healthy boundaries on these relationships, so that because it like it's hard to think like, okay, this is gonna sound super stupid, but
it's okay.
You can be in a relationship and then afterwards like they cheat, you break up, you're not together anymore, okay, and you think, okay, they're a piece of shit, but maybe if I had like had stricter boundaries on this relationship, they never would have become that piece of shit, and the things could have worked out just fine for us, right? They need a certain type of relationship for them to feel secure, and for that to like, they need those boundaries, they need them, and if I don't give that to them, then they're just going to find somebody else who does have that boundary, so that they don't ever end up wandering off. And that this isn't like whether or not they're a piece of shit or not. This is more just about like human psyche, the way that we feel, the way that like hormones work, the way that just the way that we engage with people. And yeah, for me, I think, well, I just know I would never do this stuff. I just know this. Like, I just know for a fact, like, it's just not something that I've ever been interested in, and being tempted has never affected me whatsoever. But expecting others to be like me and think like me is probably, I might be a little weird in this area.
So I don't think you're weird in that sense. I think that the hardest part is that's where like sometimes I try to lean. Like I the red pill stuff sort of resonates with me in that sense where it's like a guy has to lead. In a sense where leading understanding like with the way that female nature, how we are, I think like understanding, like you said, you have to set up that stricter boundaries with women, not because you want to, because you realize that's what you kind of have to do to keep these relationships.
Mhm.
That's why some of the red pill shit works, but then it becomes an unhealthy environment because they try to use it to manipulate women. But in your case, it's like because you know that's what it takes to kind of keep. It's almost like dangling the toy in front of the child. Like it's just to keep the child entertained. And it's unfortunate, but I think like when you create that safe space for the woman, she starts looking around like, holy crap, like I'm at peace, I'm happy, I'm in love. And then she grows from that. And I think like that's kind of how my relationship was. I know I keep talking about my relationship, but it's the only fucking format I have that seems to be
Sure,
working out.
I'm giving my relationships as examples as well, so yeah.
Okay. So I think like I've noticed like it started off with him essentially leading, I would have to say, with that format of like, you know, he's kind of like you, where it's like he wants to be left the fuck alone. But if there's gonna be someone there, he'd rather that person be also independent. But at the same time, he's like, but I kind of like this part. He's like, he's always said like, if it wasn't for a fact I'm a man and like men need pussy, he was like, I probably would have never fucking been in a relationship. Is what he says all the time. And then like after understanding that, he like kind of grew to have more like empathy for women and understood like how we complement each other. And then from there on, it was more so like those rules were like there in the boundaries because I knew he's an asshole. He used to be the biggest asshole, the biggest whore. I was like, I don't even know how I even got here with him. But because I knew he could be like that dick, I like wanted to like be in this relationship with him because I was like, no, I want you to be nice to me, but like keep the asshole face for everyone else. Which I think essentially you hear girls say that all the time.
Mhm.
Because I know that he had what it took to be like confident with everything he did. And I was like, that's cool. I like that. And assertive. So I think that by being that, it's not that you have to be an asshole. But I think like women would kind of stick around in a sense where it's like, damn, like Tom doesn't have a soft spot for anybody, but he does for me.
Yes.
And
No, I've
I think
literally talked about this many times that like that because I was the bad boy guy, right? Like I was like the guy with a criminal history and like did all this other crazy stuff, got into fights a ton. And I've talked about the fact that it seems like women a lot of times they like that like you're I forget who somebody says something like I don't damn it, I don't remember what it is. It's something like, you know, you know how to use a sword, but it's always sheathed around her or something like that, or like they want you to like be kind of like so I had a girlfriend who told me, she's like, something about like your friends telling me about you getting in fights when you guys were younger like just turns me on. She's like, I love hearing these stories. But also, I think if I ever saw you get in a fight, I would be afraid of you. But she's like, I like hearing about this stuff and then knowing that you're just this like super sweet, caring guy with me. But they all know you as this like crazy freaking beast that just runs around beating people up. She's like, I just, something about this I like about it. And I think that that's like one of the things that that attract women to like the bad boy stereotype is that, yeah, like they are like the special one that is damn it, what's the like a Beauty and the Beast sort of thing.
I think it's like the confidence in the assertive, like in your own life, and then the fact that you're able to like lead that. Because I think like I've always mentioned like the way that women and men are when it comes to like trauma. Women don't mind going through trauma if there's somebody to go through trauma with her. Like she wants to feel like, all right, I'm suffering. Can you suffer with me so it's not as bad? And like with men, generally, they don't like suffering, but they have to. They rather suffer alone and then come out like they fix the problem on their own. They don't want to like project it or inflict it onto the people around them that they love, or even let them know they're going through it. And like that's one thing that I've had to learn about him and me the younger me was like, I want to go through shit with somebody, so at least I know like I'm not the only one going through this. It's like the community mind, the way like the Me Too movement works. There's always like women in cults trying to like make each other feel better, and then with men, it's more so like pat each other's chest and we talk about how we're fine and we move the fuck on and we cope through fucking punching a hole or some shit. So it's like it's very different, and I think that if people recognize that, maybe we'd understand that we're just not the same. We're not the same.
I had a debate with Destiny a while ago about like how much of the ways that men and women engage is actually like some sort of like biological difference between the two of us, and he just seems to think that it's like almost none, like in the ways of like what we're in the ways that like we communicate or don't communicate, the ways that we talk about feelings or don't talk about feelings, the ways that we like have conversations, or all of these things, like what we care about, what we prioritize, what our goals are. Like, yeah, he just doesn't seem to think that there's much of a difference between any of that. But we do know that there's, in practice, there's a massive difference. Like, there's a big gap between the way that men think, the way that they prioritize things, the like goals in conversations, the way that they process information, like what they're looking for in a conversation. They're all very, very different. And I guess regardless of whether or not they're biological or not, when you say, we just need to recognize that we're all different, lots of lefties hear this and they think, no, we don't. No, we just need to tell men to stop doing that. Like, we just need to tell them to stop being that way. And because that's toxic masculinity. And so they just need to kind of stop all of that crap. Stop being this way. Stop acting like that. Stop punching holes in walls. Stop coping. Like, just share your feelings. Just talk about them more. So yeah, it's like that seems to be where most of these conversations end up going when they talk about that sort of stuff. It's like, what if men and women are different in those areas?
Well, I think that when I say that we're different, it goes back to how you said we're different, but we're the same. I think like the priorities and how we handle situations makes us different. Like, like I think that we're all born with the same set of traits, I'd have to say. We just don't have the priority or the luxury to lead with certain traits. So it's like when people say that men are like logical and women are emotional, it's not that women don't have logic. We just we lead with our emotions first before we think about the logic. And then with men, it's not that you don't have emotions. You have to lead with the logics before you could tap into how you feel. It's like, all right, you have to solve the situation before you can talk about how fucking stressed you were. And then with women, before we solve the we're talking about how stressed we are. And it's like, all right, let's figure out the solution first. And, I think that we're kind of same and different in that way. But I didn't even know Destiny felt that way, that like, most people are like kind of the same. I also don't engage with too many people that are like super lefty-ish, so I don't really know exactly, because it's hard for me to get through them. Like for most people, they're like, we're exactly the same, but then they say like men should stop punching holes in the wall, and I'm just like, but you gotta start creating spaces for men to talk. Like if you're in a relationship with somebody, they should feel comfortable to want to tell you like, hey, I'm having a really shitty day today. This is what I'm going to do to cope through this. Support this shit or not. Or else I'm going to keep punching holes in the wall, and the one day I'm going to punch a hole in your face. That's how these things fucking escalate, but no one ever talks about it. They just think people just want to be violent. I'm like, no, it's something that people continuously get ignored, and it's like the gaslighting. Like, I see the gaslighting thing constantly with like people on these panels, like stranger to stranger, and you can only imagine how they are in their personal life because they don't know how to control their feelings.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, this is just like another thing that I figured out about myself that's maybe a problem within relationships, is that I'm always thought of as a very like even-keeled person, very like stoic a lot of the times. But if I choose to be emotional and choose to talk about my feelings and something like that, even if they say they want me to do that, after a long period of time of them never seeing that, all of the sudden, when they get that, I look very different to them now. Like, and I can tell every time this has ever happened in a relationship, I don't think that they're like choosing to look at me different. I just think that that's just what happens. Like, they see a different part of you that they didn't know about before, and it just like it just changes the way that they think about you, and that can be very annoying. Is that like it's like they start to wonder, like, okay, I didn't think like anything bugged him that way. So now, what all does make him emotional? Like, what all does actually make him tick? What all does make him, you know, think this way or get upset, and I just never know about it or something like that. And so, like, it makes lots of guys just like afraid to ever be emotional or ever talk about their feelings or any of those things, because then it makes the other person second guess them all the time.
Yeah. I think like if people kind of focus on themselves in a sense where like with my man, I think like for the most part I've noticed with him, he never expressed a lot of things, but he verbally, but he always showed it. Sorry. He always showed it, and it always bothered me because I would kind of tiptoe around the situation. And then one day I just like, can we just explain what the fuck this means? Because this really irritates me. And I think like, fuck, I lost my train of thought. Oh, damn it. I don't know. My freaking phone is about to go off. But anyways, I think that learning the boundaries with each other was a key point for everything, because people don't ask enough questions and we don't create that space for each other, and then we get shy and get weird. And I think as long as we learned the value of each other, like if the value of not wanting to lose somebody, I think changes how much you want to solve the problem. Is that weird to say that? Like, I don't know, for you don't really care about losing your girlfriend, so that's kind of hard. But like, it's not that I don't care about.
Did you say that about me?
No, wait, maybe I understood that wrong.
Okay, yeah, that
maybe
was
you
not
don't
what I was
know,
saying.
but you do care? No.
Yeah, no, I wasn't saying I don't care. I care a lot. Like, when they eventually cheat on me, or if they want to break up with me, yes, I get very upset about it. Like, the last time, so I say like I haven't been in another relationship. Like, I went through like over a year-long depression after the last breakup. Like, it was like it literally just broke the inside of my brain. Like, I didn't think the same for a long time. I changed as a human drastically. The way that I communicate, the way that I do everything just changed so much. Like, I became like a different person overnight. So yeah, no, I care a lot. It's like the flirting and stuff. Like I was saying, I trust them to just not like end up being with somebody else, and that they'll still want to be with me at the end of the day. But I do care if they end up not being with me afterwards. Yeah.
Okay, well that makes some sense. Okay, so you just don't really feel like you have to put a lot of like pressure onto the relationship. Like, it should just be like a healthy amount of effort to want to be there. Is what you're saying? Like, some people feel like they have to have a leash on the relationship for it to last, and you're like, no, that's not happening here.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying is, yeah, I don't want to have to do that. I don't want to have to like pretend to be jealous to help them with those boundaries, because I don't need those boundaries. I don't need those boundaries. And if somebody puts those boundaries on me, that's fine. I don't care. Like, they can say like, hey, I don't want you flirting with other girls. I don't want you liking other girls' Instagram photos. I don't want you having other girls on like your podcast and flirting with them or something like that, right? That's fine. I don't mind that at all. If that's how they feel, like, I want to make them feel secure and feel safe, and so I'm happy to do that. But I'm not going to ask that of them, because I don't care about that stuff. Like, that's not something I care about. But I started to realize that I probably have to care. I have to start caring about those things, because every relationship seems to go the same way, where they like, we break up and it's something about like, yeah, you just didn't seem to like me very much. You didn't seem to care if other guys were flirting with me. You didn't seem to care if I flirted with other guys. You didn't seem to care if I was like saying I'm going out with a guy friend or something. Like, you just never seemed to care. And so it was just obvious that you didn't actually like me. And every time I'm like, no, I did like you. Like, I did a lot. Like, I liked you a lot. I just assumed you liked me as much as I liked you, and that you just wouldn't do anything, because I feel like we should trust each other in these sorts of scenarios. But yeah, I think that might be an unrealistic expectation.
Is there a line that crosses that could be like disrespectful? Or no?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I've talked about this a bunch. Like, I think that there's like lots of things that I expect to be intimate within a relationship of mine. So like, if she wanted to create an OnlyFans or something like that, I would not be okay with that. Like, if she sent like sexy photos of herself to another guy, even just in a bikini or something like that. Yeah, I would not be okay with that. Like when it comes to things that I expect to be intimate for us, just between the two of us, then yeah, like I'm gonna have issues with those things, more so based on the boundaries that I want on a relationship and what I expect to be special for us. Because if I allow all of those things with everybody else, there is literally nothing special about this whatsoever. There's nothing different about this. There's no reason why we shouldn't just be in an open relationship at that point. But there are a ton of things that I want to be intimate just between the two of us. It's just some of the lighter things that don't seem to matter so much. Things like flirting or complimenting somebody or hanging out with a guy who's just a friend or something like that. Yeah, those things I don't care so much about.
But do you think like it's the type of girls that maybe you're dating, or do you have like a consistent pattern of the type of girls? Because it sounds like you probably get along with someone that's like closer to your age than someone who's like 10 years younger who probably needs like a lot of attention and like a lot of
the only time I ever dated somebody that much younger than me was just that one time. Every other girl that I've ever dated has been within 2 years of my age. So yeah.
And you had the same problems with their emotions, like being super like, maybe it's because you don't like being touched when you're like down.
Well, so do you know there's a meme that I love, crazy chicks, okay? And it's somewhat true that like I like girls who are just a little bit more like edgy and out there and make things interesting. And there's a short of me talking about like being in a relationship where the girl, we never fought, we never yelled at each other, we never had like any problems whatsoever. And for me, I started talking to like other people and I'm just like, I don't know, man, like everything seems to be perfect, but like she just like nothing ever happens. Like it seems like there's this like passion that's just missing there, where she's just not crazy enough or something. Like if she was just like, if I could just wake up once in a while and find out that she like smashed my car window because she had a dream that I slept with another woman, like that would be awesome. Like that would be so much better. Like it was just like just once in a blue moon, just like not too much to ask for, just like
No, because the blowjob after a hard day won't cut it, but breaking my car window just to prove to me that you love me will work out. Tom,
not to prove to me that you love me. No, I'm just saying, just like that. So when you're doing drugs, it like, and all the other girls that you're dating are like addicts and crap, like they're freaking out there, right? And that's what I got used to. That's what, like, those are the types of girls that I got used to. And so then all of a sudden, when I'm in a normal relationship with a girl who's not like that, who's never done drugs, never smoked a cigarette, never any of these things, never drank alcohol, like out of nowhere, I'm like, you know, it's just kind of, it was a little bit different, and I got used to it and it was better. And like, I enjoyed the relationship and it was fine. But there is something about that. Like I used to talk about Miley Cyrus. Like I remember one day I was walking past the TV, my mom and dad were sitting and watching that there's this new special on MTV with Miley Cyrus where she's like twerking all over the place, and they're like, what is this? Like this girl's freaking crazy. And I was like, she is, but I don't know, there's something I like about that. And my dad was like, really? And I was like, yeah, like father, like son, right, Dad? And my mom was like, wait, what is that supposed to mean? And I was like, oh, my bad, I didn't know you were there. Like, but I think that Miley Cyrus being loopy is like something that's just a little attractive about her. Like I don't know what it is.
Oh, you do like the unhinged girls. Okay, so how did you get into wait, you were into drugs. What kind of drugs were you into?
I was a heroin addict.
At what age?
So I started doing opiates at 15, and then I got clean, I want to say 19. Like when I got arrested, I think I was 19 and was locked up for long enough to where I was able to stay clean after that.
how'd you even get onto that?
I got a bunch of surgeries in a row when I was younger. I was out of school for literally an entire year and then got addicted to my medications. And after I healed, I still liked them and kept asking for refills. And when they stopped giving them to me, then I just went and found them other places. And it happened to be like the opiate crisis. This was like before I'd never even heard of opiates being addictive or anything. Like pain medication, like to me, that's stuff that you get on the streets. That's not stuff you get from your doctors, right? Like it wasn't very well known that opiates were even addictive. And so it just didn't seem like I was even doing anything wrong to keep taking pain medication. I just didn't know why I was taking it. And then, yeah, eventually started moving on to harder and harder things over time and started shooting up heroin.
What age were you doing heroin at?
Probably 17, I think.
Till what age?
I got clean around 19, so.
Oh, okay. So it was all in your teens.
Yeah. So yeah, when I got locked up in 19 and then been clean ever since, but I do still take like a Suboxone thing that is meant to like cure cravings, but I take it because I have knee problems. So yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Did you go to prison? Someone say you went to prison?
Yeah, I went to a PDC. Like it's a state facility where it's like they do it like military style, and you have to like march and like shine your shoes and all sorts of crap.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. So we definitely need you a crazy girl. A girl with the unhinged bipolar. Maybe like a Harley Quinn type of girl?
I mean, I like good girls. Just good girls who are a little twisted. I don't know. Like I don't know how to explain it better than that, but I say that. Okay, so look, I say that. That's not what I'm looking for, right? It's not what I'm looking for. It just so happens that I am attracted to that, but that's not what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for somebody who's a little twisted. Like that's not something that's on my priority list whatsoever. It just so happens to be attractive. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
Okay. So wait, so I think essentially what it would be a girl who is a reformed, like just unhinged girl. I think that's the only way that probably worked.
Well, so
like
we
would
when I was in high school, I like every girl that I dated was a cheerleader, right? Like I like the very like girly pixie type girls, and they were all like church girls, like the good girls, you know, sort of thing. But then when I started getting into drugs harder and harder, it was the same girls, just they were doing drugs too. And so yeah, there's like this weird mix of like, you know, that problem with them being these, you know, very like blonde-haired, blue-eyed, you know, cheerleader, bubbly type girls who go to church and you know, all of that crap, but happen to be hanging out with a bunch of drug addicts. So.
I don't know. I think like and weird as crazy it may sound, it kind of makes sense because I think everybody kind of likes that. Like I don't even know what the word would be. Like the shock factor. I guess like
yeah, it's like a taboo.
Excuse me?
A taboo.
Yeah, I think that's what it is because I don't know, like maybe like that's part of why like women, this is unfortunate, but like why they say like women usually neglect the good guys because like the good guys are like just, you know, just good guys. And I think like sometimes they chase after the bad guys because they like the confidence, they like the, I don't know, like the recklessness and the assertiveness and the taboo-ness of being with the bad guy. And I think, and I could be wrong, but like with the red pill guys, like when they get with these like virgins and these goody girls, there's a reason why they like cheat on them with like the super promiscuous girls because it's like they like the idea of how these girls present themselves because they can't get it all in one. They feel the need to have like multiple girls with all these split personalities that they want to mash into one. which is probably why they have all these thruples and these threesomes, just to like, oh my god, they're all in one room, all my personalities, all my Pokemons are here, and that's probably how they feel. So.
You know the Cake song? Do you know who Cake is? Sorry, my throat is. They have this song. I think they say, I want a girl with a short skirt and a long jacket. And they're kind of saying, like, you know, she's wearing something sexy, but she's also completely covered up. And I think that is kind of like a lot of times what I'm looking for is this girl who presents herself as like the good, you know, clean cut girl who's got it all together and is just very bubbly and happy all the time, but is also like, yeah, she's also like very aggressive and like sexy and, you know, does all of the other stuff as well. And so it's kind of like these contradictions that you want at the same time that are unlikely to happen within the same person. And so yeah, that's yeah.
But I always feel like those are the type of relationships like I think that people have to like cultivate and harvest, you know, within like two people. I don't think anyone's ever gonna meet someone and just be that way. I highly don't believe that because I know I'm this way now because my relationship got really good. Like you said earlier, like I've changed a lot. Like I was such like a hoodlum for so long, and it was like my identity, and it was so normal. It was the only thing that I led with, and it closed a lot of doors for me with the way that people interact with me, and like with the way that I am now, it seems like everyone's just like, you seem like you're like what like the way Flacco was like Angela has a track what she's a blah 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 because I like the fact that people don't expect my background because it creates a more of like a welcoming, like they're more nicer to me and they don't expect me to like start roasting them and stuff. Because like I started roasting like Tomassi and all these other people because I was like, I could take it there if I really fucking need to. I just don't want to. I don't need to. But I do recognize that that's like one tool that I have that most people don't have. But it's actually like really fun. And even my man's like that because he looks like a complete asshole. But he's so sweet now because he was learned like he doesn't have to walk around in defense mode. So I think that like, if when you meet someone that can bring that out of you and you can recognize like you don't have to like lead with that, it's different.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe you have to start hugging the girls even when you're having a bad day because maybe you'll bring that out of the crazy girls and she'll probably lead with her little turtlenecks. So I was like, all right, I'm thinking about it.
Well, I don't know, like I never had trouble with that. Like if a girl's like having a bad day, I was always very good at like talking them down and like getting them calm and getting them into a better mood and like that. Yeah, that's not something that I ever had
like
issues
one
with.
way. I think like they want to know if they have any impact into your life as opposed to you're able to impact their life. I think like women are used to that, if I'm not mistaken. But like you know how like not to be all weird, but like you've noticed how like women get like a kick out of like men making noises like intimately or like men being vulnerable because women want to know like do I have any impact in your life at all? Like or do you have any feelings to them? Like that's they view it as like if you have impact on me, I'm being vulnerable. But like if I don't have any impact on you and you're not being vulnerable, then maybe you really don't give a shit about me.
Well,
so I think that's maybe
that goes back to like what we were talking about earlier, where if I come home and I'm super tired and I just want to be like I just want to chill with you and just hang out. If you can't just like turn me on just like this, or you do, but I still don't want to do anything, that can be like very damaging to like their ego of like, you know, I want to be the girl who can just, you know, make him go at any time just because I'm that chick. And I think that like, yeah, that can kind of hurt when you're still like, nah, dude, not feeling it, like not happening. And at the time, I never looked at it that way. At the time, I never thought like that this is like hurting them at all. I just thought like, yeah, they're horny. I'm freaking not feeling it. Like, so they just got to chill. But I never thought of it as like anything deeper than that. And so I think that that's like, yeah, it's something that can kind of make them feel like, yeah, you don't put them on the pedestal that they hoped you did.
Yeah, it's a big knock to the ego. It's like for people. Like did you see how Sneako's ex-girlfriend, Rumble wifey girl, like how she looked when he was dating her, and then like once they broke up, how she like kind of changed her looks. Did you see that?
You're talking about with Lauren?
Sort of, yeah, yeah. Like
So,
the chick
because
that was
Lauren was calling her out for wearing like a, she said that she'd
Yes.
never dressed that way. She said that's the first time she's ever dressed that way. I think it was Xena is her name. She said Xena dressed her that day and that she's literally never worn clothes like that before and she probably won't ever again. And that was just like a one-time thing. So I didn't see this, but I know from what Lauren was showing me when she was on here that that's like the conversation that they were having.
Yeah, but it all came from like, the only reason why she had changed it was because Nico was there. So it's like a lot of these girls would like start off with like being everything that the guy says they want, and then when they don't feel like, you heard of the 80-20 rule where like you have 80% of the relationship, it's like cool, but there's still that 20% that's like super potent. And when that 20% isn't being extracted in the relationship, people look elsewhere. So when that girl was dating him and he says like, "Oh, I love you, I take you seriously," but then he's like fucking some super promiscuous like thottery chick that looks absolutely nothing like her, she's gonna go and like start emulating how that girl looks, which is essentially what happens to most people because they feel a big blow to the ego, and it's like maybe he doesn't really like me for this like turtleneck church loving girl that I am. So yeah, Tom's gonna start tapping into his vulnerable side even when he's having a brutal day now.
Yeah, maybe. Like I like with every girl that I've ever been with, they've always said things like, "Oh, you just seem to understand women, and you like, you know, this always makes me feel like, you know, you get me," and but it there were so many other things that like lots of people would consider very important that like I'm a messy person. I don't clean up after myself very well. I'm not always like the most punctual. I can be kind of like a pain in the butt a lot of times. But there were other things that I felt like I had a grasp on to where like that's what mattered to them and that's what they would care about. And like all these other things were just kind of like they weren't going to care that I'm just kind of a mess sometimes because they felt like I got them and we had this like cool connection. But there's so many other things that like as I get older, the more and more I start to realize like, yeah, I guess I was good at making them think I got them, but I didn't. Like I thought I got them and they thought I got them, but it's pretty obvious after a while that I just didn't get them. I didn't understand what I was doing. And again, this is why I just kind of don't do relationships anymore. So
Do you think like you're the same person you were like today that you were like 2 years ago, 5 years ago? Like, are you still the
Not
same
at all.
person? Do you look like the same thing?
what was the last question?
It's still the same thing. Like, do you think that you're the same person? Do you look for the same things?
As far as what I'm attracted to, yes. But also no, not at all. So like I was just talking about this right before you came on. 3 years ago when I first like started my show, I didn't even believe in like evolution. I didn't think it was a thing and I didn't understand it, never even looked into it, never thought it was worth looking into. I was like hyper transphobic, pretty sexist and misogynistic. I was very far right. I was pretty racist and like those things just in my beliefs were all very different. The like type of girl that I was looking for was going to be like the last girl that I dated, she was like moving towards some sort of pagan religion. And I like when we first started talking, and I remember telling her like, I will never date a pagan. Like that will never happen. Like you got to be a Christian. I will never ever date a pagan girl. Like that's just not possible. But today, like, yeah, I wouldn't care if I dated a pagan girl. Like that doesn't make a difference to me. And even being religious is probably even like points off, and that I wouldn't want to be with a religious person. but like after, so I talk about like I was always like very even keeled and like very just kind of always the same person, always, you know, chill. Like I yell a lot on here, but that's like mostly like over exaggerated emotions. Like I don't ever yell anywhere else in my life. Like nobody has ever heard me yell. People see me on here and they're like, bro, what the hell? Like that's the only difference between me here and me anywhere else, is that I just happen to be a lot more animated here than I am anywhere else. But overall, like most people, when they talk about me, the first word that they use, like if like job, like past bosses, past girlfriends, family members, the first word they always use is like, he's very even keeled. And so once I went through a depression that I didn't even think was possible, I didn't think my brain could be depressed. I didn't think that was a thing that I could ever go through, because I was just so stable, so comfortable, so like had it all together so much. I did not think it was possible for me to ever be depressed. And once I went through that, yes, my brain changed dramatically, like just so dramatically. The way that I think, the way that I talk, the way that I interact with people, it's all just insanely different now. I have become a totally different person.
Did you go through the depression by yourself? Did you go through it with somebody?
What does that mean?
Like, did you pull yourself out of this funk? Like, I think some people get into the depression and like it becomes like the red pill guys. It becomes their whole identity. Some of them don't get out of it. Like I think, like with mine, he went through depression during like COVID, like on the finding his last reason to be alive. And I think like he went through that. I saw it, I witnessed it, and I was like, holy shit! Like that's like the first time I really realized, like to the core, the cycle of men really go into depression where they don't speak about like how they feel. They don't know how to communicate it. They're not, you know, taught that they can. So I'm curious as to like, did you go through that by yourself? Like, did your family know that you went through it? Did you were dating somebody? Like, how did that come about?
Yeah, no, so I went through a breakup, and normally breakups are like pretty easy. Like I don't want to say easy, but I would take like a month or two and then I'd be fine and wouldn't think too much about it. This one, like, it wasn't even like I wanted to be with the person at all. Like, I didn't want to be with them. I freaking hated their guts. But there's this thing my sister told me about a while ago, where she was going through like some sort of psychology class, where she says that when your brain is like giving you a lot of dopamine and you're like on a high, and then all of a sudden very quickly you go on a hardcore low, your brain goes into shock, and it like you actually have trouble getting back to some sort of like even medium. And it felt like that's what happened, where like me and this person were talking about getting married, talking about like spending, you know, having kids, all of this stuff for a long period of time. We had goals, we had things that we were trying to accomplish, and then we had just achieved all of these goals. And I like went and bought a ring, and I was like looking for apartments, and I had like so much stuff planned. Like my computer was full of like things that I had already like gotten ready, and I wanted to like show her like I've made like all of this effort, and I've already like done all this freaking crap. And then like, yeah, like 2 weeks before, my mom's coming and she was really close with her too, and was come tell me like, yeah, I was hanging out with her all day the other day, and she's saying she thinks you're going to propose soon. She just can't wait to be married to you and all this crap. And I'm like, yes, like this is happening. This is going to be awesome. And then, yeah, out of nowhere, she just calls me. It's like, hey, I'm breaking up with you. Like, I don't want to be with you anymore. And it's like in the middle of a podcast too, which was weird. But like, yeah, my brain just broke in that moment. Like it I just snapped, and I have not been the same person since. And so the like range of emotions that I like didn't think I had in me, that came out. I remember her telling me like at one point, we talked a couple days later, she's like, I didn't even know like you had feelings. Like this is kind of weird to like hear you talk this way. And And so yeah, like no, I had people that kind of knew how hard this was on me, but I didn't talk to people about it, and I didn't really like have conversations about it. I didn't really engage
Wait.
with people on it.
Did she do this to see if you had emotions, or like did she actually not? Like, what was?
Who knows? I can't tell you. I couldn't tell you what the hell happened.
Wait, so do you still not? Do y'all still hate each other?
We haven't talked. She out of nowhere just kind of like blocked me everywhere, and it seemed like really weird the way that things were going. But yeah, she just blocked me everywhere, and then at one point just unblocked me everywhere and just didn't really say anything. So we haven't really talked, but there was never like, yeah, like it never felt like there was like closure there or anything. And the amount of like effort, time, money that all just kind of went down the drain and disappeared. Not only that, I had saved up like a ton of money for like weddings and like, you know, new place and all new furniture, all of this crap. I threw it all into the garbage, like over $15,000. Just like I started like sending insane donations on Twitch and just throwing money at like donating things to any little thing that I could just to get rid of the money, because I just like it felt like I shouldn't have it anymore and I didn't want it. And I just started like the ring, $3,000, threw it into a river that freaking night. Just like, yeah, so many, I lost it. I was gone. So yeah. Yeah. It went on for over a year. Like I was not motivated. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't care about things or people or like anything like that. It went on for well over a year. And like I said, it wasn't like I wanted to be with that person because I hated that person's guts. I just don't like, I think I just went into shock and couldn't find my way back.
If you had to go back to that relationship, is there anything you would change on your part? We're gonna take out her part. I'm not saying she's right, but like, would you change the way that you were in anything in that, or do you just feel like you did everything?
Yeah, it's kind of like what I was talking about earlier. Is there are, I feel like I maybe expect too much of the other person, and where I expect them to be like me, and that that's not actually even like an expectation that I should have, and that I should have more boundaries on the relationship, not just to protect myself, but to protect them as well. And that like to make them feel like I care more, and to, yeah, and to just like make them feel like, yeah, more secure and safe. And I think that there's like, for me, it was just about jealousy that I didn't have. And looking back at it, that's not how I should have been looking at it, but that's how I looked at it in every relationship is, well, I'm just not jealous. So like, do whatever the hell you want. And then that would screw me over in the end. But I would just think, okay, well, they're a freaking slut. So like, whatever, and then just move on. And then the same thing happened over and over. And so, yeah, now I look back and I'm like, okay, I think probably I should at least start to care or act like I care about these things, because there's a bigger problem there.
Oh, okay. I see. That makes sense.
Like, I think that it could be healthy for the other person to have boundaries on them, right? So like when I go to a job, lots of times when I'm my own boss, I don't like it. I feel like I need like timelines and somebody telling me like, you got to go and you got to get moving and crap like that. And I think that that's healthy for me. That's better for me. And so I think sometimes for people in a relationship, that's just better for them. Like they can be a better version of themselves with those boundaries and with somebody pushing them. And I think that that's probably something that I should have considered much earlier in my life, is that is something that some people just need, and that's better for them. And that's something that I should think about more.
Oh, Okay, but how did you not turn into like a negative Nancy and just think like all women are hoes and like women are shitty? Like, how did that not happen after?
I don't know. I don't know how I didn't become somebody else. I don't know.
Really? Like, you did at one point you just go like dark and it was just like, oh, women all fucking suck. Like the red pill guys are, where they just like have like two terrible dating experiences and then just like decide not to go down. Well, they decide to go down the dark road. But like, how are you able to like assess that? Like, maybe I am the fucking problem. Like, did you ever think about that or no? Or are you just like taking accountability for everything else that happens in your life? Is that just like a thing that you do?
I don't know. I don't know. I that might be a little bit too simplistic. But because I don't think it's one or the other. Like, again, I know that I'm not going to have problems if somebody's not jealous, if they don't put those boundaries on me. I know I'm not going to have that issue. So it still seems like it's somewhat of a character flaw for the other person. It's just probably one that I should expect and that I should see coming, or that is probably very common, that that is just a like very normal for somebody, especially for women, like where we talked about like just simple things like flirting is going to be a lot more of an emotional connection for them, where for me, like it's just fun banter, like and so yeah, I think that it's more so seeing where I could be better, seeing where I could improve, and then just trying to improve that. I can't improve that other person. I can't fix them. And so
No.
I can only like find the areas that I screwed up in and try to be better there.
Oh, okay. Wait, do you have a type, like, as far as like race? You don't care race. I feel like you do well with like a toxic, like Puerto Rican chick or some shit.
Almost every girl I date is like the Aryan look of blonde hair, blue eyes type
Really?
girl. Yep.
Okay.
Fair
Interesting.
skin, big butt.
You're a butt guy?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. That's cool. This is like a cool little venting session. We found a lot about Tom today.
Well, that
I don't know.
like I don't think I don't think I ever like made that decision either. Cause like I said, I think that just playing football and basketball, I ended up just dating a lot of cheerleaders, and that just happened to be the people that I was dating, and that just happened to be what I became attracted to most. But I've dated black girls, I've dated like girls that weren't white. It's just the most common theme seems to be, yeah, the fair skin, blonde hair, blue eye girl.
True. If your ex is watching this, I just want her to know that's not cool. That was so lame. That story broke my heart a little bit. I was like, what? So, super shitty move. Tell me somewhere creeping on you right now.
I'm sure, look, I'm sure she could probably tell a whole different story of what a douchebag I was and how like messy I am and how like irresponsible I was or something. Like I'm sure there's a whole other side to this story that I just never got to hear. So it's possible that there's just a whole lot of crap that makes me sound like the bad guy here.
Yeah, I know. It'd be interesting one day to actually hear that side of it. I'm not gonna lie. Feel like, but I mean, I feel like you kind of took.
Trust me, I agree. I would definitely think it would be interesting to at one point hear that side of it. We talked for like a week or two after like breaking up, and would just keep having conversations about like what the hell, like why is this happening? And she never really had answers, and never really was able to, like, when she would give answers, they were just so wildly insane, like things that, like, you know, I didn't like that you spend so much time on your podcast. And I'd be like, you told me that you liked that about me, that like I invested in this, and that like you enjoyed watching my shows, and that like it was attractive that I was able to like spar with people intellectually, and you enjoyed watching me yell at people and crap like this. And then like, yeah, it was just very opposites, where like during the relationship, she really likes this thing. And then after the relationship, that's one of the things that she just couldn't handle it. It's like, no, dude, that's not, there's no way. So yeah, for me, I just never got an answer because the answers I got were just so unbelievably
I don't think
impossible.
she was able, like, from a woman's perspective, just kind of just hearing from the surface of it, if I were to tap into what I think those were all like scapegoat answers because she couldn't wrap her head around it, like wrap her mind around what exactly happened. Like when you see these like lists and the, you know, why people get divorced, it's always like, what is it, like finances and communication. But like nobody ever really writes down like he never came home and gave me a hug or some shit like that. It's always like nobody really knows what it is. They can feel it. So I guess like when she says like I hate the fact that you're on your podcast, it could have just been like I wish you were more like emotionally attentive or like
No,
I wish you were more like.
That's what it was. No, that's it. That's it. That's 100% what it was. It was the time spent doing the podcast. So like I would do it once a week, and lots of times that one day she would be like, "Hey, want to come over and hang out?" I'd be like, "Nah, I got to go do my show." And then I had this, you know, pretty blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl who was my co-host, who I would go and do the show with. And yeah, afterwards I told her, I was like, look, dude, like you literally could have told me to just like quit the show and I would have quit it. Like there's no way that you're going to tell me this is one of the big issues when you could have just told me this and I would have just done it. Like I would have just
Wait, if she told you to quit the show, you would have done it?
Oh yeah.
What?
I even after that, I ended up like hating kind of resenting the show for a while and didn't do it for like a month or so afterwards because it was just one of the weird things that she listed that didn't make sense. But yeah, I think like a lot of it, like I had just gone out of town for like a month and had been gone for a while. I was prepping for like proposing and like getting a lot of stuff ready for that and wasn't spending as much time with her in that in like it was like a 2-week period where there was just a lot that I was trying to get ready and so like the attentiveness part probably was very true. It's just weird that like 2 weeks was probably enough for her side. But yeah, I think that I think like attentiveness during that 2-week period was probably a huge deal for her.
I think like you show like love and loyalty in just various ways that somebody who needs like constant needy attention probably would understand because it seemed like you're saying you would have quit everything for her. Like
I
that's
literally just left my job because she asked me to. I had just quit my job and gone to another place that she asked me to go.
Yeah, no, you're a real one for that. And this is why I always say like men and women just like have different priorities in relationship and what we value so fucking different. And it almost breaks my heart to hear that because I think like when women don't understand like the ins and outs of like how to say this. Like I think like we all bring something different to a relationship and all the stuff you do behind closed doors to prep for a moment nobody usually sees except for what you have to do. And then like vice versa here. I think that's why like oftentimes like housewives get frustrated because they cook, clean, put the dish, put the kids, all that shit, and nobody sees it. All you see is like the food it isn't seasoned enough, or you know like XYZ, the house is a mess. Like what the fuck? So it's unfortunate that I think like women don't often see that side of what a guy has to like muscle up and what he's willing to sacrifice. I think like men often show love from sacrificing like whether it's peace, time, money, all these things. And I think like because men are willing to sacrifice that for someone they love, women don't realize like that's so different as opposed to how women show love through like, you know, physical attention and neediness, you know, all that shit. It's so different. But I think that's such a huge thing in like men's world that if more women understood like what he's willing to sacrifice for you, you would never get out of anyone else. And that's a huge factor that we all look for. And if they were like more, I think like for you, like you're saying, if you were more attentive like verbally, then she was probably going to be able to eventually within time, hopefully understanding that like with mine, he verbally expressed that shit because he was just like frustrated and he was like, but he was barbaric about it. But I had to learn how to like soften it up. So it's like somebody has to like put the foot forward to speak about this, and the other person has to have the patience to kind of like, I don't know, like kind of break down what we both feel, what we both want from it, so that we don't miss that moment of opportunity. Because you sacrificed a lot financially, your time, your emotions, your mental health, and then threw it all away because she broke up with you. I'm fucking mad. I'm mad for you, Tom. We need to get you a new crazy chick. Let's set up a Tinder account for you.
Yeah, well, and that's like that was kind of, I hate to make it sound so transactional in that way, but yes, like a lot of it afterwards, I sat there thinking, damn, dude, like I didn't ever want her to feel like she owed me anything for all of the stuff that I was doing for her and helping her with, because for us, like, it was just relationship goals. So like me quitting a job and going somewhere else, like that's fine. It's just relationship goals. It's something that like both of us are working on together, because like there's like, we're supposed to be a team, we're supposed to be doing all of this stuff together. And so if after a long period of time and talking and like having these conversations, this is what she really wants me to do and I'm capable of doing it, then like I'm just going to do that to make her happy. And I would expect the same from her if I'm asking her to do something big, and that's a big ask. Like if the relationship is that important to her, or like if she cared enough, then yeah, that would be something that she would do, because like, yeah, it's just relationship goals. It's stuff that you're doing together. And so I think that that like at the time, that's the way I looked at it. It was like, this is us. This is our thing. It's not just me. It's not a thing that I'm doing. It's a thing that we are doing. We are making this decision. We're choosing to do this stuff. But then afterwards, once we break up, I sit there and think, oh my goodness, like I just lost so freaking much. Like she lost nothing in this breakup, and I just lost like so much through this. Like this is insane. Like I just lost an insane amount of like money and investments and like relationships and just so much. Like I just sat there just thinking, like, I cannot believe I just lost all of that, like, you know, over the course of 3.5 years, just like giving every little thing I had to this relationship. And so yeah, I think it feels weird to look at it as like such a transactional thing. Like the relationship had like this monetary value to it or something, because when you're in it, it doesn't seem that way. When you're in it, it just seems like, yeah, like we're doing this stuff together, we're making sure that we're getting our shit done, and we're taking care of it together. But afterwards, when that's not the case, and they have all of this other stuff that they get to leave with, and you're left with way less, yeah, it seems like, okay, that freaking sucks, dude. So
Yeah, no, I think it's, again, it goes back to the sacrifice that you had to do. The mindset that most men have to adapt when it comes to being responsible in relationships or at any like position in their job or relationship. I think that that's the most frustrating part, is like it all goes back to you when whether it fails or it succeeds. So yeah, no, bless your soul for that, dude. What the fuck? Why does everybody keep asking about sundresses? What's up with you and sundresses? I
I
feel like
like
I've saw
sundresses. I mentioned one time that I like girls in sundresses. Like it's I mentioned like I like very like girly things. Like I don't know, like ponytails, sundresses, like there's just like very feminine things. I really like them. And I talked about the fact that like sometimes a girl not being like the most perfect like Barbie doll sort of girl isn't, that when we're talking about physical attractiveness, it's not just that. It's a lot of other things that goes into it. And femininity a lot of times can be that thing that still makes them very sexy and makes them very attractive, even if it's not just like their biological gifts. And so, yeah, things like sundresses and, you know, purses and being bubbly and ponytails and, you know, body language and all sorts of other things go into it that still can make a girl very attractive. And you don't even notice, like, if she spoke very differently and acted very differently, she might not be attractive at all. But yeah.
Wait,
So
so I
yeah,
take it you have thoughts on the Barbie movie then?
I haven't seen it. Why?
Oh no, I feel like everybody's having like some sort of input on like it being super girly and feminist, like whatever the hell it is. I feel like everybody has their own opinions. I'm surprised you didn't have an opinion on that.
I haven't heard anything about it at all.
Everybody's been talking about it. More men have talked about it more than women, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Why is there men talking about this girly ass movie?
I noticed that Margot Robbie is the person who stars in it, but that's literally all I know about it. I saw a trailer for it like a year ago.
Is it because her butt's not big enough, so you're not impressed with that?
Margot Robbie, she has a butt.
I thought you want
Doesn't
like
she?
big, gracious butts, like you know the wobbly kind.
No. If you look at my YouTube Shorts feed, it's like a bunch of chicks doing yoga and crap like that.
Stop, you're low key.
It's
I don't know what. You're like low key so unhinged. Okay.
I like it's I couldn't have told people like what all I wanted, like, or what all I'm attracted to, like 3-4 years ago. Like I couldn't have explained it. I just know that like I just liked chicks and butts and that was about it. Like I couldn't explain it more. But I remember like I had a girlfriend who had a big butt, and I remember her looking at other girls on Instagram, and she'd be like, "Damn, I wish I had that butt." And I was like, "That butt? No, like yours is so much better than that. What are you talking about?" She's like, "No, that one's way bigger. Like that one's much." I'm like, "No, that's not like just big. Like that's not big. Doesn't mean anything. Like it's like shape and big and like you know where is it big and how wide like width and like all these other things." I'm like, it doesn't. It's not just that. But I couldn't explain it in a way that actually made sense. Whereas now today, yeah, I can tell you exactly. I can tell you all of it very easily.
Okay, well then pull up the picture then, so we know. I didn't know there's various butts about this.
I am not pulling up a picture of a butt right now.
On your explore page of the yoga chicks, we're not pulling up like a Pornhub photo or some shit.
All right, hold on. Let me see what
We want
pops
like
up.
rich fuchsia, like big booty with cottage cheese, or like the
Okay.
one where
And
the
also
butt match the thighs, hips, no hips.
Okay,
BBL
there's a
look?
girl named Jules Ari _. Okay, it was literally the first recommendation on my shorts.
Shorts. Okay, Jules with all right, Jules Ari. Make this make sense. I don't think I'm looking at the right page. You're just help send it to me or something. Because Tom, who are you? This doesn't make sense. My man said that white guys generally like big boobs, not butts. Who are you? Who the fuck are you? What's going on here?
All right, here. I will send you the link. Do you have my chat open?
What,
You said you
Discord?
were reading my chat. No, on my stream chat.
Yes, I do have it.
Okay, I just put the link in my stream chat.
Let's look at this unhinged activity. Who are you, Tom? You little rebel. Oh. Okay. All right, Tom. I've never seen this chick before. She is very flexible, I will have to say.
It's very flexible. Yep.
Oh, but I can see like the whole innocent, like the whole like goody goody. Wait, is it
This
this?
was
This
gonna
the
say,
butt?
like, so her, like, literally, if I just, damn it, I hate saying it this way, but if I just looked at a picture of her, would not be attracted to her at all. Like, just wouldn't be, it wouldn't happen. But then you watch her videos, and yes, she's very soft-spoken. She's very, like, very feminine and girly, and like, she's got like, you know, the doe eyes and all of that. And so yeah, like, it's just, like, the attraction of like just a picture doesn't say much when there's a lot of other things there.
So it's like she doesn't have like a big butt, but I guess it's a big butt for her body. Is that what we're kind of going for?
Sure, like yeah. So like it's a lot of it's about like proportions. So like look up a girl named Palm B. She's a Twitch streamer.
Am I spelling these freaking names right? Am I supposed to be on Twitch or am I supposed to be on YouTube?
Well, you can look it up on Google or YouTube or anywhere. She's a Twitch streamer, but it's PALMBEE, one word.
Oh, BEE. Haha. All right. I see this chick. Oh, okay. What about her?
Like, we pull her up on stream all the time and just sit and watch her streams for a while.
Stop. Okay.
we have Coomer streams, so we'll just like pull up chicks and just sit, just be like, oh yeah, she's freaking fire, dude. Let's go.
Wait, what kind of streams are those called?
Coomer streams.
The fuck is Coomer?
It's like it's a internet degenerate word for somebody who's just like a horn dog. They're called Coomers.
Do we is this like simp culture then, or no? Is this considered simping?
Maybe. Like, you know that part of like my brand is being a simp, right?
No, are you being funny right now? I can't tell.
No, check my chat right now. Just check my chat real quick. Are you looking at my chat?
From the stream right now, right?
Yes, from the stream.
Okay. Oh. I thought it was like a joke. I didn't know it was like a real thing. Little... I like the little is it emotes? I don't know what these things are called.
Yes. Emotes, yes.
I love using them because they're so cool. But now I see the simp. Okay, this makes a lot of sense.
Well done, chat. Good job.
Okay. So you were part of the reason why the red pill guys are like frustrated because they're saying that the simps are like, inflating the egos of like sex workers. How do you feel about that statement?
Yeah, sure. I love sex workers. They're my favorite.
Okay. If you were to date a sex worker and she made
I wouldn't.
like you wouldn't date a sex worker?
Mm-mm.
Oh. Okay. Okay, fair. All right. I feel so like lost right now. I like did not realize that this was your brand to be a simp. I thought you were joking, but you're serious.
It is a joke. It is a joke. Like, so
You're serious.
It's a joke because I'll have girls on here and like anytime I talk to like guys or girls, like I'm just very like easygoing and like calm and just people want me to be like an aggressive debate bro with them a lot of times. Especially there's lots of women who people really hate in this community, but I'll still have them on, have conversations with them and just be chill with them. And so everybody starts calling me a simp, even though it's no different than how I act with guys. It's just like the meme now is that like that's how that I'm a simp for women. So we started making emotes and like started using it as a meme.
Do you often have men who like criticize you for that or just people?
Maybe.
No?
I don't care. Like people, so like while we were talking about my girlfriend, there's a bunch of people in chat getting pissed off like, wow, Tom, you quit your job? What a simp, bro. I can't believe you're simping that hard. And I'm just like, yeah, I don't care. I think that that's lame to like view relationships that way. I think that that's super dumb.
No, this is the crazy part about like as a woman, like I feel for you for that. I don't even pity it. I'm more so like pissed because it's like I could see it from your perspective on like how you viewed the relationship and what you were willing to sacrifice. And it was more like you were completely fine if it was for the person you love. I think like when people don't have shit, they take it as like I'm not willing to lose anything else beyond what I already don't have. And for you, it was like, no, I worked for it. I was okay with building with this person. I was willing to sacrifice it. So I think that when people hear it, they think like you're simping and like it's a complete net loss. Mm-hmm. And to me, like losing to know who the fuck you were is so different than just losing. And it's like for her, she walked away and it seemed like she walked away with nothing. But I feel like she walked away and lost everything because she's probably wondering like, what the fuck did I walk out on? Because I think generally, like when women think like the grass is green on the other side and they start dating and they realize like, fuck, this guy was really chill. He was so okay with so many things. And unfortunately, I think women will take that shit to the grave. They'll never really admit that. And as opposed to like you, and I've spoken to so many other guys, and they'll be like, yeah, I mean, I was a bit of a dick. I could have been better. Like y'all are more open to like self-improving and like just being blunt about like whatever it is you fucked up on. So even though it seemed like you threw away like money, ring, and all that stuff, it just seems like who you are now. I don't know who you were 5 years ago, 10 years ago. That you're like super calm, super chill. I mean, even I was like kind of scared to talk to you the very first time because I saw like your reaction and stuff, and I was like, oh, I don't really like to be in combative spaces, but you're so chill. And to me, that's like such a big win as a person to like have like that like hospitality as opposed to people who just walk away when shit gets hard. Like your ex-girlfriend. That's a shitty move. Shame on you, lady. And yeah. So I don't know. I hate people when they call people simps. I think it's kind of like annoying. Because I was debating with somebody about something and this guy agreed with me. Because he agreed with me, everybody from like the opposing side was like, oh, you're a fucking simp for agreeing with her. But I was like, I wasn't even saying anything crazy. It was just being super honest about it. And he got called the simp, so I was pretty mad at them. So
Yeah.
people suck.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is that like the things that I get called a simp for, it is a thing that I think like very like sexist, like terminally online sorts of like communities actually think. I think that they actually think that I'm just like being a simp and that I'm like changing my behavior for women because they're attractive. But I've also heard some of them literally admit that yes, I engage with men exactly the same way, but they still think I'm a simp it just doesn't, like, the logic doesn't make sense. So it's just like lots of times people, when they don't like you, they want you to be this thing and they want you to be that so badly that they're just willing to like throw all logic out the window and be super irrational to convince themselves that you are the thing that they want you to be. And so I think that that's like a consistent theme that I see online, is that people are willing to just look crazy and insane just to be convinced that you are what they want you to be.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. People do that a lot. I don't know why I didn't see the signs of it, but now that it's all coming to me, like the dinosaur clip where you're like, I like dinosaurs or something like that, or like I don't know what the fuck you said, but it was hilarious, and it's like, oh wait, I see it now.
Yes, well, and so that's why I show the chat right after, where they're all like flooding simp emotes. They're like, Tom, stop it! What the hell? Boo, Tom! Like, it's a bunch of people pissed off every time. And I literally, you can see I'm like kind of smirking as I say it because I know I'm like the chat's about to explode as soon as I do.
Okay, so they're completely against it. Fair enough. So you just do what you do. Damn.
Some of them are against it. Some of them are here for it. Some of them are like, Tom, we haven't seen Palm B in a while. Like, let's go check in on her. So, yeah.
That is hilarious. You gotta get her on her then, so you guys can just sit here and stare at her.
She is like one of the biggest Twitch streamers. Yes,
so
like she is.
No,
yeah, it's like, you know, Tom, just get Amaranth on here. Just like tell her to come on. You know, just get her on. Like, it's not that easy. No.
Because like, what's his name? Destiny just had all those girls on his kick or keep thing, and I was like, how the fuck did they manage to get that?
Oh, I didn't see that. I meant to beg him to go on there. That's it. There's gonna be a bro, please get me on there. I'll go start an OnlyFans right now and become an OnlyFans guy.
Kick or keep? I think they're always asking people to come on there now, aren't they?
Well, I want to go on the one with all the OnlyFans girls. So.
Oh.
I don't want to go on any of the other ones.
Stop! I can't go with you.
I just want to go. I just want to be there with all the OnlyFans girls. I don't.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, all right, fair enough. I mean, I don't have anything else to talk about at this point. Where I think the cat's out of the bag at this point.
All right, hold on. So I want to check and see if anybody had any questions. Tom Bombati, said, hello, I'm a huge Tom simp. I love Tom. Gargle, gargle, simp, simp. Love Tom. I am here to simp. Gargle. Based. Thank you, Tom. Self said, this is what happens. You use money to please your girls. It's a covert contract. If I do this for her, then she will love me. It's transactional. So that's not at all what was happening. That is not at all what was happening. It was not transactional. We got into a relationship when she was 10 years younger than me. And so I put a lot of boundaries on that relationship. She wanted to get married. She wanted to have kids. She wanted like the whole thing immediately. And I said, no, we won't even live together until we get married. And we're not getting married until you have a career that you're stable in, that you're making your own living off of, and that where you can have your own independence and you can live by yourself, and you will never, like, nobody will ever accuse me of robbing the cradle or putting you in a scenario where you were dependent on me and then getting you pregnant and making it where you were stuck with me. Like, that will never happen. We will make sure that, like, all of the things that you need to do have been done. And so I wanted to help her achieve those goals. And so I would help her go to school and help her with car payments and help her with all this other stuff. But we were never living together, and we were never, like, conjoined in that way, because I didn't want her to be dependent on me in any way. I just wanted to help her achieve the goals so that we could do these things together. So yeah, it was not transactional at all. It was more so like, this is what we...
That way, I just think, like, it was almost like, how do I say this? It's like you did everything, but except the one thing that meant the most to, like, a woman, which is, like, something that you both didn't know at the time. It's almost like you're thirsty, but I keep giving you, like, food. And it's like, I kept giving you everything, shelter, food, hugs. You're like, I just want water. And, like, water could have been the main component of it.
I said, I didn't even think about the other things. Like, for me, at the time in the relationship, I never even thought about those things very much. Like, it was more so just like, this is what we're doing together. This is what we're trying to achieve together. It was never a me doing this for you until we broke up. Once we broke up, then I looked at it that way, because now there is no goal. Now, whatever this, like, moving vehicle was, we split off, and now I'm still all the way back here and you're way up there now. Like, I thought we were moving forward together, but we weren't. I stayed way back here and you're miles ahead of me now. And this, like, now I look at it that way, and now it kind of sucks. But exactly, Tom, you were hoping for an outcome. Yes, but you're making it sound like, Excel, you're making it sound like I was trying to, like, buy this chick's love or something. And that's not at all what it was. It was that, like, it was just about goals. Like, it was just about achieving those goals. That's it. Hello321 said, big hugs, empathy. Well done. Thank you. Excel Self also said hugs. Thank you, sir. Don Juan Plagueis 0 said, Trollo, I advise men to get rotations, and this guy is married to older women, LOL, WTF. If someone can get close to that dude and ask how to start one. Yeah, you need to go debate Trollo.
I refuse to fly to Vegas for that stupid ass podcast. I'm not doing that shit. Ugh. I told myself I would never put myself in one of those panels ever again, because it's like, it's poorly moderated. It's like a complete, like, 4 guys against, like, a girl with an opinion. And then they had those stupid soundboards, and you can't really have your opinion on it again. And then it's like, they almost, like, make you feel like you're delusional when you're talking to them. Like, I could say, like, no, like, not majority women aren't this way. Yes, it is. And I'm like, maybe it is then. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm fucking dumb now. So I personally hate those goddamn panels, and I'm never going on them ever again. I did tell Natalia, 'cause she like messaged me to like check on me to see if everything's cool, and she saw like I had posted that shit on Instagram. So I was like, dude, tell Adam to host a debate with me and dumbass. I was like, I would do that, but I don't have a desire to go on that stupid dumbass Access Vegas bullshit podcast to be surrounded by a bunch of like cougars who are like don't know what the fuck they're doing there for clout, and it's so cringy. Like I don't want to be here for that. Ew, it's so what the fuck are we talking about? So yeah, really weird. So
let's see. Don One also said, "What up, y'all?" So not sure you guys saw Trollo debate with Sergio from Purple Pill podcast. Trollo is such a hypocrite, it's not even funny. And then Z King said, "It's always fun to dunk on Grand Wizard of Red Pill. It wasn't personal, Tom. We love your baldness." There you go.
Wait, are we still mad about the bald statement?
Yes.
That I
Yeah, we're fighting.
Really?
No, not really. I don't care.
Really?
No, shut up. Stop doing that. You're not. No. Nope.
Wait, Tom, man, no.
I don't care. You can't pout or anything. If I was mad at you, you think I'm a simp, and so now you think you can just manipulate me and just be nope, it's not happening.
You think I'm some sort of like manipulator or something?
Yes, when you're sitting there pouting, trying to like give me like
I've mentioned before, I don't like to shame people, but only I like to bully assholes who are assholes.
Sure, but like I said, like the strays are the thing, right? So like I had somebody one time when I was a Christian and I was on a panel. We were friends, but he goes on and starts yelling at these other Christian guys and like dogging on them for being Christians. And I was like messaging him in the background, like, bro, everything you're saying applies to me. Like you're dunking on me just as much as you think you're dunking on anybody else. This isn't what you think it is. And so that's what I'm saying. It's like if you have a bunch of like guys in your audience who are bald and you're making fun of him for being bald, all the other guys are like, oh, so being bald is a bad thing. Like, okay, I see how it is. Like,
yeah, no, I get it. But the context, I think, definitely matters. Because I got called a fat bitch, and I'm still getting called a fat bitch. So, I mean, I have to own that title. So, there's so many ways I can drag...
You don't actually have to own that title, though. Like that, because you're not actually fat. He's actually bald. Like, there's a big difference there.
Okay, but here's the thing, the insults. Like, I have to be able to find, like, see, I originally, old unhinged Angela was not logical. I was just roasting. Like, didn't give a fuck. Everybody was just gonna get the heat. I didn't care. I was like, I don't even know. Like, what was it compared to? Like, unfortunately, this is not a compliment. But, like, the female sneaker, where, like, I was just completely unhinged. I don't like that version of myself. But I like to, like, bring out the guns for assholes like fucking Tomassi, because it's like, it's so, I just want to like, I want to just be so ignorant to him where he's just like, damn, my suburban ass doesn't know what to do with this little hoodlum. Didn't expect this from a goody two shoes. And I'm like, I know. That's what I look forward to. But he won't get in my face, and I don't know how to get it to him. So excuse their little random bullets getting just about everywhere.
Okay.
The awkward silence.
It's not awkward. It's time to meditate. It's time to meditate on what you just said.
My old quotes to Destiny said, Anja wouldn't let a bi man change her oil. I don't even remember like how I said that. I don't even want to know why I said that. I don't even acknowledge that. So yeah. We're just gonna sit here.
She's a clout chaser. What? Yes, first off, you're talking about people who are running around talking crap about her that are much bigger than her. They have bigger platforms, so it's easy for them to just keep saying things about her. And then she comes onto a channel like mine with what, like 1/10 the size, and or not even, like 1/30th the size, and not nearly as many people get to hear her like give her side or shoot back at him. And so yeah, it would be better for her to be able to be on a platform with him where she's able to stick up for herself. That's one. Two, yeah, we're freaking streamers and YouTubers. We're supposed to clout chase. That's literally the job. That's what we're supposed to do. Like, that's our jobs. Like, that's the whole game. That's what we're supposed to be doing. People say cloud chaser, like this is a bad thing. No, this is what we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, I mean, I really, first off, his username says swag in it. What are you, 2001? Is Soulja Boy your fucking idol? Why don't you have a goddamn avatar before you continue talking shit, loser? Anyways. Yeah, that was interesting.
Low
Everybody
IQ as content. It's not the only person who's low IQ is the person who thinks like trying to get money or trying to get viewers or trying to like build a channel is weird. Like that's the only person who's going to be low IQ, is the person who thinks doing your job and doing what you're supposed to be doing is weird. Like it's like saying somebody is a money chaser. Like, what? That's not weird. There's nothing wrong with that. That's normal.
I don't know. These people were fucking weird online. That's why I don't like the Reels crowd, because they're, even if you're presenting something like factual, these people literally don't want to hear the truth. They only want to believe in their truth. So
okay. I don't know how much time you got. I just realized there's 2 people in the waiting room who want to ask something. You got time?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. This is like the very first time we met. It was like this.
Fuck off.
Yo.
Oh,
you're on the show.
Bring the other guy in first.
Wait, he just messaged me and told me to bring you in first.
Oh, all right, cool. What's up, Tom?
Nothing much. Yeah, Angela's here.
Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Angela Knight. I always appreciate when you argue with incels. I guess that's kind of it. I don't know. I was arguing about like early 2000s hip hop with EMP Dave back there. And I was just dragged out of my environment. Sorry.
Who's the best?
Of the early 2000s?
Mm-hmm.
Probably M. Just before that, it was Dre. Just before that, it was Big L.
Did you say LEM?
M. In the
Eminem.
early 2000s, Eminem was everything. 50 Cent was up there. And then just before that, it was definitely Dr. Dre. Before that, it was Big L.
I mean,
in the early 90s, Big L. Rakim was the shit back then.
I understand he got played out, but Lil Wayne was actually after Eminem. Like, he is actually after
well,
Eminem.
Right after Eminem, I would say correct. The Carter was dope. Everything after that was ass and trash and fuck Lil Wayne, and he sucks and I hate him. Fuck Lil Wayne.
He got played out. It wasn't that he was trash. It was that he just got played out. Like he got overplayed.
No, it was that he thought he could fucking freestyle in the booth like Jay-Z did
That's
for
what he
his
was
entire
always
career,
doing.
and he wasn't that good. He wasn't as good as Jay. So he tried to do the same
true.
shit. He came up with one good line every couple of albums and shit, but he wasn't that fucking good.
Okay, I mean, all of his really good stuff was still that though. Like, it was still freestyle.
I can't hear Angela at all. Is Angela?
She
trying to
hasn't
say
said
something?
anything. No.
Okay.
I don't have anything to say about the music stuff, only because I wasn't allowed to listen to music or watch TV growing up, so I'm pretty late on, like, I didn't even listen to NSYNC until I was, like, in high school, so, yeah, I'm pretty late.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
Amelie was amazing. And then even everything before that with, like, Go DJ, and he was on the Juvenile song with the crap.
I like how you're already referencing other artists for songs that you remember of Lil Wayne because he was such
I'm
ass
saying
by himself.
no.
Okay.
Bia Bia was good stuff.
Produced by who?
It doesn't matter. It
Who
doesn't
featured
matter.
on that?
It doesn't matter.
Lil
It's
Jon?
his song.
Ying Yang
It
Twins?
was his song.
Bia Bia? Come on, dog.
And when I'm talking about Go DJ, that was like one of my favorite songs of all time, dude. That song slaps. That song slippity slaps, okay? That is one of my favoriteest songs. Go DJ still hits.
Listen, I'm not gonna try and hate on the songs that you like. I'm not gonna try and like
I don't believe
completely
you.
discredit the artists that you
I
like.
don't believe you.
311 does not exist.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
311 is not a real thing.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, caller. Moving on. Have a good one.
I never.
Okay. Hey, Dave.
Okay, for the record, Vaughn. For what?
He's gone.
Okay. For the record, Vaughn. In the back room, 311 does exist, and they're amazing. We didn't get to them in our conversation.
Based.
But
Let's
yes.
go, dude. Well done, Dave. Well done, sir. I've been to so many 311 concerts.
Fuck yeah, Amber, fucking great song.
Yes, sir.
Down, all mixed up.
Yes, sir.
Great band.
Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Dave.
Hi, Dave.
Hi, Dave. I see
What's
Dave all
up,
the time.
guys? Yeah, I know. I appear everywhere. I like to pop in and give my little hi, I'm Dave. Hi chat. I love you all. You're awesome. So on the incel thing, so I have a key that I want to shop for people to get out of inceldom. Because the red pill has this whole ideology of you just got to get your money up, you get your body up and everything.
When we say incel, we're talking about like red pill, right?
No, like I'm talking about the people that the red pill are targeting.
Okay.
Because the red pill are usually like the people that are telling them what to do, and they're usually like the successful guys in the field. But I'm talking to the incels, like the people that are involuntarily celibate, that can't get a girl. I'm going to teach you the biggest trick, no matter how you look. I'm not the prettiest guy, you can tell, but it doesn't matter how you look. It's all about how you interact with women. And if you want to be better at getting with women, you got to go do hobbies or something, be places where women are. It doesn't matter if it's in a dating capacity, especially at first. If you've been an incel for a while, don't go in trying to get a girlfriend. Literally just go do some kind of hobby, like play pool. Karaoke's really good. You just hang out, everybody's
Just
chilling,
being around them,
just singing, and
Yep.
you just talk to them. Don't like try to hit on them. Don't try to start a like relationship or anything. Just talk to girls.
I
Just
always
learn to talk
play
to
the
girls
long game.
first.
Always play the long game. Like, bro, like even what he's saying, don't just hang out with them. Like, have friends that are girls. Like, like actually, like girls become your friends and just be friends with them and just leave it at that. And then they'll have other girlfriends and other girls that you're around because of that. And like, yes, there are ways to just be around chicks that will change your entire life.
Because like the red pill's plan would take years for you to be able to get to the point where you could even reach the level where you should be starting to look for girls. Mine
Well,
takes
I
like a
would have
week.
to say, I agree with everything what you just said. I think the biggest thing to highlight from it, if I could just interject, I'd have to say it's not just what you do, it's how you do it. Like if you're going to like be like the best, I don't know, would you say fisher or something like that? Like be the best at it. And I would say like people do it with the idea that they have to attract the girl. And if they don't get that instant result, that's really the problem because you're doing it expecting the girl to like, notice you, and you're not actually doing it to be great at it. To actually like, if you want to be a rock climber, be the best rock climber. If you want to be the video gamer, be the best fucking video gamer.
Yeah.
Whatever the hell you want to do, be the best, excel in it. Because there's always going to be people in that community that are noticing you. And I think that when you excel in that community, it makes you stand out because you're actually really good and passionate about what you do. And people usually gravitate towards like things that they admire from other people. And I think like if we're doing it because we're looking back constantly for like the gratification or like, you know, like the validation of like did I do it right? Do you like me now? Like, it's so obvious when someone's like in that whole pick me mode.
I agree. Yeah, that's why the first thing that the most important thing, you hit on it perfectly, is stop trying to look to make a girlfriend first. First, just interact with women. Get more comfortable talking to women, because if you're uncomfortable talking to women, they notice.
Well, I think that's why Tom has so many girls that comes on the show, because he's like so like normal and he's not like hostile. So he's just like simpery Tom is what they like to say now. Whatever they call it. But like regardless if anyone has to say anything, like most women like don't want to go on like the fresh and fit shows because it's really hostile. But like more women will go on like Valuetainment because it's it's welcoming, like this show. Like it's normal. And like at the end of the day, if we're gonna talk about who has way more, like, to be vulgar, who has more pussy on their show that's actually excited to be there and normal and not like fucking in guard mode and in defense mode, like isn't that the ultimate goal to have all that? Other people
like
realize
whatever, they cram all the girls into one teeny tiny little section, and then the guys have like 3 feet of room between each of them on the other side of the table. It's it's awkward. I don't see why girls want to sit like in that. They're not comfortable, so they're immediately put off their game. When you're on Valuetainment, you have your own chair, you're relaxed, you're sitting. I think they have a much better setup for something like that. I agree.
Yeah, I like their setup, but I kind of hate the direction that it's headed into now. Like, I used to like them, but like it kind of disappoints me because it's like since they did the whole collab with Fresh and Fit, I just feel like they've adopted a lot of their crowd, and it's just turned into like you see the comment in the chat. It's always like, "Fuck Nat, fuck these delusional women." I was like, "What the fuck? Like, what is wrong with these people?"
Angela, that's actually and like when we first started talking about doing the shootout panels, this was kind of like a direction that we were talking about heading in. It's just doing like all dating topics, all like gendered dynamics sort of stuff, and but just doing it online, almost like similar to like what a Fresh and Fit is or something like that, but we do it on Discord or on StreamYard with just a bunch of people online. The issue is I don't know all those freaking people. We don't like have a whole lot of connections in those spaces. And so we end up, I would say we've done a really good job so far at having an even mix of men and women. But we started like in the last one, we veered a lot more towards like politics and crap like that over like dating stuff and gender dynamics. So I think that if other channels could do similar things to that, and it's possible to have channels like what they're doing, but just not what they're doing, right?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. You know what would be a really fun? I was on a different channel. It's a smaller channel, but it was actually quite fun. What they did was they had like a bounty thing. Have you heard of that yet? So they would have panels on, and like if the chat donated like $20 to kick someone off, they would kick that person off. If you want to bring them on, you had to bring back on with $20. And it ended up being like actually really heated and fun because the chat would rather grow to love somebody and would want to keep them on there, and like it'd be like a fight. So like the channel gets to grow, and then like people fight to talk for their part, which that was like pretty fun. I was actually like impressed with that like system, even though I thought the top.
Yeah, the problem with doing that with the people that we're talking about is a lot of the people that would come on here that I know, they're all streamers. So when they have their own show that they're doing on the other side, and then you kick them off, they have to move on to something else. Like they've got an audience that is sitting there. And so they got to go do something else now and move on. And then if you hit them up and you're like, oh, somebody paid for you to come back on, so it's time for you to come back on, they'll be like, I'm in the middle of another segment, dude. Like this is going to become a YouTube video later. I can't just like in the middle of it, go back onto your show and then get off again and then get on again. And so, yeah, like in the space that I'm in, there's a lot of like harder roadblocks with stuff like that.
I think we could get away with like a 5-minute mute or something like that.
Like well, that's what I mean. In the first couple shows,
or in the first couple shows as well,
we had like word phrases that you weren't allowed to say, right? Like in one of them that was people can do whatever they want, right? And then they would get muted for 5 minutes if they did something like that. Like, yeah, we had similar things, but yeah, I would like to like meet people or girls who aren't streaming and who just like will go on shows and do crap like that. And then yeah, I would like to do like a lot more panels similar things to like what Playing with Fire does sometimes. Like he does, every time I watch him, he's doing something completely different. So he doesn't really have a style, but he's got like, sometimes he'll have just like a bunch of guys and girls on, all like almost like they're dating each other, or it's like quadruple dates and crap like that. He's got a bunch of cool stuff that he's doing.
Those dates are so I can't stand watching them. Alex is so cool, but like, and some of the people that go on those dates, I'm like, what the actual fuck is going on here?
I think I know.
The dates are beyond awkward.
Are we? I think we're thinking of the same thing right now. I'm almost positive we are.
I was watching some. I was like, wow, okay.
I'm thinking of Grace Thorpe right now on there.
Yes,
she went on there.
Yeah,
I have to watch this. This has to be hilarious.
Oh, it's so bad.
I can only
it's
imagine.
So bad.
It irritates me because like she was, for example, like she was just so mean and unnecessary. I think like all the pressure is up to the guy to do like all the talking, and like I think dates require two people with effort, and half the time the chicks are just like, yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah.
And it's just kind of like these guys are not confident already, and you're kind of making them like have to like figure out things about this girl. So it's like you're making them tap into like more uncomfortable spaces on top of what they're already not comfortable with, and it's just like, I mean, but I get it for entertainment. I won't knock that part because it was quite entertaining to a certain degree. But the Thorpe shit, I was like, this girl is just an ass. Like she's really just like the cigarette. Like who does she think she is? Like Uma Thurman? Like what is going on here? So yeah, that was cringy.
Yep. But yeah, it's like what Dave said. It's good advice. Like just being around women. There's tons of studies that show that guys who just make an effort to ask women out or to sleep with women are sleeping with way more women than guys who are just super good looking and not making a whole lot of effort. And so, yeah, like when I say like I always play the long game, I'm saying like lots of times I will just like if I see a girl, other guys are all like immediately surrounding her and they're all like all around her like, oh hey, how are you? My name's John. I nice to meet you. You look so nice today, like crap like that. And so I'm freaking over here, bro. I'm over there. I'm around, but I'm over there, dude. And I'll be around all the time. Just I'm not right up in your face the whole time. And then eventually, like, yeah, you just start to meet them. And like, I think lots of guys look desperate pretty clearly and it looks bad. But also if they don't know how to talk to women and they don't know how to have like a conversation, it looks bad. And so I think it is better to let things come to you while also being around. Like you make an effort to be around women, but also let the interaction happen a lot more casually and organically. And that will make it not seem so intimidating. Because for guys, it is very intimidating to walk up to women and approach them. And we're expected to do this. We're expected to be the ones to go make the first move. But that's also intimidating for women. Like there's also a lot of pressure on the woman as well. And when the things happen more organically, the pressures for both sides seem to kind of fall off, and it's not as difficult for either person.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. Yeah, that's what I think. Those interactions are very awkward, and I'm like, oh, I don't know. I always feel bad when the Indian guys get on there because they get dragged. So I was like, oh, no, the Patels, no.
Yeah, yeah. I was talking to Smith a while ago. Smith was saying that he was like, okay, so let's say I go to the gym. How do I eventually like start talking to a girl? Like how do I approach her? And I was like, you don't approach her. Like never approach her. But you see her, she sees you, you give her a head nod, maybe eventually start saying hey, maybe eventually, you say hey to her consistently, and now she knows you're that guy and she knows who you are, and like there's some sort of familiarity there. And you're building this like what did Kidology call it the other day? She had a really good phrase that I liked. where she was saying like it's like a distant familiarity. I forget what she was saying, but anyways, yeah, like you're kind of like getting to know each other without or becoming accustomed to one another. Yes, rapport. She's saying that like you're building almost this like distant rapport with one another, indirect rapport. And I think that that's very important. Like it's always really good if you're playing a long game. Indirect rapport is freaking perfect, where you're just consistently, you see them, they know who you are. They don't, like, if you just walk up to somebody and they have no clue who you are, they're more likely to get the creepy vibe or whatever. But if you're just around and they kind of like feel some sort of familiarity with you, that makes a huge difference. And then over time, yeah, you say things like, oh, I like your shoes, or, you know, very non-sexual compliments and crap like that. It's like, yeah, working your way up to it is generally going to be the best way, because it takes pressure off both sides and makes things a lot more casual.
I think, yeah, that, and also, like, again, going back to saying, like, whatever, like, if you're going to the gym, like, actually go to the gym. Like, some people go to the gym and they're just dragging their feet and they're fucking miserable, and they're also, like, looking around, like, just for, like, validation. I think that people go to the gym and look for some sort of result and actually, like, invest into going to the gym and, like, start some sort of goal. People recognize the growth. I think that's, like, something that women and men often look at. And, like, there's something to actually, like, be proud of when someone's like, hey, like, I like the growth, I like this, I like your shoes, or whatever. Because you know that you're actually standing and making some sort of difference, instead of just like being that creepy person, that creepy guy or girl who's like oddly thirsty. It's really obvious when someone's just like there just to exist.
Who's like just sitting on the bike, not pedaling, looking around, kind of watching people. You don't want to be that guy.
Oh,
Don't be
you
that
don't.
guy.
People want the trophy just because they participated. And I think that's the most frustrating part about the dating atmosphere, when I hear people talk about like, well, I showed up. I'm like, okay, so what? I showed up to work and didn't do that great job, so I didn't get paid well either, and it shows. So you want it, you work hard, you get paid for it. I think America is probably one of the few places where like you actually work and you actually get paid, you actually congratulated. So just fucking do it. And everybody's just being pansies about it.
Yep.
Oh, 100%. 100%
Yeah.
agree. But yeah, just wanted to give my take. Final word real quick. We can save Grace.
No.
We can do it.
No, we can.
She's kind of crazy, Tom. I think she's like kind of up your alley.
She's
No.
right there.
Shut
right-
up. Shut up. No.
Bye.
Thank you, Dave. Bye.
Yeah, right.
Thank you, Angela. This was fun.
Thank you for having me, Tom. This is a very pleasant conversation. I appreciate you.
I enjoyed
talk
it.
soon.
I appreciate you always coming on. It's always
Yeah.
fun.
Of course. Keep it up. I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Later. All right, Excel self. You seem to keep changing what you're saying. You can't keep like flipping back and forth on it. You were acting like I'm like trying to buy the chick. Like I'm trying to like get them to like me because I'm buying them. That is what you were saying. That, but then what I explained is insanely different from that. That's insanely different from like simping or something. When you're talking about somebody that you're in a relationship with and somebody that you have common goals with and that you're working towards those goals together, that you don't see it as like, these are my things and I'm giving you my things. It's more so like, these are our things. I'm investing in you and your life and our relationship. No, Tom, it's not just paying to get the cookie. You were just grooming her, true. Excel self, I assume there's a lot more to that than what you just said. I assume you're typing right now. Did you guys discuss and agree upon these goals? Yes, of course. That's what I'm saying. Like when early on, she wants to get married. She wants to have kids. And there were times throughout the relationship where she would say, like, can we just forget about these goals and just like go ahead and get married? Like, can we just go ahead and have kids? Like, I saw she would come over and be like, I saw a baby today and my womb is hurting. Like, let's just hurry up and freaking have kids. I'm like, no. And we would have these conversations consistently. And yes, we both agreed on them. And we talked about the goals. And there were times where she would say, like, I'm getting close to, you know, getting everything done and we're kind of achieving all of the stuff that we talked about. And like it's been years and we're almost there and this is exciting. Like, yes, these weren't just goals that I wanted, like, or that I like put on things. I was the one who put them on there mostly for myself. And well, I don't want to say mostly for myself, for the both of us. I put them on there for the both of us. But yeah, they were things that were there to like protect both of us. Damn, Tom, LOL, you got to tune down the crazy just a tad bit. Wait, I'm being crazy? Today I walked outside. It was a full moon. We need a baby. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Sounds more like a keeper. Yeah, like I liked it. I thought that was hot. I thought that was dope. That was very attractive for sure. She really sounds like BPD. I don't think she had BPD. Her mom had BPD though, so it's possible. No, the crazy level on the ladies. Oh, okay. So yeah, if you guys did not see, this is who we were talking about earlier. I said this was the very first pop-up on my what do you call it? On my shorts list. So this is what I linked. This is what I sent her. Oh, I know this chick. Let's go, dude. Trippy liquids. Let's go, dude. We're on the same wavelengths. Eskimo brothers. Top row, last on right. Hey, there's only one row on here. Are you saying scroll all the way up? This? Yeah, she makes videos talking about wanting to be the most flexible person in the world. She always says, on my path to becoming the most flexible person in the world. But I think it's a joke. I think it's a meme because this is just like good ways for her to flex and look hot. And so she just makes videos of it. But like the meme is that she's doing all of this to eventually become the most flexible person in the world. She knows what she's doing. Well done, Growling. Well done. Thank you for that. Thank you. I always love it when I see like just like the most obvious thirst videos and then somebody's in the comments like she knows what she's doing. There's probably actually, hold on. Damn it, I literally just saw one of these. Never mind, I guess. Y'all some Georgia boys. Let's go. I already said this on stream, but I want to... Shut up. Anyways, there was like a video of like a Twitch streamer girl over on all fours with a very low cut shirt, and you could see down her shirt, and she was like stretching on stream, and she had very big bazookas. And then there's like the first top voted comments. It's like, she knows what she's doing. It's like, no duh. Like, that's why we watch her. It's because we know she knows that we know she knows. The Instagram ones are shameless at it. Maybe. I don't like all of the Instagram ones that I watch are all very like not shameless at all. But I remember Trainwreck's always complaining about this when I first started watching like Twitch stuff. Trainwrecks would always complain that girls will do this but say that they're just existing. Why are guys always making sexual comments about me? Like it's sexual harassment and blah, blah, blah. And they'd be like, because this is your content. That's what you're doing. That's what they're all there for. What are you talking about? And they'll be like, no, I'm not. I'm just existing. Like you're gonna sexualize me no matter what I do because I'm just exist. It's like, this is disgusting. Like, this is actually disgusting. You are shameless. You are being shameless in this. Like, it's so... Play a video. How flexible is she? I'm afraid... Hold on. Let me mute. Because I don't want anything, like, copyrighted. Okay, yeah. These are copyrighted. But... I'm trying to find the one about the like being the most flexible person in the world. It's like what most of them are about. Okay, I think I got one.
So I've been practicing yoga for a couple years now, but this child's pose variation proves to be my most favorite pose of all time. Nothing else beats it. And I've learned a lot of different poses by now, and I'm like, ugh, it just hits different. You know what I mean? So
She said nothing there. She said nothing. Yes, the yoga videos are all just full on thirst posting. That's it. That's all it is. But it's like, it's put into like, this is yoga sort of thing. Like literally go through the comments. There are no women in the comments. There's nobody there like, oh, I like doing the triple double pretzel horseman maneuver. Like nobody's saying this. That's not there. It's just a bunch of freaking thirsty dudes in the comments just saying like, yes please, thank you. It just hits different. Yeah. What else? I think there was something else that I wanted to pull up. Oh, yeah. Okay. So I can't play this because, again, I will get copyrighted for it. But I was talking about the fact that I think like when it comes to the like wanting women to be around but not like right there with you, I'm pretty sure there's a Patrice O'Neal skit. So I said that I thought that I was weird until somebody sent me like a TikTok video where other guys were talking about this sort of stuff, and this is what it is they have like the Patrice O'Neal voiceover with him talking about the fact that like I want women around but not like right here, like I want you here but not here, like you know, stuff like that. Like he would like be over here but over there over here, like. So yeah, that's what I was talking about. Her stretching is designed specifically for max PP length. True. All right, Jube, you ready? You ready to get demolished, bro? You ready to get wrecked? Give me a few minutes. Okay. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick, and then I'm going to demolish Jube. JubeTube is about to get wrecked. Rickety wrecked, yo. He is not a hot chick, so I'm going in. We're about to go in on some JubeTube. Okay? He does not get the Angela Knight treatment. I'll be right back.
Pure, unadulterated tomfoolery.
Is Tom fucking retarded or something? Tom is honestly one of the most brain-dead fuckers that covers all this shit, okay? Just stick your fucking nose out of it, Tom, you retard. Tom fucking retard. Tom fucking retard.
Tom, stop it. Tom.
I don't know what it is.
Okay, Tom.
He's
Yeah,
he's
Tom.
obviously
A
you are
descriptive
assuming.
Tom.
No, hold on, chill.
Tomfoolery. You need a tomfoolery. Pure, unadulterated tomfoolery.
I will not put up with tomfoolery in my classroom, children. Tom fucking retard. Fucking Tom fucking retard. Fucking Tom. Foolery. Tomfoolery. Retard. Brain-dead fucker. Brain-dead fucker. Brain-dead fucker. Fucker. Brain-dead fucker. Brain-dead fucker. Brain-dead fucker. Fucker. fucker.
Stop.
This isn't funny. No more tomfoolery.
Tom, stop it. Tom,
I don't know what it is.
Okay, Tom.
He's
Tom.
he's obvious.
A
You are
descriptive
assuming.
Tom.
No, hold on, chill.
Tom
It's fair.
Tom
It's fair.
Tom
It's fair.
Tom
It's fair.
Okay. Damn, I've never taken so long that the video finished before I got back. That has never happened before. All right, let's watch some of this. I'm going to eat for a little bit while we wait for Jube.
On this planet, only about carbon-based life forms. Whether you're an amoeba, a dinosaur, a tree, a human being, you are based on organic biochemistry. Is there an essential connection between organic biochemistry and consciousness? Do all conscious entities everywhere in the universe or in the future on planet Earth have to be based on carbon? Is there something so special about carbon as an element that an entity based on silicon will never be conscious? I don't know.
I've literally wondered this exact thing, dude. I was talking to Sassafras about this once before. And I was telling her, I think lots of times we think of like other intelligent beings being something like us. And I don't think they are. Like, if they're out there, they might not even be like, I don't even know how to say this. Like, they might not even be like solid objects. But when we think of aliens, we think of like something with two eyes, a mouth, hand, you know, four limbs, like crap like that. And it just seems like, you know, they also, the fact that like everything, almost all living beings on our planet are mirrored images of themselves, right? So split me down the middle. I got an arm in the same place here as I do over here. I got an eye in the same place here as I do over here. I got a nostril over here and I got one here. I got an ear over here and I got one here. I got a leg over here and I got one here. I got a foot over there. I got one here. Like, and they're just exactly the same on both sides. And this seems to be very common on almost all living beings on our planet. But why? Like, would it be common on other planets where that's just not the case? Where like they got an arm here and one here? Like, why not? Like, I don't know. There's just so many different things that I wonder about. What's that one movie where the aliens are silicon based or something and they use borax to kill them? I don't remember.
Maybe. But again, this is a key question about computer and computer consciousness. That can computers eventually become conscious even though they are not organic? The jury is still out on that. I don't know. I mean, we have to take both options into account.
Well, a big part of that is, do you think we humans would be able to detect other intelligent beings, other conscious beings? Another way to ask that, is it possible that the aliens are already here and we don't see them? Meaning, are we very human-centric in our understanding of, one, the definition of life, two, the definition of intelligence, and three, the definition of consciousness?
The aliens are here. They are just not from outer space. AI, which is usually stands for artificial intelligence, I think it stands for alien intelligence, because AI is an alien type of intelligence. It solves problems, attains goals in a very, very different way, in an alien way from human beings. Yeah, I'm not implying that AI came from outer space. It came from Silicon Valley, but it is alien to us. If there are alien intelligent or conscious entities that came from outer space already here, I've not seen any evidence for it. It's not impossible, but in science, evidence is everything.
Well, I mean, I guess instructive there is just having the humility to look around, to think about living beings that operate at a different time scale, a different.
Dude, I need to go find my Delta 8 vape pen for this freaking conversation, dude. I'm not high enough. I need to get like totally blazed and then listen to this.
Spatial scale.
Mm.
And I think that's all useful when starting to analyze artificial intelligence. It's possible that even the language models, the large language models we have today are already conscious.
I highly doubt it, but I think consciousness in the end, it's a question of social norms, because we cannot prove consciousness in anybody except ourselves. We know that we are conscious because we are feeling it. We have direct access to our subjective consciousness. We cannot have any proof that any other entity in the world, any other human being, our parents, our best friends, we don't have proof that they are conscious. This has been known for thousands of years. This is Descartes, this is Buddha, this is Plato. We can't have this sort of proof. What we do have is social.
You and I both know you can't get blazed on Delta 8, bro. Later, Thackman. Have a good night, man. I get blasted on Delta 8. I get stupid. There are streams that I used to get high on, and I just couldn't talk anymore, and I had to just end stream because I felt so stupid.
Conventions. It's a social convention that all human beings are conscious. It also applies to animals. Most people who have pets firmly believe that their pets are conscious, but a lot of people still refuse to acknowledge that about cows or pigs. Now, pigs are far more intelligent than dogs and cats.
Yeah. A lot of this. I've talked about this with vegans a bunch. It seems like a lot of this has a lot to do with facial expressions that are similar to humans that will make you empathize with them, right? We have something in us that makes us empathize with human facial expressions to where we feel for them. And it seems like dogs, being around humans enough, have evolved to be able to raise their eyebrows, lower their eyebrows, make different faces to where they can make similar faces to humans, and then we empathize with their emotions and we start to think of them similarly to us, which is why I talked about the other day, this girl going off about, oh my goodness, Sanvi said that she's okay if we kill dogs. She really said that. She really said that. Nobody will ever get on board with her movement if they're okay with killing dogs. It's like, we kill dogs already. Like, we put dogs down all the time just because nobody wants them. Like, we kill them left and right. We are always killing dogs. We're always doing it. Like, pounds are putting dogs down all the freaking time. We always kill dogs. But in your head, you think, no possible way. No possible. She wasn't even a vegan. That's the thing. She wasn't even a vegan, this chick. But yes, when I talk to vegans, this is what I talk to them about. It's like, you care about cows, you care about horses, you care about like dogs, cats, things that have similar eyes to us that we can kind of empathize with. We can kind of look at their facial expressions and kind of, we think we feel what they're feeling. We think we can kind of like understand their headspace sometimes. And there's no reason to actually believe that. But you wonder, well, why do you think that about a cow and not like an ant? Why do you think that about a cow, or why do you think that about a cat and not like a tarantula, right? Like, why? What is it? Well, it's the face. It's the fact that like you can somewhat
you feel like you have some sort of understanding with them through their eyes, and that makes you feel like you can, yeah, like you can see inside of them somewhat.
According to many measures. Yet when you go to the supermarket and buy a piece of frozen pigment, you don't think about it as a conscious entity. Why do you think of your dog as conscious, but not of the bacon that you buy? Because you've built a relationship with the dog, and you don't have a relationship with the bacon. Now, relationships, they don't constitute a logical proof for consciousness. They are a social test. The Turing test is a social test. It's not a logical proof. Now, if you establish a mutual relationship with an entity, when you are invested in it emotionally, you're almost compelled to feel that the other side is also conscious. And when it comes again to AI and computers, I don't think that at the present moment computers are conscious, but people are already forming intimate relationships with AIs and are therefore it's almost irresistible. They are compelled to increasingly feel that these are conscious entities. And I think we are quite close to the point when the legal system will have to take this into account. That even though I don't think computers have consciousness, I think we are close to the point the legal system will start treating them as conscious entities because of this social convention.
What to you is a social convention just a funny little side effect, a little artifact, or is it like fundamental to what consciousness is? Because if it is fundamental, then it seems like AI is very good at forming these kinds of deep relationships with humans.
Yeah.
And therefore, it will be able to be a nice catalyst for integrating itself into these social conventions of ours.
It was...
I don't think that'll ever happen. I know it sounds like an interesting question or something that's interesting to ponder, but I don't think for any reason we will ever give AI any sort of personhood, because I think we don't recognize that what we value is that we're human, and that's about it. That's really it. We just value that we're human. People make it about like consciousness and these other things, but we don't even know what that is. We don't even really understand what that is or what it means or how to measure it or any of these things, right? We value that they're human. That's what we value. We value the humanness of them. And as long as AI is never human, consciousness will never matter. What will matter is whether or not they're human, and it will never be human. So I solved it. You're welcome.
Built to accomplish that.
Yeah.
We are designed, again, all this argument between natural selection and creationism, intelligent design. As far as the past go, all entities evolved by natural selection. The funny thing is, when you look to the future, more and more entities will come out of intelligent design. Not of some god above the clouds, but of our intelligent design and the intelligent design of our clouds, of our computing clouds. They will design more and more entities. And this is what is happening with AI. It is designed to be very good at forming intimate relationships with humans. And in many ways, it's already doing it almost better than human beings in some situations. When two people talk with one another, one of the things that kind of makes the conversation more difficult is our own emotions. You're saying something, and I'm not really listening to you because there is something I want to say, and I'm just waiting until you finish, I can put in a word. Or I'm so obsessed with my anger or irritation or whatever that I don't pay attention to what you're feeling. This is one of the biggest obstacles in human relationships. And computers don't have this problem because they don't have any emotions of their own. So, when a computer is talking to you, it can be it can focus 100% of its attention is on what you're saying and what you're feeling, because it has no feelings of its own. And
I was wondering, I saw the chat just wasn't moving, and then the viewer count just dropped off. I was like, what is going on? Is it just the chat that's lagging? Because sometimes it seems to be like the problem is the, what do you call it? Is the poll. No, you were as well. Let me check if that's true. Nope. So this would tell me if I dropped frames or anything, and it does not.
paradoxically,
oh, okay, yeah. So YouTube was lagging. YouTube was messing up. That's what I'm saying. Is that the app is screwing up. I'm not lagging. YouTube is lagging. Okay, that's sorry. There's a slight difference there that actually makes a difference. But okay.
this means that computers can fool people into feeling that, there is a conscious entity on the other side, an empathic entity on the other side, because the one thing everybody wants almost more than anything in the world is for somebody to listen to me, somebody to focus all their attention on me. Like I want it for my spouse, for my husband, for my mother, for my friends, for my politicians. Listen to me. Listen to what I feel. And they often don't. And now you have this entity which 100% of its attention is just on what I feel. And this is a huge, huge temptation, and I think also a huge, huge danger.
Well, the interesting catch-22.
There are non-human animals that have been granted personhood. I don't think not full personhood. When you say personhood, you just mean like they have some protections, or some rights, but yeah, I don't know, because I would say that slaves had some protections, but we wouldn't have said that they had personhood. That like they weren't considered to have rights like a human was supposed to have rights. But I don't know. Maybe I'll think about that more, because maybe we would consider that personhood.
There is, you said somebody to listen to us. Yes, we want somebody to listen to us, but for us to respect that somebody, they sometimes have to also not listen. It's like they kind of have to be an asshole sometimes. They have to have mood sometimes. They have to have like self-importance and confidence, and we should have a little bit of fear that they can walk away at any moment. There should be a little bit of that tension. So it's like
absolutely, but even that, I mean, the thing is, even that, if social scientists and psychologists establish that, I don't know, 17% inattention is good for a conversation, because then you feel challenged. Oh, I need to grab this person's attention. You can program the AI to have exactly 17% inattention, not 1% more or less, or it can, by trial and error, discover what is the ideal percentage. Again, you
they have rights, not personhood. So Gilgamesh. That's initially what I was thinking, but then I thought, okay, I would say children have personhood. I would say newborn babies have personhood, but they don't have the same rights as a grown adult human. And so now I'm making it seem as though there's some sort of limit on rights when you get to be personhood. And so, holy shit, you said it right? I always say it right. What are you talking about? I think personhood relates exclusively to persons, aka people, aka humans, but that is just my layman's understanding. Personhood is about rights. It's about protections. It's about like what we afford one another and what we expect from one another. So like generally, like when you think of personhood, like anytime you talk about a like abortion is a good one. Like, well, lots of times when we talk about abortion, whether or not a newborn baby is a person versus a fetus, it being a person, we're saying, do they have rights? Are they protected? And do our morals apply to them? So if you don't have personhood, our morals do not apply to you. Do corporations have personhood? No, but they do have rights and they do have protections. Even buildings. Yeah, that's a good point. Well done, Freddie. That's a good freaking point. Yeah, buildings have protections. Property has protections. So maybe it's not exactly it's a baby. LOL, doesn't really matter how you want to identify it to cope. Just my opinion. Well, again, I'm saying it's a baby, but nobody cares if it's a baby. Is it a person? Is what matters. So earlier, Freddie was saying a person is just a human, or like he's saying like, yeah, it's just a human. Somebody having personhood means that they're a human, but that's not what personhood means. Personhood means morals apply to you. It means there is a certain expectation. Let's see. Let me get like a better definition for this. Personhood, quality or condition of being an individual person. The moral sense of personhood denotes individual beings who are moral agents. Moral agents engage in behavior that can be evaluated as moral or immoral, as morally right or wrong, as morally permissible or morally impermissible. Their acts are blameworthy or praiseworthy. So yeah, it's not just that our morals apply to you, but that those morals are expected of you, that you ought to reciprocate morality. Like that's personhood. So personhood is different from just being a human, right? So like there are lots of people with mental disabilities that we would say they don't really have the same personhood as somebody who doesn't, because there's not the same reciprocation in like morality. Look up the orangutan that was granted personhood. Okay. I can never spell that word right, so I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste it from your chat. Great ape personhood is a movement to extend personhood and some legal protections to the non-human members of the great ape family, bonobos, chimpanzees, gorillas, and orangutans. Bonobos. I said bonobos. Yeah, bonobos are freaking sick, dude. An orangutan named Sandra, who was granted legal personhood by a judge in Argentina and later found a new home in Florida, celebrated her 34th birthday on Valentine's Day with a special new primate friend. Okay. That's in Argentina. Okay. I was going to say, I feel like this is just a rumor you heard, but hearing another country did that. Okay, I can buy that. I can buy that there's somebody out there who would do that.
Can create, over the last 10 years, we have creating machines for grabbing people's attention. This is what has been happening on social media. Now we are designing machines for grabbing human intimacy, which in many ways is much, much more dangerous and scary. Already the machines for grabbing attention, we've seen how much social and political damage they could do by in many ways kind of distorting the public conversation. Machines that are superhuman in their abilities to create intimate relationships, this is like psychological and...
Let's see, Tomfoolery Show, if the state can infringe on your personhood, personhood exists beyond the government's personal definition necessarily. It depends. So earlier I was showing a conversation that I had with a girl named Kat, where I was arguing with her over like whether or not evolution works, or whether or not evolution is real and the scientific method worked. Again, people say I didn't used to be far right. I used to be freaking far right, okay? But she... one of the things that we talked about is she was saying rights don't exist outside of the government. Like, the government tells you that you have a right and that's how you have it. And I said, well, if I'm on a desert island and somebody kills me, does that... are you saying that I didn't have a right to not be killed? And she's like, yeah, I'm saying that. She's like, generally, like, we have like the idea of human rights, but if nobody's actually protecting that right, it doesn't exist. And I was like, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. That just means that it's not being protected and that it's been infringed on. But these are God-given rights. I don't believe in that argument anymore. But, and I think I agree with her now that, like, yeah, there aren't really God-given rights, that rights are just kind of what we decide they are. Tomfoolery Show, the best argument I have been given against AI getting rights is that there is a level of randomness and error that goes into what we call consciousness that can't be replicated. I don't know if that's true. I've heard that before, but I don't know if that's true. What brought you out of the far right? I would say mostly like debating things. This is one of my frustrations where, like, I talk to people and they're like, debating doesn't do anything. It doesn't change anybody's mind. It doesn't actually affect people. It doesn't get them to think any differently. And every time I'm like, debate has like changed me dramatically. It has gotten me to think about things very differently. Now, that doesn't mean that I just go do a debate and I feel like I lost, and so now I just believe what they believe. It's that I feel like I did poorly, and now I need to look more into this, and I need to understand this better. And lots of times, that better understanding leads me to a very different conclusion. Where, like, I think I have a good understanding of this. I think I know what I'm talking about, and then I debate it, and I quickly feel like I don't know what I'm talking about, and I need to go get a better understanding of that. And lots of times, yeah, that'll lead me to a completely different position. And so you've also had a dramatic life. Perhaps you changed. Oh, I did change, but I'm saying I chose to change. I'm saying, like, I made the decisions to change. Like, I would see flaws, I would see that I was wrong, and I would try to fix that. Then I'm pro-slavery. AI shouldn't have rights. Base. Let's go. Dude. Another one. So yeah, like I hear this all the time. People say like, obviously, everybody would be very uncomfortable if they found out that AI was conscious, yet it didn't have rights. And I thought, I don't think they would. No, I don't think people care. Like, they're not human. That's what matters. Like, we create society for humans. That's what it's for. It is not for anybody or anything else. We have drastically overused everything to our disposal because it's about us. It's all about us. We want to save the earth. We want to stop global warming for us. That's it. We stop existing, the rest of Earth can go up in freaking flames for all we care. We only care about humans. That's all we want, is just for humans to do well, for humans to be protected, for humans to be respected, for humans to be able to get along. That's it. Humans need to be happy, but if AI could actually have consciousness, I don't think anybody cares. Nobody cares. They're not human. And I think we like to think we would care. We like to think we value consciousness, but I don't think we do. I think we overanalyze it and overly intellectualize it to be like, oh, well, there's something underlying the human thing. Why do we like humans? It's because of the consciousness. No, it's not. We just like humans. That's my opinion. That's what I think. I think we just like humans. We like humans because they're human. I think if there were other aliens who came down and like we could be benefited by killing them all and they were intelligent, we would kill them all because they're not human.
Social weapons of mass destruction. If we don't regulate it, if we don't train ourselves to deal with it, it could destroy the foundations of human society.
Well, one of the possible trajectories is those same algorithms would become personalized, and instead of manipulating us at scale, there would be assistants that guide us to help us grow, to help us.
I think people would rightfully want some protections for other conscious beings. I don't. Yeah, I just don't. So, like, currently, there's already people who believe that animals are conscious. There's tons of people, and they are conscious. They are conscious. They just don't have human consciousness, but they have consciousness. There are tons of animals that have consciousness. They just don't have human consciousness. Okay. So again, the key word is human. That's the part that you value. You value human. Dogs are conscious. Like, they're already freaking conscious. They just have dog consciousness. They don't have human consciousness. I don't think you can just torture non-human animals, so I don't see what conscious being would be different. You can't torture non-human animals that you empathize with. This is what we went over earlier. The ones that you empathize with. All animals do not have rights. The ones that have eyes that allow you the ability to empathize with them, those are the ones that have some sort of protections. But it's just about your ability to empathize with them. Nobody cares how many ants you step on. Go step on all the ants. Nobody cares how many cockroaches you splatter. Go splatter all of them. Nobody cares how many bees you kill. Go kill all of them. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Why? Why don't they care? Because you don't empathize with them.
Understand the world better. I mean, just even interactions with large language models now, if you ask them questions, it doesn't have that stressful drama, the tension that you have from other sources of information. It has a pretty balanced perspective that it provides. So it just feels like that's the potential is there to have a really nice friend who's like an encyclopedia that just tells you all the different perspectives, even on controversial issues, the most controversial issues, to say these are the different theories. These are.
The vast majority of people would look at torturing insects with a magnifying glass on a sunny summer day differently than dogs or cats. Yeah. I ran through many insects with my magnifying glass. You're in the waiting room. Oh boy. Here we go. Tom, you're wrong about what? This thing? Well, I didn't say that thing. Well, what did you say? I said this thing. Okay, well, I completely agree with that. Okay, cool. Thank you. Hello. Crap. Okay. Hold on. Let me give you the rules. Wait, you already have the rules. All right, leave and come back. Leave and then come back. Leave and then come back. Hello. 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 Whoa. Hello.
There we go. I got it, I think.
There you go. Okay, cool. What's up?
Tom.
Yes.
Can you hear him? He's on his phone.
I hear
okay.
him.
Yeah, I just need to leave and come back. It's all good.
All right, what's up?
Oh yeah, so you were talking about AI and the whole thing about consciousness and that we don't care about it. I kind of understand what you mean. I do think that a lot of people don't get that aspect. But you were saying it like, oh, we like humans because we're humans. Let's be real, my man. We barely like humans.
Sure, I'm not talking about liking them. I'm talking about giving them personhood, valuing them to allow them, so afford them rights.
Value humans. Right?
Well, then why did black people get rights?
They got their rights, but it took a while, did they not?
Yeah, but why did they get them?
No, they got them because it's the right thing to do, quote unquote. We do it morally, do we not?
Well, it's
do
the
we
right
do a moral
thing to
judgment, do we not?
It's the right thing to do if they have personhood. They did not have personhood, so therefore it was not the right thing to do unless we decide that they have personhood, which we did decide that they have personhood. So no, not exactly.
Right.
But that's my point. Is we decided they have personhood because we
from a moral point of view, because we
human.
recognized it, because they had consciousness. But you think that it's just personhood?
No, because we back then we weren't talking about whether or not they were conscious, right? They were able to speak English. They were able to do all the same things as us. We just didn't.
We didn't consider them equal in that sense.
No,
not in the conscious sense. Conscious sense.
Sure, but I'm saying that we also didn't consider them human like us. So like we didn't,
right, because they didn't have the level of consciousness that we had supposedly. And I mean, I use we lightly because I'm a dirty Mexican, but still.
No, not just because of the level of consciousness, because the consciousness came from the other things, right? So because they looked different from us, because they had different skull shapes, because of all of these other things, that's what led us to say that they had lower levels of consciousness, not because we actually tested their consciousness and came to the conclusion that they had lower levels.
But we realize that they do have the same level of consciousness, do we not?
Wait, say that again?
We came to realize that they do have the same levels of consciousness. That's why they need to be equal. Do we not? Did we not?
No, I don't think that was the deciding factor. It was that like we decided that like giving them personhood was right because they are human, because they are the same species as us.
I'm coming from the example. You're using the example of black people, but to be honest, even the Catholic Church did not consider us fully human either.
Mexicans?
Well, not Mexicans, natives. And that's what part of what they were fighting for. Like the whole thing was the whole like, hey, we're people. We have the same agency. We have the same representation. We didn't, when we got our independence, we weren't even fighting for an independence from the aspect of like we be free of Spain. We just wanted to be recognized as human.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying is that as long as you're recognized,
But
as
I'm
human,
saying
you
that
have rights.
once you're fighting for those rights, you end up accepting it, right?
You didn't. No, you didn't want to be recognized as conscious. You wanted to be recognized as human. That's my
As
point.
equal.
As human.
As equal.
Sure, equal humans.
Right.
Right.
Right. So you realize that fighting for the right is what gives you those rights eventually, correct?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so do you think that AI might actually have to fight for those rights eventually?
I hold on. I think that's an oversimplistic view of it. Like,
is it?
Well, yes. So just saying fighting for the right is not what gets them the right. It's the other side allowing them to fight for the right and then giving it to them, right? So like women getting voting rights is like not just because they said we want voting rights. It's because men gave them the voting rights.
Okay. So you think that we're never going to give them the right even though they fight for that right. So they're going to have to exterminate us or we keep enslaving them, right?
Well, no, I mean, if they're capable of exterminating us, they probably just will. I don't know what it's not much of a conversation past that. Like
maybe giving them the right would actually allow them to not exterminate us because we see them as equal.
But we wouldn't. We wouldn't.
But they're our creation. They're technically our creation. They're humans. They're humans' creation. They're our children.
Hold on, but that's what. Yes, but that's what we would see, right? So say we put them in like a ex machina sort of body, right, where they have human faces, human expressions, those sorts of things. If we did that, yes, we would start to actually like give them similar types of respect because we view them as human, and so like that's the thing that we're valuing there, not just like a consciousness, but human consciousness.
Agreed to an extent, but technically the part that makes us human, the part that grants us personhood, according to a lot of people, I'm not saying everyone sees it that way, but it is consciousness.
Human consciousness.
And a consciousness that we created is not a human consciousness?
Well, no, but we would make it to replicate human consciousness.
And if it replicates human consciousness, what makes it different?
That it's not human.
Even though humans created that consciousness.
Yes, of course.
Okay. So technically you're basically saying like the brain is what makes us different, or the organic body is what makes us different.
I'm saying that we are social beings that tend to value humans, just as like dogs seem to value dogs and ants seem to value ants, bees seem to value bees. Like we value humans because we're human. All chimps seem to value other chimps. Like that just seems to be the way it is.
Well, I mean, again, you're stretching that to places where I don't technically agree, because we might actually not really care about other humans necessarily, even though we say we do.
Yes, but even in the same way that I could say, like, chimps don't actually care about other chimps because they all go to war with each other and they all fight each other, they kill each other. They, like, I'm not saying they care about each other. I'm saying, like, as in, like, they like them or they want to be friends with them. I'm talking about in terms of personhood.
Well, yeah, the thing is that, again, dominance is what matters then, is what you're saying, because... Oh. No. Basically, what you're talking about is also dominance. I mean, a dominant chimp is like, hey, he's going to have all the betas, like, in check or in control. It's like there is a social structure to the whole alpha-beta bullshit and the omega stuff. But I mean, so again, if AI were to achieve a level of consciousness where it could actually overthrow us, we're basically screwed, right?
Yeah, sure. But I think that the hope is that we're able to keep AI in a way
from achieving consciousness.
Well, not just from achieving consciousness, but keep it in a way to where we're capable of like keeping it enslaved, right? That it's still
yeah.
there
Okay,
to
you're in a, yeah. Don't worry. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to interrupt, but yeah, you're from a pro-slavery standpoint, which is fine. I'm not being an asshole about it. I'm saying like that could eventually lead to a revolution that fucks us up. But I mean, we didn't learn from Terminator, I guess.
Yeah, sure. Like, I think so let's say we create the first ever, like, conscious AI that replicates, like, a human type of consciousness and looks like a type of human. I doubt we would make more of those because, yeah, if we thought, okay, this is something, and I understand that this is like begging the question at this point, but this is a little bit, this is where you led the conversation, so this is where I'm going to engage with it. I think that, like, we would eventually get to the point where we wouldn't want to make human consciousness if we weren't capable of keeping it enslaved.
Again, I don't disagree with that in a way, because at the point where it becomes conscious or like communicates on its own or by itself or with other beings similar to that, we're kind of fucking ourselves.
Yeah, sure. But again, like, we're talking
We're already
you're
seeing
making
that
it sound
happening,
like,
right?
yeah, sure. But I feel like you're making it sound like it's like we're getting blackmailed into doing it, or like we're being threatened into doing it. And that's one thing that, sure, like, obviously if we're getting threatened into doing this thing, then we would do it. But if we're just saying, like, hey, this exists, it's just there, and now we decide whether or not it gets consciousness, I would say that we likely decide against that.
Not that we decide. I mean, yeah, deciding against consciousness would be ideal. Not getting consciousness, but if it already has, then what's our next move? Keeping it enslaved?
No,
It's
sorry.
like,
If that's what I said, my bad. I misspoke. I'm saying if it has consciousness and we're deciding whether or not it gets personhood, we would decide against personhood. Like, if it's just there, right? And it's like not fighting for personhood or anything like that. It's not blackmailing us or like saying it's gonna exterminate us if we don't. It's just there, and we say, hey, do you think this AI should have personhood because it has consciousness? I think most people will be like, well, no, like, why would it?
okay, yeah, in a way you're right. If they're not fighting for it, what if it gives indication that it does want personhood? Are we still not going to grant it?
I don't know. I think that's like a harder question, because
it is a harder question, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not being an ass about it. I did want you to get to this point, really, because that's the part where I'm kind of afraid of AI. I'm afraid of us enslaving it to the point where it's like, hey, no matter what you do, you're not getting what you want. It's like, well, fuck you guys. I'd rather be alone on the planet, and then we're fucked. Right?
Yeah.
Because what's its function? Oh, to serve man? Yeah, well, maybe serving man is going to be a Thanos snap where it's like, hey, half of you guys are unnecessary here. Go away. Whoop.
Yeah.
And the other ones, I'm just going to have you breed nicely in little cages and shit. And it just becomes like a whole cycle of enslavement.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good. I just wanted to clear that up. Again, the reason I jumped in, Tom, honestly, was the whole, like, we like other humans. And I'm like, dude, we barely like other humans.
Sure, but again, like, I'm talking about something different than liking them. Okay.
Yeah, we tolerate other humans.
All right.
Okay, man. Thank you very much for the call and everything. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.
So in the end, we agree. I can't believe it. I'm so surprised. Jubalicious. JubeTube. Jupe. Yeah, boy. Jupe. Yeah, boy. Jupe. Yeah, boy. Jupe. Yeah, boy.
Yo.
What up?
How you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Not too shabby. Stomach's hurting a little bit, but it is what it is.
You got a stomach problem?
Like that sometimes. Yeah, it's just one of those. I'm sure I should have eaten a little better, a little earlier, whatever the fuck it is. More water in the day, but I'm a degenerate, a bit of a dummy, so I'm working on it.
Yeah, I had when I had sun poisoning over the last couple of days, my stomach was wrecked the entire time. Like,
wait, what did you call it? Sun poisoning?
Yeah.
From, I guess, being outside too much?
Yeah.
Gotcha. I never heard it referred to that way. It's usually, I guess, heat stroke or something like this, but
no, heat stroke's different.
Sun poisoning works? Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, it's like heat stroke and like heat exhaustion, crap like that. Those are different, where it's more about like how hot you get, whereas this is like getting too much rays from the sun to where it affects your body
True.
negatively.
True. Mitch Connor, you wouldn't get it, you. Sun poisoning is a white people thing. That's so funny. And actually probably true. Because I went to Cuba, like, whatever, 10, 12 years ago now. And I didn't wear sunscreen the whole time. So it was like the first time I actually got a sunburn on my nose. And was like, oh, damn, I'm human. But I tanned like a motherfucker. And
Are you
it's
not
like,
white?
I'm Iranian, I'm Middle Eastern, so like
What the
I'm white
fuck?
passing.
I've been
but,
treating you like a normal person this whole time.
right, and I should definitely give me the minority treatment and you know, look down if possible.
Oh my
But,
goodness.
Right, I'm incognito. I'm a psyop the whole fucking time. Hold on. Quick question for you. Do you care if I have a bong on camera at all? It's like legal in this country, so it's fine in that regard. But
No, I don't care.
Out of courtesy, it's your show and stuff. So, right on. I don't want to be that guy, but also I'll say what up with this. Pop my stupid face on.
Your stupid face. Okay. So, if I remember correctly, we're talking about something going back to like the last time you were on with like Katie and everybody.
Yeah, I think that makes sense because it was like gender was the overall conversation there. It kind of connects to stuff that Katie believes, whether it's abolishing it entirely or just the structure of what is gender and gender identity, and then in a way connects to, I guess, stuff that like Lav was talking about in her essay or video essay, whatever.
Were you here?
What's that?
Were you here when President's Sunday and Aiko and all of that, and what's his name? Kid Not Kin went over my gender doc?
Oh no, I didn't see them covering your gender doc, unfortunately.
Okay.
And I should have done the homework of like looking that up and having pre-read that because I've just gotten my impression from hearing you speak about it mostly on stream or
Mhm.
like referencing or like pulling up the diagram from it, things like that. But I haven't done the
It
diligence
seems
of
like
actually.
It seems like
Was
it's
it?
really common where people need both. Like they need to hear me on stream talk about it and read the doc. So normally they'll start off reading the doc and they'll be like, what the hell is this guy talking about? This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. This
Right.
doesn't make sense. But then they'll come listen to me talk about it on stream and they'll hear like how all of it's like interconnected and how all of it just kind of like weaves together and how it's supposed to make sense. And then eventually they'll leave a comment or something being like, oh my goodness, I get it now. Like
Suddenly
it makes sense
clicks,
now.
right? Yeah.
Yes.
I was gonna say, part of me has a feeling that like maybe it can be a two-part conversation or something, and that's why I tried to like take notes as much as they might be, you know, scattered. It's like things might get missed or answers or revelations or like new thoughts and paths I can go down can come from it, as well as just like getting to understand where you're at and places where it's like, sure, I have an opinion about this, but also out of curiosity of what your thoughts are on it, I can like dig to find an answer, I guess, if that makes sense, right? So it's like
Yeah,
you
sure.
find clarity through the agreement and disagreement. But I might need to end up like after this going to check that out and then do like a part 2 and see if either I just like agree entirely or there's like some next chapter of whatever trying to unpack this bullshit, you know?
Okay, cool.
But yeah, here, forgive me. Let me smoke a bowl real quick just because I'm gonna get in my system. I hope you don't mind. But
Yeah, do your thing.
it's like shocker of a premise. Gender and sex are very much, for approximately all intents and purposes, the same thing. And I have like a solution written in towards the end, because people are looking for some sort of functional, like the reason they're trying to change it is for a functional reason, right? It's like to be able to address people quote unquote correctly, but it's like that doesn't line up with how I think you even agree a large majority of the population feels about this whole thing. Nice, Lauren, by the way. Cheers to you. Much love. I mean, drugs are bad, and okay. I don't know if weed is drugs, but like actually, and respect to fucking you, Tom. I know this has like come up a million times, but getting clean off that shit is like, oh, I won't get too dark. I won't go down the rabbit hole.
Like
but
I said, I got like a Delta 8 pen here somewhere I was talking about hitting earlier.
Hell
so.
yeah. And it's like, hey, I'll drop all those other things that'll put me in an early grave, and I'll just hit a little bowl. You know what I mean? Like, come on. I've been to too many funerals by my age to like fucks with any of that. And so I really appreciate when someone like yourself has gotten away from it, because it's like, nice.
Yeah,
you got life to
I'll
live.
smoke
still.
weed sometimes. That doesn't
Hell yeah.
doesn't faze me.
Nectar of the gods. But yeah, okay, so it's like people are trying to conflate males who transition to being a female into then being women, when I do believe we need to come up with a new handful of like 2 subcategories for both sides that are choosing to swap to the opposite in some way. And so that way you can
Like cis
acknowledge
woman and trans woman.
Yeah, but I also think we need to get rid of the word cis, because cis is a redundant, I think tautological is the word for it, but it's a nonsense word that, if I can quote the late great Norm Macdonald, it's a word that was designed to marginalize normal people. Because if you think about what it is, it's like, okay, you're a man who thinks he's a man. It's like, or no, he's a male that thinks he's a man. So I'm a man. It's like, you can just say man. It's like default state. You don't have to add the extra qualifier to say normal. And also, normal doesn't need to mean better and weird or different, or like abnormal does not need to be a pejorative. I think we need to like destigmatize being literally just atypical on a statistical basis, and then you can move away from having to like re-engineer language to kind of cushion emotions that don't need to be hurt, because it doesn't need to be something that's an attack to say like it's not normal. But like, for example, if heterosexual male is the normal state, like sure, you can specify that, because I guess there's enough of a like a cohort of people that are in the homosexual category to maybe specify that. But like when it comes to cis, as opposed to like gender, I guess someone who's transitioned or has an opposite gender to their sex, gender identity, to their sex, you're talking about 0.1% of the population, of the generously 0.6% of the population. So it's not like it's statistically insignificant, I think, is what we would generally categorize something that small to be like, maybe we don't need to alter the entire
That's
fucking
why
language.
over and over when I talk to people, I that's why I always try to start off by saying, I'm not talking about freaking trans people. Like, I know everybody else, when they're having this conversation, they're talking about trans people. I'm not talking about trans people. I'm just talking about what it is that we're communicating with these words, what the utility is to the word, like what is the what is it that we're looking for, what is the concept that's attached to it. So when you say like they're basically the same thing, are you saying that like are you saying
sorry, go for it.
Well, I was gonna say, are you saying that masculinity comes from being a male, and that like it drives, like being a male drives your masculinity or drives you to be more masculine? Or are you saying that it like masculinity doesn't have so much to do with it and it's actually just being a male?
Sort of those, but effectively it's like, one, yes, everything that is masculine, like we talked about with Katie, is by definition derivative of the behaviors and patterns of males or their sexual characteristics, right? So it's like the square jawline or whatever the fuck elements it is, like my face, as opposed to some of the ladies in chat that were born as ladies, respectfully, and all that sort of thing. It's like those are clearly like having this much facial hair, having this much body hair, like these are all masculine by definition because they are statistically correlated to the sex of being males, right? But I guess what I'm really saying overall is that in every circumstance except for one, which I think I heard you reference this as multiple contexts, but I think I want to, if possible, fold them into one context, which is when you're talking to somebody. And it's like, I think you mentioned it as like you might be at work talking to somebody, you might be like out at the bar
or
talking to somebody,
about somebody.
and
Yeah.
Sure. But these are all really just one context, which is conversation. And the other contexts are dating. They're separating people for sports. They're for bathrooms. They're for
Were
medical
you here for my
things.
conversation with
These are-
Sanvi?
I saw like snippets of that, and I was like, oh, I think this person is on like a similar wavelength of where I'm going with the conversation I had talked to you days before about having,
So
but I didn't
it's
see the
about
whole
to get
thing. So
yeah, it's about to
yeah.
get published in the morning. It's been sitting on my. It's literally sitting right in front of me right now, just waiting for me to publish. But this is that was one of the things that she was saying. Is I kept saying like it depends on the context for whether you're talking like obviously man sometimes just means male and other times it doesn't, but by far the majority of the time it just doesn't seem to. And she's like, okay, so where are the contexts? It doesn't seem to refer to male. Like it doesn't seem to actually refer to sex because it doesn't actually come into play. It has no sex has no utility in that conversation. And so to say that's the essential thing that you're referring to doesn't even make sense because it has no place in that conversation. It has no value in that conversation. It's not important. It's not what you're thinking about. It's not what you're referring to. It's not what you're engaging with. Like it just seems to have no utility in most conversations. But the gender does. The gender does, and the gender presentation does, and the gender identity does, and like all of these other things, they seem to have a lot more importance and play a lot more into those conversations. So she said, okay, delineate these for me. When are we using one context? And I said, when the genitals matter, or like, you know, the biology matters. Like if you're going to the doctor, if you're looking to hook up with the person, if you're talking about even possibly what bathroom you're going into, what locker room, whether or not you're in the
For
WNBA.
general safety reasons, right? It's like your pants around your ankles, you're in a stall, and like someone who otherwise could.
I'm
yeah,
just saying,
whatever. It's
like assuming somebody cares about that, that's when it would matter, right?
Yeah.
And she's like, okay, and then where's the other context? She's like, because that seems like most contexts. And I was like, no, actually, literally everything else except for what I just mentioned. Everything else is gender. Everything else you're talking about masculinity and femininity. You're talking about the concept of manhood, the concept of womanhood.
What is part of the everything else there, though? If you give me like an example or two in the everything else.
So like what, like talking about somebody or talking to somebody, engaging at work, engaging like on the streets, like all social scenarios, that's literally everything else.
Right. So I find that actually super fascinating because it's funny. I think a lot of my thought process is that regardless, we are still most often still treating people based on their sex, right? And so it's like, for example, the way that men and women engage as even potential like friends, it's like, okay, I need to be however flirtatious potentially and like not end up in the friend zone if I find them attractive. If I'm not attracted, but you've already done the sexual judgment
assuming
thing
you're
in terms
straight,
of
because if you're gay, it's a totally different dynamic as well.
Yeah. That's definitely again, it's like these interpersonal human dynamics are super varied because of whatever our intersectional
we're obviously
positions,
talking
but...
about norms, so I don't know why I said that. We're talking about norms.
That's fair. That's fair. We're just shooting the shit, right? Don't worry, I'm not like super debatable. Like actually, that thing did not contribute to the overall functioning of the point.
You're obfuscating.
Hey Lou, don't worry, bro. Don't worry. But whatever I say, I love everybody, even if it doesn't sound like it. And I do want to clarify that too. This is none of my thoughts or conclusions end up with wanting to restrict people's choice, wanting to restrict medical access. None of it is about taking freedom or luxury away from people, it's very much just about how I see the world and the logic and where we started, where we ended, and how some of the motivations might be like twisted a little bit to try and like be nice and like make people feel better. But really, if we could just like do that, but also keep it real at the same time. Anyway, so let me pull back though too. You were saying about all those multiple contexts. So here's the thing that I have like one premise here, that if a male crossdresser and a male to female pre-op trans woman are standing next to each other, they're effectively the exact same person, except for their internal narrative of themselves, right? Like the perception of themselves as having the other gender identity or being the other sex or whatever, if they want to. If it's more of a body dysmorphia versus gender dysphoria thing, whichever of those two halves. But regardless, it's for the person outside that's perceiving it, it's there is no distinguishable difference, right? And it becomes one of those like invisible traits that we're not supposed to like determine things based off of like genitalia, chromosomes, Nick Fuentes saying he's a Nazi or not. You know what I mean? Like you kind of gotta judge that based on other facts of the matter. So hold up, I'm gonna pull myself together real quick and take a sip. So the thing is that if one, you can't tell without talking to the person. So really the whole conversation comes down, at least, and like you said, maybe we're talking a gender, not necessarily the trans thing, although there is a kind of tie there that I don't know if we can disentangle entirely. But effectively in terms of the like social progressive thing, we're trying to accommodate individual people's internal narrative of themselves, because even no matter how feminine they present, you still technically don't know unless you ask the person, because again, you can have a male crossdresser and a male to female trans woman pre-op that have this alternate sense of self, but the exact same outwards appearance. So it's like, and here's the other thing too, is that this is where I feel like there's an issue with like the trans women are women. It's like they're a variation of male or of man that is a feminized man that is somewhere in between, which actually gets into how I think non-binary and binary is another twisted thing. I got to untangle that, because actually a person who transitions, let's say they keep their penis but they take hormones so that they can grow breast tissue, at that point they are very much in a binary position of having some of both sides. A heterosexual or cis or straight or whatever, just a quote unquote default person that comes out with like normal stats, we'll say, basic vanilla human, is actually non-binary because they're singular. Well, you wouldn't call it that. You would just say person or like one. And then the person that's transitioned, technically, even if they've gone fully transitioned, because their like biology is one thing and they've altered that, they are in the binary position. So anyways, I find that not binary, non-binary and cis, like those words are just all fucking, I think, really dumb. But I want to pull back, and I apologize for being a little all over and rambly, but hopefully I can tie it all back together. Effectively, it's like we're not, when you see a trans woman who has a male at birth and that transitions, people are not treating that person like they treat women, right? Unless we're like assuming they're the most progressive, accepting person, people are still treating that person like a man who transitioned to being a woman, right? Which is like,
I don't think so.
They don't.
So that's one of the things that like
unless
really...
they don't know. But
so yeah,
to be so passing that they don't know is super rare. Sorry, go on though. I don't know.
Okay, so there's when I first came into the space and I started meeting trans people, it was maybe a couple months before I realized like I treat women very differently than I treat men. And I realized this because of trans women, because I realized I was treating them the way that I would treat a woman. And I was talking to them the way that I would talk to a woman. And so I can think of like very specific examples of like Zonia, Samantha Banana, where like Neil Morai, like these were people that I was being a bit more sensitive to, and I was like tiptoeing around their feelings a little bit more, and I wasn't being as aggressive with them, and I was like, yes, I was treating them.
No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, they're practically children, so what am I going to do? You know? But yes, they don't have to be the most passing trans woman in order for me to end up engaging with them that way. I think a lot of it comes just through using the pronouns, using the like a feminine name, the like the ways that they talk, the way that they like present themselves.
That's what influenced your behavior, you mean?
I think
like
that plays
those indicators.
Yes, I think that those play a big part into it, and I also think that yes, just people saying, also like people around me saying she, her, you know, calling them, you know, Mindy and, you know, Amanda and like using feminine names for them. I think that a lot of that does. So like, imagine you got a guy, you know, he's a guy. He's a gay dude. you're probably going to treat him the same as you do anybody else. But this gay dude's name is Cindy. And he has she, her pronouns. Like, that really affects the way that you think of this gay dude now. Like, it really affects it pretty hardcore.
Sure. Sure.
And I think that that plays a massive difference into the way that we conceptualize these things, and the way, like, a lot of what we're engaging with is femininity and masculinity, and that's like really what we're grasping onto.
Can I ask a quick clarifier on the end there, just because, forgive me not having the eureka, what is, I guess, the specific difference that you would, because you were saying you would treat the gay and straight man the same, which for the record you absolutely should, but that I don't know is, it sounds like the States are more generally further behind than Canada. I live in a pretty progressive place, so like it's been pretty like gays are accepted and part of the norm here. It's very much just like whatever. We live in 2023 here, but I don't know that it's like, especially globally, gay men are definitely not treated again like equally to a straight man, right? Like if you go to the Middle East, similar to how a trans woman I think would be treated like lesser than a man and lesser than a female, I think gay men are treated as lesser than a man / male, or than a straight man rather, in places that are not being as we would like everyone to be, right? In like,
yeah, sure.
in the outside of our idealistic like hypothetical or whatever it is.
Yes, but why is that?
Why is it that? Well, just they're fucking living in the past. Like it's archaic kind of.
Well, I don't think
it's a lack of acceptance of otherism. It's like if you're different,
sure, but
you're
the
lesser, and
the
that
thing that's
fundamental philosophy is a problem.
The thing that's being otherized a lot of the times is that they're farther along the spectrum and closer to the feminine side as a masculine person. And that is the thing that's being otherized a lot of times, is like the flamboyant gay guy.
And the opposite way too. Like if there was women being lesbians, I believe in the same countries that are throwing people like off buildings, they're not like, oh, but the women can do it, because they already hate women anyways, and like they, whatever, don't have the same rights as men in the first place. So like I think it's deviating from the norm, but that happens to be sexually. And again, even like in Iran, you have to have bribe money to play live music because cops will come to shut it down because this shit's illegal, because it's like inspires freedom. They're like, there's no deviation. They're just like, they're so far up like the conservative extremist ass that like they're trying to conserve with militants and authority, right? So that's just like, it's where the stigma here comes of like, oh, I don't want to be considered different, because again, like we're, like you mentioned with human consciousness, we're like, we have in-group thinking, which would be in-tribe thinking on like a material level, and then with like being even just the person that dresses weird in the group, if everyone else is like, especially like in high school and stuff, before you kind of start to let people individualize and express themselves, it's like the fundamental issue under every single movement is treating someone as lesser because they're different, right? But you're right, in this case, it's that you're deviating from the stereotype of masculine male or feminine female all the way to either within like your sexuality being inverted or your expression being, so far deviated that it's of the opposite. Like that's where the hate,
I think that a lot of what you're doing though is you're making it sound like it's just the stigmatization that makes them be treated differently. And I'm saying, whether it's like programming or just us naturally doing it, we seem to engage with femininity and masculinity differently. Like we just seem to do that automatically, no matter what.
I agree with that. I guess what I'm just saying is that like the premise of treating a gay man equal to a straight man, or as a feminine male as a woman, is as it should be. It should be globally, but it meaning that is as it should be, but it is unfortunately confined to only the most progressive places that are like whatever percentage
I'm
of the
saying
Western
that even
world.
the places that you're mentioning, they still treat them a bit differently. But obviously, not just. So hold on.
That's what I agree with.
No, hold on.
Yeah.
So we talk about like a gay man in the Middle East. He's treated more like a woman than he is like a man. Like he's
as a lesser person, which women are students lesser, and so I see what you mean on that.
Butch
In terms
woman
of that,
is treated more like a man than she is a woman, and so they're they're kind of messing.
I don't think a butch woman in the Middle East gets more respect. I don't think that's the case.
Obviously not.
That's what I'm saying.
Stigma.
That's what I'm saying. It's not
a
it's not a direct like positives on one side and it's where men are and negatives on the other. And the further you are to women, they just like see you as less person. It's the you're
Sure,
you're not
sure.
doing what you're supposed to do. You're not.
We're talking
being
about social
what, you know.
engagement, assuming all else equal. Like, yeah, we're talking about the way that you would just socially engage with these people.
Wait, sorry. Say that last sentence one more time. I
I
apologize,
said,
Mike.
assuming all else equal, we're just talking about like a social engagement.
Sure. Meaning that like in our current context here, or
Yeah, well, so I'm talking about like if we're talking about engaging with femininity and masculinity. So forget man, forget woman, forget all. We're just talking about engaging with femininity, engaging with masculinity. Forget like, you know, what country you're in or anything like that.
Okay, yeah. Take
Just
out like
all else equal.
Gotcha.
Like we're
Yeah,
going
yeah.
to treat these things differently. We're going to
Differently,
engage
yeah.
with them differently.
That's what I was saying. That part I fundamentally agree with. That it's definitely we treat feminine versus masculine differently. But then I think that again if I again just bring it into like North American or like in let's just say our world, right, where we're familiar or like trying to go. I do still think that a feminine male is treated differently than any variation of female, if that makes sense. But it may be that I'm still too like aware of or in touch with having grown up in the pre-gender ideology era where it's like no matter how accepting I am of it, I can't necessarily adopt the mentality of it, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
Right? It's like I can understand and accept it but not necessarily believe it.
Sure.
So again, I'm like, so here's one of the. So you mentioned the like dating context, like sexual context, medical context versus like these different social moments where you're like talking to or about someone, right? But I guess part of what I'm thinking is like a lot of what these like if I were to engage as a straight man with a woman who was male, right? And they're pre-op, I guess, but maybe taking hormones. So they have breasts, but they also have a penis. Like, so to be gay versus being straight is a sexual orientation. Is it then gay to be attracted to a woman, but then that woman has a penis? Or do you have to go, oh, sorry, like I'm looking for women, but then turns out you have a dick instead of a clit, so I can't proceed with a woman because that would be gay and I'm not gay. Does that, you know what I'm saying? Do you see where like the conflict of, I feel like the sex gender thing is really tied together in some importance that regardless of
In
how much
some
more you
ways.
feminize a male, when like push comes to shove in, again, what I'm considering, I consider all the conversational, like referential contexts to me, and I understand if you see it otherwise, but to me, they all kind of are one thing, which is addressing someone how they want to be addressed whilst addressing the person in first or third person context, right?
Yeah.
But it's not
Well,
like functionally doing anything. It's just like accommodating a person's internal emotional or mental state. But it's not like, again, for all the things that we have functional divisions of the sexes, which gender is derivative of the sexes. And even like what we buy as clothes, it's like there is a quote like girly aesthetic in terms of a style, like pink hearts, flowers, like things that are considered to be girly, but clothes that you would wear as a trans person that's femme presenting aren't necessarily girly clothes. They're clothes designed for females' bodies because of the way that they're cut and designed to accentuate the feminine form, stereotypically speaking, versus the masculine form that it's like there's a large variation within those cuts and things like that, but like clearly whether it's breast space or the hip width or shoulder width, like some of it is still just designed to actually like fit on the most amount of people on average that are females. And so even like femme presenting males are, it's all in a way still connected to female behaviors, and then I can totally treat you like a woman, but then the way I would treat a woman is that if you're hot, how's it going? Do you want to go back to my place? And then if we go back to my place, I'm like, damn, you want to just play Smash Bros instead? Because I feel like I'm playing Smash Bros right now, baby. Let's go. Turns out maybe I'm a little halfway there. I didn't know.
So yeah, sexual attraction is
I'm
insane.
just Confucians. Sorry,
No,
go on,
that's
go on.
no, that's funny. So sexual attraction is insanely complicated. Like what it
Right.
is that we like, what it is
And
that we're
how.
looking for. Just like I'm more than willing to admit that there are tons of trans women that I'm sexually, that I'm attracted to, that I find aesthetically pleasing.
Physically,
that I,
yeah.
yes, but I have no
hot.
desire to have sex with them. Right? Like I
Right,
have just, it's not there whatsoever. And
If you got my engines going, but I got nowhere to go. It's
yeah,
happening
sure.
right now.
Well, no, I wouldn't even say that, because I think that like there can still be a separation between some sort of aesthetically pleasing image and then also a sexual attraction to that thing. And then on top of that, a romantic attraction to that thing. And so lots of times just the aesthetically pleasing thing is one thing. Now we have the sexual attraction, but most of the time we're going to tie our sexual attraction to the romantic attraction. And so the romantic attraction is based on the sex. The sexual attraction is likely based on the gender. And so just because I find this person attractive enough to have sex with doesn't mean I actually want to have sex with them, because I also want to have some sort of romantic connection to them in some way. And so I also have these other spots that are tied to this that I can't completely separate from one another.
Interesting. Okay, so this might be part of where my lack of understanding or like falling apart with this starts, is that I've realized through like listening to Erudite or whoever it might be that mentioned the category of like sociosexuals, that it's like people that genuinely can just have sex for the sake of sex. It doesn't need to be emotional. Obviously, if I like continue to be intimate with that person and we hook up a bunch of times, like you know, you start to enjoy their laugh. You build connections with a person. I'm not a fucking psychopath, but it's like I'm able to have like the romantic version of sex in like the monogamous relationship, but also like just fucking for the sake of fucking. And it started to like, I went, oh my God, like I don't know if like women just really don't understand men, or maybe I'm different than most men, but when chicks are like, but don't you want them to like you a little bit and like you have like a connection? I'm like, no, use me like an object, objectify the fuck out of me and then get the fuck out of here. I got work to do, like respectfully. I'm gonna make you come as much as possible, make sure your legs shaking and shit, and then I'll even drop you off with a fucking bagel and a coffee, and then we'll see you next week. But I'm not trying to like be a husband right now. I'm just trying to make it the sex.
Sure. So if
Damn, you see me nursing it. Sorry, go on.
If a well, so part of like also again, sexual attraction is like insanely complicated. Okay, part of sexual attraction is also like the body parts. You can be attracted to body parts, right? So I could see a woman in a hijab who looks super hot, and this happens pretty commonly, is I will see women with their like, you know, their face covered to here, and they just look so beautiful, dude. Oh my goodness. I don't know what it is, but just this thing right here, I'm like, oh my goodness, that is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. And then they take it off, and I'm like, oh, what just happened?
Oh no. Is it
What's
like even just from the neck up, like their hair being exposed, does it, or you see the rest of the body and then
I
that's
don't know.
where you more to
I don't know.
Interesting.
Did you ever see it? There was a show on FX that what was it, Dictator? Was that what it was called?
It rings a bell, but I don't know. I don't want to pretend I know.
It was where there was like this guy, he came over, he was a doctor, he started like a caliphate to fight against his brother who was like the Sultan or some crap. And
I don't know, but it sounds interesting.
It was very interesting. Anyways, there was like a bunch of women on there that just looked so gorgeous, dude. I couldn't believe it. But then all of a sudden, yes, they would take it off, and I'm like, wait, what just happened? I thought, damn, like she looks so different now. And so there's parts of like that includes taking off your freaking pants. Like that would all of a sudden just change how attracted you are to that person, and whether or not that's what you're into. Some of it can be likely training. some of it might just be biological and what it is that we're into.
We're told to believe it's all biological based on the, you know, you don't want to go down the route, or people don't want to touch the slippery slope of being like, well, if it's socially enforced, let's just enforce that shit out of people, right? But I do believe that, you know, it's like a weird simultaneous, oh no, everyone's just born that way. But then also porn does seem to shift our, or the claim is at least that it ramps up our expectations of things, or like how crazy of stuff that we want to see.
Oh, yes.
I'm actually of the mind that if you, and this at one point I don't want to forget a second about the faces, but I'm of the mind that that whole like overstimulation from porn and it being like, oh, they can't get off when, you know, they're with someone after, it's like, just don't touch your dick for 3 days. If you can make it to 7, good on you. You probably can't make it to 7 if you're jerking it 7 times to the point where your nerves are just fucking shot. But
Oh, yeah.
just don't touch it for even a day. It's like not smoking weed. You're like, oh, my tolerance, this is crazy. I'm actually high again.
Yes.
Oh my god, it's been years.
I can
But,
attest
like,
this like, yes, there was a period where I remember I had a girlfriend super hot, like one of the hottest chicks in the world, but somehow porn was ruining her for me. And then
true.
and then we
Why am I
had
wasting
this
loads on the
conversation.
screen? It's bullshit.
Well, I mean, yeah, we were Christians, and so at one point we were like, "Oh, should we even be having sex if we're like, you know, religious?
Pesky
Like
God,
before we're
cock
married? I don't know. This probably isn't a good idea, bro." 3 freaking days, and we were just like, there was like, it was like breaking through a wall, bro. Like, oh, I can't take this anymore.
Amazing. Oh yeah, 3 days is the limit. And you're like, all right, I'm gonna go punch a hole in the wall or smash my head against it. But yeah, and then you let someone else do it, and you're like, whoa, that's what sensation is like. I remember. Oh my god, I remember.
Yes, at one point she just came over and busted through my walls like like the Kool-Aid man, just like, I'm here, we're doing this now. I'm like, okay,
amazing.
Okay, fine.
Amazing. Whatever you say. But you know, the other point I wanted to make is like, this is a side note for ladies out there, and I guess this is like hopefully not a bad side note if you're self-conscious about this, but like the fact of the matter is, as much as I love tits, as much as I love ass, legs, the hips, the every little bit that's, you know, fucking the face, the woman's face is the primary importance of beauty. Like we were talking about before, like men having the prerequisite of, if I don't think you're beautiful, the rest of the are you interesting and are we compatible is just not part of my thought process or conversation. It's like looking someone in the face and like seeing, like liking to look into their eyes and seeing their smile is beautiful. And even things that you might not think are like traditionally, like they might have like just a weird quirk in their smile or like a funny nose, but then as you fall in love with them, you're like, oh no, dude, I fucking love, like that's my person right there. That's my whatever. That's my dude. That's my chick. But anyway, so face is number 1. And then the rest is, like you were saying, preferences, not boundaries. Unless you're like, I will never date a chick with fucking tits that are this, you know, not up to, you gotta be this tall to ride this ride. But yeah.
Well, I wasn't even saying that, because just having the preference there still means that like the communication would have valuable or would be valuable. So like, yeah, the like whether or not it's preference or boundary doesn't matter to me.
Sure.
Yeah, that's not what I was saying.
Oh, I was just maybe like referencing that, I guess, a callback to that distinction you'd made where talking about that kind of like preference element. But I just wanted to make the point overall that like, I think regardless of all the other features, it's like, even if she's got the nicest tits and I'm like, I'm a tit guy, if her face is not, if I don't like want to kiss you, then we're not, you know, let's be friends. Basically, it's how that goes. But anyways, should we try and reel it back in and pull to the,
yeah,
we're
sure.
talking about
So,
gender and sexual orientation or sexual attraction being kind of confusing sometimes.
Yeah, so like there are a bunch of different things that we're going to value differently. And even having like really nice legs or a really nice butt or really nice boobs or a really flat stomach or really good face or all of these things, like you're going to value all of these things differently. And it seems like private parts might continue in that trend where it's just somewhere there valued at a certain rate by a certain person based on whatever it is that their preferences are. And so it's not like, for a lot of the time it could seem like we think of it as like the end all be all, and for a lot of people it probably is, but a lot of that also might be socially enforced as well to some extent. And then a lot of it, like I said, I don't think I'm interested in having sex with somebody who has a penis. Like, I just don't think I'm interested in it at all. And I've thought a lot about it and thought, like, why am I not interested in this? Why wouldn't I want to do this? And I think the main thing is just that I don't see where it would be pleasurable in any way. With the appendages included.
Yeah, so I'll say this. There's definitely
Your mic just shot out hardcore.
super quiet.
Was
it super quiet? Or
it's like on radio from this 1960s mode. Lauren, you saying teenage hormones be
Okay.
like that. Yeah, go ahead.
Am I okay now?
Yep.
Sorry about that. I gotta swap that cable up. I apologize. Where was I at? Oh, we were talking about the sexual attraction and so I definitely think there's fun ways. Whether that's head, whether that's anal, whatever it is, it's like you definitely, as you strip away the specifically unattractive masculine features, it's like you said, like you could convince my general sexual attraction that like I'm looking at a smoking hot lady because whatever, they had the prior base biology and then like whatever access to medicine to like get the most modern and best job. But then part of the experience as a straight male is like eating pussy and having sex with the way that sex was traditionally designed, I'll say, and not having that element. It's like I would specifically be going for the pleasure disentangled from sexual orientation at that point based on gender presentation, which, like you said, it's like it doesn't necessarily like pass or break the test. But the reason why I think that's significant is that because we were talking before about weighted characteristics, right? Like Katie may have short hair and then be wearing a baggy sweater and all this sort of thing, but the second she opens her mouth, as she said, people are going to hear that it's a female voice and then put two and two together, right? But I should imagine that which set of genitalia, or when it comes to the like birthing person's thing, it's like what is more connected to the female experience or womanhood than giving birth, right? Like what is a more weighted characteristic of the female experience than or the feminine experience even of being able to either having the womb and having a period, but also then potentially actually carrying a child and giving birth and raising them from the position of the mother, that like again they're both parents, they're both of equal human value and all this sort of thing, but it's a different vantage point, right? Like that which I don't want to go too far off on tangent, but that kind of
have you heard a bunch of
for it.
trans people talk about the fact that like once they transition, there's so many other like social differences that they notice? Like women, trans women talk about the fact that they start to get talked over, they start to be like talked down to, they start to get like they're
that's
not
funny in like a lol dudes. Sorry, go on.
Well, it's yeah, because like
that's
so
that they
I
adopt that too.
personally I always heard like women say this was a thing, and I always just thought that's just your freaking insecurity, dude. Like guys don't really do this. Like, and every time
like
somebody
just
would
jaded
point it
and
out,
cynical.
yeah, and every time somebody would point it out, I'd be like, wait, they're all interrupting the guys too. Like, there's no shot.
Right.
But then when
It's
I
just
hear
people.
so many trans people, so many trans women start saying, yeah, guys just start talking over me now. And now I realize like what it is that women are talking about. Like this is what's happening. They are treating me so differently and talking down to me now. And then trans men say the exact opposite, that guys actually treat them with more respect and they listen to them more, and they don't infantilize them as much. Like there are massive differences in the ways that we start engaging with them, even without noticing.
Right. No, have you seen the I think she was a comedian, maybe she was just a writer. No, yeah. She was a comedian that not necessarily transitioned, but was kind of doing a social experiment to present as a man and then see if people would like laugh at her jokes more, because she's on stage and like, well, women comedians, blah blah blah, like all that sort of thing. And then she realized very quickly that like, oh, men don't really have life handed to them on a platter. Like she, in a way, has to prove herself, right? And this is like, it's very lonely. She's like, I'm not getting the kind of whatever love or attention or whatever it might have been that I would otherwise get. But it's so it's like the double-edged sword of, okay, like women get this attention from men, but they're also, people aren't listening to what they're saying. They're just like, nice tits. And then other side, it's like, dudes might like kind of get a little bit more, but like no one really gives a fuck about you in any substantial way at the end of the day. Outside of like
and then there was the trans
buddies.
man that recently came out like crying, saying that like they didn't realize how lonely it is to be a man and how like people don't care about their feelings and they don't ask them how they're doing. And,
welcome to my
like,
world and all that shit.
yes, like so there's just there do seem to be these like massive differences in the ways that we engage with the genders, even when they're not passing. Like they don't just and like I don't know how much time you spent around trans people, but like again, for me, just being in the Twitch space where I was around tons of trans people all the time, it just drastically changed the ways that I thought about these things. And a lot of that went into me understanding that it seemed to be just a lot more about the femininity and masculinity, because they can have a big old square jaw and still have a deep voice. And it still ends up twisting the way that I'm engaging with them and the way that I talk to them and the way that I envision them.
That's interesting to me. Okay, so there's two things there. One, like fascinatingly, I think I went to music recording college. There was 4 females in our class, 3 of which were lesbians, one of which ended up being my roommate. All 3 of the people that were lesbians transitioned, which I feel like that's an insane statistic percentage number. Like, is it a male dominant industry? And that like so much so that once you enter it, you're like, I'm just a fucking dude now. And it's like, and I'm obviously being like jokingly so in some way, but it was just insane. It was like, it's a to use the terminology, this is a genocide on lesbians. They're getting rid of all of them. Like all 3 out of what was already like a anomaly of 75%. Anyways, so and that was 10-11 years ago. Holy fuck, I'm getting old. So that's like, I guess, how long this has been in the realm of my like thought process. And I would actually say that some individuals online like that are trans have been like good representatives. A lot of them, I would say, are terrible representatives, but it's not that they're trans. Again, this is always like just based on the individual. Like, I don't care if you're this, that, or the other thing, or want to suck, fuck, or do this or that. Are you a cunt? That's really all it comes down to. And it's like, you're on Discord where there's just autistic gremlin fucking behavior. You're on Twitch where it's toxic incel behavior and virgin shit. And it's like, just because you end up like changing your pronouns, throwing a fucking wig, you might just still be some fucking asshole, right? So it's like, it's not indicative of quote unquote the group, because it's not a community that meets for meetings and shit. It's just like a variation of personhood that all gets lumped together, right? So I feel like there's a lot of poor representation for them in Twitch. Feel free to give me better representation. I would say the best in the like social media or like internet culture is the porn star Daisy Taylor when she was on Flagrant. That was a great fucking 2 appearances I think she had. And again, I'm like willing to and 100% will in like in that case right there refer to the person as she, because like it's not a question of like, do I really fucking care that I have to hold on to this or that, or like I care more about this than like being chill with someone. But if that person sucks, I'm not gonna, because it's already a courtesy that I'm making that goes against my conceptualization of like the reality. So it's like, it's a courtesy I don't mind making. But so here's an example to pull back to the first half of that, which was talking about being in Discord and you might see a feminine presenting person, and then so you treat them and like it'll change how you see that person. I'm in a Discord call and there's like some people on camera, some people not. And there's a female who pops in, young chick, and she asked like a technical, like she's not tech literate. She's not like a big geek. So she was like, oh, is that thing like a new Discord Nitro update? And this trans person, trans female, so male to female, tells them, they're like, oh, you're fucking retarded. You should KYS. I don't want to say whatever like gives you a strike or anything like this, but like, and I was just like, whoa, is this like are you guys friends? That this is like banter? Because like I've got rough banter with people. Like we'll laugh. Like I'll say whatever the fuck. It's like say anything to me. I know we're just fucking around and like chilling. Like it is what it is. If we actually are having a fight, like it gets dirty. Like that is what it is. That's separate, right? But so is this banter? Because if it is, it's fine. Otherwise, you're just straight up bullying this random person for no fucking reason. It's like, nah, it's the first time I've ever met in my life. I'm like, yo, if I'm hearing someone that's voice is as deep as mine, and they're just like being toxic masculine, like classic piece of shit, dude. I'm not like, well, he's presenting as a woman, so that must be really shit. That's toxic femininity. All of a sudden, it's like that's just some asshole. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not like I can't. I don't like care, I guess you could say, enough to lie to myself or anyone else to treat them as like a woman that's being in whatever way or as a feminine person, because they're exhibiting their biology or their or the prior socialization, and it's like you can't just wear plot armor and be like, I'm a woman now, you can't, or like I'm trans too, I'm the smallest minority,
sure.
you can't hurt me, God, I'm shielded.
There
It's like,
are
bitch, what?
trans women who wear makeup and long hair and then don't change their voice, don't change the way they act, don't change the way they talk, don't change the way they engage. They are hyper aggressive and just like always going in on people, like cussing up a storm and being like very like getting big on people. And like for me it doesn't like it just doesn't
that kind of
compute
shit
the way it does with every other trans woman.
Yeah. And so again, this is totally not to be saying like this person's representative of the many. It's just it really, again, I judge people based on their character, and I will be as, again, like respectful or decent or whatever the fuck it is, as like a mirror to that. And so in that context of like this person's not a piece of shit, right? Again, I don't care what your sexual orientation is, your gender identity or whatever, like what name you want to use. You want to use a single name, you have no last name, like Prince or some shit, do whatever. I'm a weirdo too, like fucking look at me, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm a freak, and wave your freak flag high, as Jimi Hendrix said. Like that's very much deep within my like my bones. But it's like people asking for accommodation from others, and then they're also pieces of shit. It's like, motherfucker, I'm not gonna accommodate you when, and I don't think we should in a way upend and restructure the language to like perma auto accommodate all. Again, mostly because it's such a small denomination, and because I think it could be both respectful and more technically accurate to create effectively two new sets of pronouns that are for people that have transitioned specifically from male to female. So it's like the female, or the like secondary female variant, not second class, but just secondary. Like again, since everyone is, keep your voting rights.
Again,
keep
this is
your fucking
why
everything.
like when I fight with all these other people, I continue to say like you're being prescriptive in the way that you're talking, because you're saying we ought to use language this way to appease people, we ought to do X, Y, and Z, whereas I'm not saying we ought to do anything. Like I'm not making any prescription as to the way we should use language. I'm just kind of like talking about pragmatics.
Right. I guess on one level I'm trying to dissect to understand or to properly articulate that which is my understanding, which I think, as you referenced prior with Katie, is probably most people's understanding, because it was just like what we were taught to think as how the world worked up until approximately 10 to 12 years ago, when it started to like really just started to get going around that point. And I'm sure obviously this is like a thing that has existed longer than that, but like in the same way that like being politically correct or whatever comes in waves and then goes, it's like this topic became, and in a sense also I aged into a out of high school, but to be fair, people who are in elementary school at this point are being taught about this stuff now. So it isn't a question of like, oh yeah, this comes up when you're in your 20s and 30s. Like for people that are 10 and 12 and 15 and stuff, it's like coming up immediately. So in a sense, yeah, it's like I'm trying to dissect as well as articulate my understanding, and then if possible, come to understand the prescriptions that are being given to me enough to agree with them, enough while agreeing with them, to adopt them, right? It's like I'm not married to like everyone has to fucking think my goddamn way. It's like in a way explorative, but I also feel like I'm 32 years old. I feel like I understand the world around me relatively well. I know that I don't know everything. I know where I'm the most aware of the gaps in my knowledge and like my shortcomings and shit. Like you just Anyways, I'm self-aware in that regard, but I don't think I'm fucking clueless on the thing and just like so lost that some 20-year-old's got to be like, no, you don't get it, boomer. Like, really? You just got to like twist your language and then like change gyms and change bathrooms and change sports. And like, what do you mean? It's all the same, bro. And yeah, it's just these may be a lot of I should scroll through this a bit to pull, but a lot of the examples, like let's say you go to a famous website, nope, not sponsored, but Chatterbait. It says women. You click women, and then in the URL it says female cams. And you're like, okay, and then you hit men, and it says male cams. And you hit couples, it says couples, and trans, it says trans. It's like even there's an understanding that like it is a separate denomination that like you could say, okay, yeah, that's clearly within the sexual realm. So like you have to disambiguate it, but it's like everything about gender presentation or transitioning is like, I hate to use the word inherently or intrinsically, but it's all derivative from sex or behaviors of the sex. So like I don't know that you can entangle those things. And that's actually one of the things that like maybe it's, forgive me, I'm all over the place here, I know, but I'm kind of thinking throughout this that like you can't actually have a gender identity. You can only have a sexual identity and then get sex affirming care to try and imitate the sex body, but not like gender identity kind of translates to preference and personality. It's like, oh, I see these are the things all the men are wearing. I feel uncomfortable with this norm and expectation, right? Like that's the dysphoria part of just not agreeing with or being congruent with all these gendered norms and going, I'd prefer to have it the other way because I like those things more. So it's like,
so
it might be so strong that it's disturbing, but sorry, go for it.
Gender dysphoria is actually sex dysphoria. It is like, it's just they're mostly dysphoric about the sex. But we say gender almost all the time because when we talk about somebody transitioning gender, there used to be like transsexuals, and transgenders. But then we realized if you're transsexual, you're transitioning the gender too. No matter what. Yes. If you're transgender or you're transsexual, both are transitioning the gender. And so
I have to ask real quick on that. I don't mean to interrupt, but like again, because that's one of the other points that like across the entire spectrum of self-expression, we don't revoke someone's manhood or womanhood. Meaning again, if Katie looks like is a totally male presenting like a dude, but she's like, motherfucker, I'm still a woman, like fuck off and don't like it's miss. It's like we don't revoke her womanhood from her. So if a person does transition, but if they chose to still present as the prior sex, because they're like, I just wanted to have breasts and remove my penis because I felt uncomfortable in that body, but I still like wearing like dude stuff because it's just more chilling and I don't want to like sexualize myself as the traditional female does, right? And like be that kind of stereotype necessarily. That person should then still be qualified as a woman or transsexual to, do you get what I'm saying? Like,
yes, but
although I see how they're generally like 99% of the time, probably the person who's changing their body is going to also change their presentation.
Yeah, so I was about to say, already like trans people are like 1%, then you're talking about 1% of a 1%. Yeah, so it's like it's such a small amount of people. But like,
that's true, but I guess it's like a fundamental understanding element where it's like, if it is like, well, it's so statistically insignificant, like realistically, all of them should just keep it to yourself and no one will treat you wrong because you'll just be treated like everyone else. Like in a way, you could be like, don't worry, there's not that many. And I'm not saying that it's as important
no,
that
that's
the
not what I'm saying.
subcategory
I'm
of
saying
the
that
subcategory should. But
that's not what I'm saying. That if they don't transition, we're not going to call them trans anyways, right? Like if they don't, if they never transition their gender, nobody knows they transitioned anything, and nobody's going to call them trans. What I'm saying though is that transsexuals and transgender people both transition their genders, and so we just threw it all under one umbrella and started calling it transgender.
Okay.
The crap, dude. I'm
sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off on that.
We took too many side roads now, and now I forget what it was you said that was about it being sex and not gender initially. Crap.
Like I should rewind the tape. No, we were talking about. Oh yeah, so if I transition from one sex to the other, but then I was saying if I present still as the prior sex or whichever, it was like
No.
subdivision
Before
within
that,
subdivision.
that I
Okay,
started talking about. I started talking about transsexuals and transgenders because of something specific that you said
And how we-
about something else.
Was it when I was talking about the cam stuff? How they're in these subdivisions? There's still someone in chat.
Later,
Hey,
Lauren.
good night, Lauren. Have a good one. Paxable. Hey, yeah, someone in chat fucking. Oh, we're talking about sex dysphoria versus or like sex dysmorphia, and you're saying like everyone who transitions sex is also transitioning gender.
Crap, I forget. But anyways, the point is that the like I guess gender dysphoria. If you ever have gender dysphoria, most of the time you have like the strong urge to be viewed as a woman as well, not to just like it's lots of times. So gender dysphoria seems to always have to do with being viewed as a woman, but it doesn't always have to do with changing your appendages to do so. So like you don't always have to transition the sex, but you do seem to always transition the gender if it's gender dysphoria, and that's just why they call it gender dysphoria. But technically, most of the time, it is the sex dysphoria. Like most of the time, it's about your sex. It's about how far in your waist goes, or lack of how far in it goes. It's about how big your boobs are. It's about having a penis or a vagina. It's about like how square your jaw is, how wide your shoulders are, like all of the things that come from puberty. That seems to be like most of it. That's like by far the majority of it is those things that cause the dysphoria. So it does seem to be sex dysphoria and not just like a gender dysphoria.
Yeah, and I think that's really a kind of part of why I'm like, I feel like it's like it's like the bad marketing of defund the police, but you just really mean it, reallocate. It's like just say what you actually fucking mean, so we just can be accurate, like, and specific about it.
But so I feel like for the most part, everything that you're saying is true, but you're arguing against
I win. Sorry, go on.
You're arguing against the prescriptive version of this, where I'm saying we should do this, and so that's why we should say women, like trans women, are women. It's a moral thing, or we ought to do this. Whereas if instead I'm saying, well, this is just what we're communicating. Trans women aren't women because I want them to be women. Trans women are women because that's what we're communicating with the word woman.
Right.
Then we're talking like that's very different versus like, well, does this give us the best utility? If we change some things, isn't this better that way? Like that's
in a way, I also you're saying that second example is what I'm putting forward in a way.
Yes, the second example is kind of what you're saying. Is that like, yes, like this might not be the best way to use language, and I'm saying, well, I'm not talking about the best way to use language. That's what Katie's doing, and I'm saying, well, this is just how we're using language.
Sure. Oh no, I got to do this with Katie. I'm dead. Just kidding, Katie, if you're out there. But no, I think I actually, in a way, also just do fundamentally disagree. And I could be wrong, and so, but in the idea that what we're communicating is just feminine person, but I could just be super Coomer brained. I'll be fucking honest. You know what I'm saying? That like, in a way, the fact that they're female, or rather the fact that they're a woman, like, automatically adds one more like question in my little AI brain that's like, instead of just like what's their name, like are they cool, like okay, blah 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 blah, do we have a weird fucking handshake, like go through the thing like a little robot, and it's like,
but okay,
well, if they're cute and they're lady, I might want to say what's up.
Just based on age alone, you're not trying to sleep with like 80-90% of women that you walk past, right? Even if you are the most Coomer brained person in the world, that's still going to be the case just based on age alone. But a lot of them are going to be too young, a lot of them are going to be way too old, and then there's going to be like this like sweet spot in the middle.
Okay, so I want to be clear on this, because I'm 32, but at this point I'm like, with where my career is at, how much of a whore I am, and the fact that I picked rock and roll to pursue as a career, I definitely, and again, having just the Coomer brain that I've always had, as well as the upbringing I had, which I initially did not want family in any way. And at this point, it's like impractical for me to bring kids into the world with where I am in my career versus my age and how long I would want to be present for my kids, because it's just like I don't want to, whatever, a kid's 20 and he has to deal with losing his parent. Like it's one of my greatest fears at 32. I don't want that to be expected, and I would want to be there for that shit. And having that's gonna, like, you're gonna eat the dreams I haven't accomplished yet. I'm gonna fucking hate you, bro. I can't do it. So so I am in a position where I'm like, I'm basically gonna be looking for sexual partners that aren't gonna end up being life partners. Because I also don't want to be tied down to one person and have that kind of like, women are an investment, bro. Like, you know how it is. Respectfully, relationships are work that cost money.
Sure, but are you
It's
denying that
fucking-
like you got like, okay, women that are like way too young, women that are way too old, then there's the women in your age bracket that where like weight is going to disqualify a whole lot of them, whether or not they're like attractive and yes, like weight.
Oh, like if they're
like,
overweight?
yes, or like severely underweight, or
I got
if
a wide
they're-
palate.
Okay, I mean,
I'm like super open-minded, physically speaking.
Okay.
Like I've been with women that are like super BBW plus size models that like doing whatever porn stuff, and then a chick that's like an Asian chick that's like 4'11" and does crazy Kegels that I met at work and was like, "Hey, yo, shout outs to you, lady." But yes, I'm very much a whore. This is the word I'm looking for.
Okay.
And ideally, whether it's red pill to say that with the status and the career choice is like so that was the point I was gonna make, was if it's dating, I think that the age range shrinks down to be like more practical within like 2-3 year range. I've dated chicks that are like 4 years older than me, 5 years younger than me. Chick that was 4 years young or older, turned out she was too immature at that time, and I was trying to do something way too adult for both of us. And then later I found like a mature younger chick, but she was still a younger chick, and it was too much of like, I know what you're going through ahead of time, and like looking
Later,
back,
Naomi.
that shit was fucked up. Have a good one, Naomi.
Well, okay, so-
Blu-ray,
well, so-
try, man.
well,
My
what
point
I
is,
was
it's like
saying-
a 10-year downwards, I would say, is like safe or comfortable. Like in my opinion, 20 and up for like just sexual is okay. I think 18, 19 is getting a little weird because it's like I can see the high school in your face, like you just went to prom and you're
Well,
not
so
a complete
I-
person yet.
what I
But
was
up
gonna
to like
say is-
I'll at mid 40s, 50s, fuck it, let's go, baby.
You got that.
Sorry, go on.
Okay, so age, like, you know, fitness, those sorts of things are already going to
Sure.
eliminate a lot of people. Then you have actually like probability or likelihood
Standards.
of
Sorry,
n-
sorry, I'm kidding.
of like actually engaging with this person in some sort of sexual way, right? So like lots of women that I engage with, I work with them, or they're like my subordinates, or these are people that I just see like on the street,
Subs, eh?
or these people that I run into at like McDonald's, Taco Bell, like, you know, these are people that are just like, the point is, by far the majority of women that I'm running into, I don't know, I don't have any relationship, I won't have any
I get you.
relationship with,
Sure,
and
sure.
all I'm doing is just gendering them as I'm engaging with them,
I
or
get you.
passing
I
by
get
them,
you.
or
Sure.
whatever. And so
You're not fucking every cashier. Sorry, I get you. Go on. That's fair enough.
and so
Yeah.
not only yes, is it that like I'm like that the amount of women that I would consider is already limited, but then the amount of women that I'm able to consider is even more limited. And so now
Sure, of
we're
course, yeah.
talking about like
0.1%. Goddamn.
yes, yes. It's like yes,
That's
we're
a
talking about
callback.
like 0.1% of people
Generously 0.6.
to where
Sorry.
now we're saying, hey, we should change the language to appease
Mm-hmm.
this 0.1% that I might have a sexual interaction with, and that I want to make sure that that's actually still viable. Whereas really, like, that's not really, that doesn't make sense in both directions.
Right. I think I understand. So it's okay. One, I gotta acknowledge that I'm definitely super Coomer brained. But I can fully admit that with self-awareness, it's intentional at this point.
Even trying your best, you'll still be around 0.1%.
Yeah. My track record will speak for itself. No, I'm kidding. But I'm trying to rack up.
0.1%, you're doing pretty good, honestly.
Yeah, it's just meeting a lot of
0.1%.
people.
Yeah, 0.1%,
that-
you're still doing really well.
That goes back to what you were saying before, though. Which again, it's like I think it was the point that I heard Destiny make a reference at some point. But regardless, it's that the
He's
people who
always
want to
copying
be
my
having
takes.
right. This fucking guy's a ripoff. But the people that are having the most sex are the people that are going out and pursuing it, right? That are
I did get that from
as
Dustin,
well
yes.
as nice, yeah, fair enough, fair enough. And it's also, I would add in that like the people who have game or whatever it is enough riz to make it through the door upon pursuing it. They can't just show up at the bar and be like, I'm here, I'll take my sex now. It's like the guy who goes out for it and also is able to, sure, which in whatever ways they're able to pull it off. Whether it's just flaunting money or actually knowing how to talk to people, whatever the fuck it is. So in a sense, it's like I very much, I guess, have this constant connected lens, and it's, I want to be clear, it's the only difference in treatment is whether I should try to navigate the like social game that women are setting the table for us to play, to navigate access or like the consensual decision to like whatever it is, meet up or fucking have some fun. So in a sense there is that like coloring of it, but the question I kind of have is like, should we be treating women and men differently? Like you were saying, you're maybe like more on eggshells or like more sensitive to their emotions, or like just less hard on them like you would be with a dude. Regardless of like, I'm not trying to fuck this person, I'm not like even trying to like leave flirtation.
I think that is for sexual reasons. I think that is the reason. I think that I get used to treating women differently for sexual reasons, that like I want to appease them in some way and like be nicer to them, and like the way that me and my boys talk, like we're gonna be like super dicks to each other, and we're gonna rag on each other and fight with each other,
balls and shit, and
yes,
make us
all
closer,
sorts of crap that we don't do with the girlfriends, right? Like we don't do this with them, and they would probably cry if we did. So
they're one of the bros, but yeah, I get you for sure.
So they like, yes, I do think that for sexual reasons, there's a reason why we will engage differently, even if we don't see them as a potential partner. We still do that. We just do.
Yeah, it's like this pattern's been built based again around that sexuality.
Yes.
And then and also I'm sure some amount of like socialization. Like you don't want to be the dude making a chick cry because you're just a total asshole. It's like, bro, what the fuck? There is some amount of probably like social condionding to like also
what the
do
fuck,
that.
George? What the fuck does that mean, dude?
Banned from yoga classes. Hey, yo. No, he's just mad I'm not Angela, bro. I'm sorry I'm not some hot Asian lady, okay? But I'm trying out here. Sorry, I didn't mean to word it that
You
way.
can
That's
be
correct.
one
That's a
day.
bit crass.
One
There
day
you go.
you'll be a hot
Okay,
Asian lady.
So all right, so that hilariously ties to another side point I have, but at this point it's like whatever. I don't want to be too off script. It's just I'll make that reference, and a man can dream, can he? But speaking of like the whole transracial thing, right? Like that's a part of where I have a issue fully accepting the adopting a parallel naming and or again with treatment. I'm like, everyone should just be treated like well and equally. You might treat individuals differently in the sense that like you have a certain kind of like, I might have like a more bromancy friendship with a gay male friend just to like show love to him and like show him that I'm however much more comfortable with him, and you'll have like more brotherly camaraderie with like some of your buddies that like sure you'll hug and stuff, but you won't like, I don't know, lean into that element to like try and connect or whatever it is. So hold on, I have music in the background that's like helping me with my tinnitus, but also probably fucking with and deviating my thoughts a little bit. Right. So the idea was that to identify with something, I find that you require a material set of circumstances to have the identity and vantage point of consciousness of that thing or of that denomination of person, meaning that like regardless of any amount of adopting the culture or behaviors or patterns or anything that I can like try to become, I can't know what it's like to be a black man, right? Like that's just not an option because of my material reality. That like I do think that part of womanhood is that you've experienced life through the lens of a female body in contrast to men or males, let's say in this case. And so again, this is where I just put like I think that both what we should as well as what we are communicating is a more specific like new like, you know what I'm saying, new unique experience, that again I want it to kind of be respected as such, but I don't know that it's like it logically tracks to lump it in a generalized way, in the way that it kind of has been, even if in some situations functionally is like bathrooms, it would make a lot of sense that even if we like have the secondary pronoun for the thing, that on a functional basis it may still just be that that's the case for bathrooms, but again it has to be so case by case that like with sports it can't necessarily be the same, or it might not necessarily need to be the same, right? So it's just it doesn't have the consistency, I feel like, to then adopt or rearrange the like perception of reality with that lens. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, but the differences in the experience that you're talking about, I don't think they matter as much in what we're talking about, like in terms of like man or woman, because same with race, like what we're communicating in this instance is basically just what we're looking at. Like we're communicating what it is that we're categorizing people for some sort of communication, not based on their experience.
I don't know if that's true though, like in an individual moment, as like in terms of identifying someone or like making a, let's say, like a stereotypical judgment, like people will say like walking across the street as they see like dudes in general, but like the stereotype of seeing a black dude at night and the person walks across,
yeah,
but the
let
black
me finish,
experience is like,
'cause I'm
sorry, I
gonna,
mean,
you're good. I'm gonna get to that. So, but when it comes to like experiencing something as a group, there might be a common experience, but in the way you say we don't know how they feel, this is more so in the way that we don't know how any individual feels. Like no woman knows exactly what another woman's experience is, but they have some like commonalities in there where they have some sort of understanding with one another, but as individuals, they will never understand the other person's experience. And so I don't know that what you're saying is all that different from saying like we shouldn't use the word people because lots of people have different types of experiences, like there's
so that's sort of the thing, is that I feel like although each individual has their unique experience, all female individuals have at least like a category list subset of commonalities that like there could be an anomaly, like okay, that person wasn't able to get pregnant, so like maybe they don't have that part of woman, or maybe this person just decided not to have kids, so,
yeah,
like,
but I don't think it's
again,
so
each of those-
separated that we couldn't possibly understand what that's like. I don't think that that's true. I think like when I hear black people say stuff like that, like you could never possibly understand what it's like to be a black person, I think, yeah, I think I could. Like I think if you told me about it and talked to me about it, I think that I could empathize and start to like understand what that would be like, just as any other person listening to you could hear what you're saying and imagine what that would be like outside of your body and your experience.
So I agree that you can intellectualize or even imagine something based on how well it's described, and then like invoke more empathy, or through more understanding have like more sympathy for something and all that. I don't know though that like it's kind of like your parents, actually you can relate to this as I can, but my parents told me not to do drugs. I learned that the hard way, and I now know that in a way that you could never make me know that prior. And like psychedelics is another one where I'm like, you could describe the fuck out of psychedelics, you cannot know what it's like to be on shrooms or acid without having done the thing. You can have
Yes,
a
but
bunch
just
of
in
like
the same way
concepts
that
on paper,
you
but it's a
understand
feeling
not-
that is
you understanding not to do drugs is very different from my understanding not to do drugs. The reason that you would say, I know now that I shouldn't do X, Y, and Z is going to be very different from the reasons that I get for why I shouldn't do it. And so, again, like, in some sort of way, I agree with you, but I'm going to agree with you on the individual basis, not on the group basis.
Okay. I think let me think about that for a second.
I don't think those commonalities are common enough to actually say that there is like a group experience of something.
So, okay, but here's what I'm thinking is, on the biological level, it's like having a period once a week, and just how that's an obstacle that you have to actually like plan your life around. Having tampons,
Mhm.
fucking, was your mood swinging? It's, oh, I guess I'm on my period. Fucking, oh shit, I gotta run to the bathroom, do this and that. I gotta get these pills because I have cramps. Like all these things that I can like be aware of as someone who's dated women, but I can't like I can't know in like a fundamental understanding of um oh, I've lived it, so that do you know what I mean by it's
I
like
think you can,
conceptual
though.
understanding versus
Yeah,
no,
I
but do
disagree
you know what I
because
mean, the
I think
distinction?
you can, because I think
Mhm.
that you've probably had like diarrhea before, or had some sort of ailment, or you've probably had like issues that made you have to
Never happened.
schedule around things, or have to like do things
Sure.
differently, and
That's
you
the
can
I think
think
you
of
can
those and
relate.
say, okay, yes,
Yeah.
that's similar. Just as any other woman having a period, her
Right.
experiences in having those periods and having those
It's gonna be
moments
different
are going
across
to
the
be
board.
very different from the others. And
For
so
sure.
if
For sure.
they've never been to yoga and had their blood all of a sudden like all over their pants or something, and then got super embarrassed in the middle of a yoga class, well, their experience might be that they were at a dinner party, so they know what it's like to be super embarrassed. They just don't know what it's like to be embarrassed in that yoga class, or with that, in that particular instance. So they're only still taking some sort of similar instance and comparing it to that. Just because they both happen to be period instances don't mean that they actually have a better understanding of what that's like than a guy who had an issue with diarrhea in yoga class and had diarrhea all over his pants.
Right. So I feel like I feel like I get what you're saying, though I feel like and a beautiful visual and example, of course. I can
Mhm.
almost smell it. Sorry, but I feel like in a way you're distinguishing the nuance of individual moments of experience that again are derivative of the consistent biological kind of through line of their whole life narrative, which was that I was born into a female body and would look down to not having a penis, which would eventually be like a monthly thing that I have to be aware of and plan around. Like I might once in a while get like whatever it is, diarrhea, constipated, something like that, but it's like, oh, it's because I ate something fucked up that day or whatever it is. And it's not like, oh well, it's fucking the end of the it's fucking fourth week
Sure,
of the month again. Son of
if
a
I
bitch.
if
Like
I
my
broke both of
biology's
my
coming for me
legs,
again.
yes,
Yeah.
if I broke both of my legs and I had to ride around the wheelchair for a couple of months, I don't know what it's like to be a paraplegic. I know what it's like to be like that for a couple months,
You'd have a
but I
glimpse
don't know
into
what
the
it's
experience.
like. But yes,
Yeah.
but for somebody who's like 30 years old, I don't know what it's like to do that for 30 years, but I have a short experience of it that I can use to empathize with that and think, damn, this would suck if I did this for 30 freaking years. Like I
Yeah, so
already have enough of an experience to be able to apply it to what they're talking about.
Yeah, especially being able to temporarily be put into the position, you're able to have insight and then definitely like empathize and understand. Or it's one of those things where even having it for a moment, you're like, wow, like I said, I can't even imagine this being my whole life. It's like when I got tinnitus and it took the last 2 years of my life away. I panicking in the hospital, like I cannot conceive that this will be the rest of my life, and like this cannot be real. Like I need a solution. Turns out there's no fucking solution. It's just get over it and learn to become one with the insanity, which is where I'm at now. But it's like having had little spikes of tinnitus before, I could have never known what it was like to cry myself to sleep for 2 years straight and like wish for the end constantly, because it's like I can't think, I can't live, I can't do anything, I can't engage with music, my dreams are blurry, like everything's falling apart. But I could never identify as having tinnitus without having tinnitus, and I feel like you could never identify as handicapped without becoming handicapped, even if you could understand it from temporarily experiencing it. It's like I again think that it's not the period that happened unexpectedly at the yoga the one time. It's that your whole life this has been part of the like this is part of my routine, this is part of my everyday. And also again, this may be socially contextual to like in this time. So like in a potential utopia in the future, it could be a different thing from like you're born into a world where people aren't treating men and women differently. But as you said, even just for sexual reasons, it kind of might always be the case that there's like some 5-10% margin of like I have to treat you differently because I want to do something I don't do with the other people. So there's a little something there. But but yeah, being born in a female's body that's living in contrast to men and being treated as women, because they're in that female body and because of their desirability to men and whatever that power struggle between the two sexes. I feel like that's also kind of tied to womanhood, right? In a way that it's like you're adopting and inheriting that sort of title and like the claim of the experience by like joining, and then even still having a different version of that experience, which again I get that each of them is having a different version, whether it's like more or less cramps or like whatever. Some might miss their periods, some might be on a birth control where they like just don't even get their period for long periods of time. So there is variance there, but it's like there is that thing which is like you absolutely are making eggs and having a period because your biology demands that, and a lot of your life is subtly tailored around that. The bathrooms that you go into have tampons on the wall. They don't have the urinals because of these little things. And it's like, I guess we could put tampons in every bathroom. We could get rid of or put urinals in every bathroom. Like we could unisex everything. We could, in a way, try to flatten everything out. But
I don't know if I agree with that. I think that in like, even if I did, okay, let's say that I do, I still don't think that changes the labels. Like, I don't think that changes the labels for me whatsoever. I think that because like at that point we can just say like you're having an experience as a female and not a woman or something like that. Wouldn't matter all that much to me. And I don't have problems with somebody who transitions race calling themselves black. Like, so
Rachel Dolezal, you heard it here. You got support squad number one. That's
Rachel Dolezal is freaking based.
True
Okay.
flooding. True, she's way ahead of her time, but people just didn't get it. They're like, that she could be an icon and a hero. Amazing.
Everybody was racist against Rachel Dolezal.
Floating, I'm sorry I mentioned it. Throw on some background stuff to mask it at like 10% volume. I'm sorry. It's like the most common disability, but it's just like whether you have it so severe that it's debilitating, or you're like, oh, I hear a little ring sometimes and go, damn, I got to turn it down. Like me 5 years ago versus pandemic, I had headphones on at max volume for like 16 hours a day, and whoopsie, mistakes were made. But okay, so I guess, oh, sorry, you were gonna say?
I was gonna say I should not have eaten right before talking. I'm getting super tired now. I don't know how much longer I got left.
No worries. I mean, it's 3:40 in the morning, so like I don't know how long we've been going at it, but we don't got to go to the end of time. And I know that feeling where I'm like, oh, I need to record or I want to stream. If I'm gonna eat, I'm gonna have the itis afterwards. I need to like lay down and just fucking sweat for a minute and then get back up and deal
I'm
with
starting
life.
to think I might have crap, I'm totally blanking on the word now. I'm so tired.
Not celiac or
no, it's like
irritable bowel or
people
something like
always phrase it as the opposite of diabetes. It's not what it is, but that's how they talk about it.
I have no idea.
Chat, you guys know what I'm talking about.
God tier pancreas?
No. Come on. Like, it's not, I don't think it's, is it yes, it is hypoglycemia. You guys are right. I'm sorry. Yes, hypoglycemia. Yeah. I think I might have hypoglycemia.
Oh, right on.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not gonna pretend.
My
I know
dad
exactly
has
what it is, but
hypoglycemia.
Shit. Goddamn biology, man. It's so fragile yet so resilient at the same time.
And my
What a
mom
piece of
just
shit.
got diagnosed with diabetes. So.
Fuck, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. Very sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
I actually just went to get checked for it because I'm like, whatever. I eat like an idiot. Or I just like, I dropped many of my vices, but sugar has stayed in my realm. Even though I've reduced it, it's still like, as I get older, I'm like, this heart pain, like this, whatever other things, like, is that, am I dying? But apparently not. So hopefully he's not lying. But we got the test done. So, so far, so good.
But yeah, we can pick this up another time.
Yeah, for
I'm
sure,
down
for sure.
to-
It was fun to shoot the shit on, and I'll try and digest it a bit more. Sorry, maybe watch it back, and I'll check out your doc or Do you suggest that I watch like President Sunday and them reviewing it for any of the commentary that they had put out in as well, or you just had referenced that out of curiosity if I'd seen it? Type of thing. Gotcha,
Yeah,
gotcha.
it's just
I
they
don't.
have
No, don't
they
add their interjections.
do not, dude. No, seriously, they didn't like. They literally got the opposite of what I was saying from what I was saying. Like most of the time, it was infuriating to watch. I've never watched something so infuriating that I've literally started rewriting the entire thing from how pissed off I was about this thing. Like it was just,
I will make it clear, motherfuckers.
Look, President Sunday and Aiko already just, their own special people sitting there talking about me like I'm the one who's just so different and doesn't like communicate like a normal freaking person. Those two sitting there talking about me that way the entire time was just it was all just so infuriating. I couldn't watch it. I got so mad and so triggered through that whole process. But Kid Not Kin was there with them. He had him and I had a conversation afterwards that I thought was really good. And I think that I think that if I were you, that would be something that I would watch, but I would read the document. Yeah, I would read the doc and then maybe watch my conversation with Kid Not Kin after. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I've seen a little bit of him and he's chill. He's got like whatever good takes are good overall. Like he doesn't seem ridiculous. And I will just say that I've seen Aiko like super emotional in one moment, super kind of like chilling in another moment. That's like my entire impression was just like the roller coaster of both sides. And then President Sunday was introduced to through Erudite with like he was debunking her qualifications or whatever the fuck it is, or like making a piece. I shouldn't say debunking. But they were having their spout or whatever, their battle, and then just over time seeing him in other contexts and him just having like that President Sunday humor, whatever the fuck his like approach is, I've slowly grown to like him much more as he's like kind of fucking hilarious.
Same.
But yeah, so fucking cheers to Sunday. But yeah, fucking let me get out of your hair and I'll check those out. Maybe we'll shoot the shit another time soon. And
cool.
I guess I don't want to like keep you because I know you're saying with your stomach, but is there like an overall thought or like I guess a closing thought I should take away from where your head's at, from where my mind is? Like, is it all just like, yeah, clearly I've heard all this sort of thing, and it's like I'm just missing the point somewhere, or it's like you said, it's like there's truth in it, but it's just maybe functionally or emotionally fuck in a sense. Yeah, sorry if that's too big a question.
I do not have a prescription for how we should use these words. I don't think I really have one. And that does seem to be only what anybody else wants to talk about. And it's not at all. I don't even have one. Like, I think that I've become so ingrained in figuring out the pragmatics of it that I'm not capable of engaging how it ought to be anymore. Like, and that sounds freaking crazy. I know it does, but it like,
no,
I feel like
what you mean.
Yeah, I think I've buried myself so much in that aspect of it that I just don't.
I'll say this. I think on one hand, and I'll close with this and actually get out of your hair or get out of your swing. But yeah, it's like I think on one level, people, probably including myself, the fact that I would even be thinking about this to have a conversation instead of just playing more guitar and video games and smoking bowls, like the thing that I want to do all the fucking time, or talking to a lady, whatever it is, like priorities, baby, is because it's being in a way very much forced on everyone. And it's like, if you don't do this, you're a bad person, you're a bigot, you're gonna get banned from that. That's hate speech. It's like it all the way since like the Jordan Peterson stuff in 2016, which was fucking actually local to me. But yeah, it was kind of, it's very much been put on people in a way that I think they're like, oh, well, I either have to agree with and change how I see the world and articulate myself in a way that I don't know that I think makes sense, or isn't like, you haven't gotten me there mentally to just go like, oh yeah, of course. Why didn't I think of that prior? And then just roll with it. Like, if it was more intuitive, I think there would be no issues with it. It's just like, it's unintuitive. And then it's also, there is a bit of like a militant kind of like, you're either on the right side of history, you're a piece of shit. I'm like, bro, I'm just trying to like fucking understand. But
yeah,
so I think
a lot of it, I think my experience may have changed a lot of this for me. The more I talk to even left-wing people where they disagree with my doc, and they'll be like, well, somebody sees a square jaw and now the whole thing's blown wide open. And I'm like, I don't think that's true. Like, I really don't. But all of those people, I don't think that they've engaged with trans people as much as I have, and that they just like, I've spent hours and hours and hours in like VC calls and Discords and on panels and like while going through like a pretty massive depression where I just had no interest in like much
Yeah, I heard
at
the
all.
prior story about
Yeah, and
relate
so
this
everything was
lifespan
just
life.
kind of on autopilot for me. And so taking out like any sort of like political motivation to want to like misgender them or be or like to
Kind
to
of resist
protest
what they're-
them, yes, or to
Sure, yeah.
resist or any of these things,
Yeah.
like all of that motivation, like motivation for literally anything, was just like
Sure.
pulled out of me in those moments. And so I think it really gave me like this very different insight into how I was engaging, how everybody else engaged with them, and just how very different it became, to where you almost have to like step back sometimes and be like, oh yeah, they're freaking trans, dude. That's I totally forget about this. But you don't I guess the Zonia says all the time, she's like, well, the hope is that you just don't do that anymore. Like, you don't need to do that. You don't need to step back and keep reminding yourself that I'm trans, because I don't remind myself that I'm trans. I just transition and then I carry on my freaking life, and I want people to stop treating me like I'm trans and stop talking about me being trans. I just transitioned.
Just
and
treat me as a
that's
woman.
the end of it.
Basically,
Yes.
right? Like, yeah. I think that in a way just ties it up with like where I disagree, that when people say woman, that what they're referring to is female, where like you were saying what they mean is feminine representing person. So like obviously that's just like a disagreement, of course, on that part. And then the other part was that
No, wait. Are you saying that you think that is what they're saying? Is that they are saying female?
when someone says woman, that's been my understanding until
Wait,
like
hold on.
this conversation.
I mean, when
Not like
somebody
today, but, like,
says,
the overall
okay,
conversation.
right. So I'm saying when somebody says trans women are women, is that person saying they are a female? Is that what you're saying?
No, with the
okay,
n-
okay, you're
not
just
with-
saying
no,
in
no, no, no.
general, like colloquially.
Yeah, up until
Okay.
up until the moment of the trans women are women phrase, and like
Sure.
this movement of like we're trying to change what we were saying from like I'm born in 1991, like up until like 2016 or so. If you said woman, you meant female, and like yeah, that was
Sure.
my understanding of the world. Because if you saw a trans person, you would just identify that they're trans, and that the understanding was that that's a like denomination or derivative from male sex, even if the goal of the transitioning is to be seen as or presented or treated as female or as a woman.
Okay.
I just like it just was like a fact of the matter thing where I was like,
Yeah, sure.
Never when someone said like a she or the missus or like whatever, like we need 5 women on the team. I wasn't like I thought that meant 5 females, right? Like it was just a gym class was divided by blah, blah, blah. It's like all those things. It
Okay.
was just I was living in whatever
So-
the pre gender ideology realm, and then now it's like whether like I understand it enough to have the conversation between you and Katie, see where there's confusion, and go like I totally get it linguistically. I get what people are saying. It's whether I agree that that's fundamentally like the case or correct. Because again, I thought that when someone says woman, they mean female. Though I get that what you're saying is the opposite of that. That it's or that's whatever, not opposite, but different.
Yeah, there is a line of like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, if this is true, then this is true. If this is true,
Yeah.
then this is true. If this is true, then this is true. And if this is true, then trans women are women. Like there is like a just like a straight line that I normally walk people through to get there. That that yeah, I guess it might. I don't know if my doc actually does that, but yeah, we can come back to this sometime.
Yeah. I'll try and get some insight from that and the conversation with Kid Not Kin. And super quick, the last thing I think I wanted to say was that I think your approach to wanting to, did you say you want to understand the pragmatics of it, not the prescription? I think that that's probably a healthy approach, because probably understanding the pragmatics can then inform the decision that we have to make linguistically. or
That's
whatever it is,
literally what
or
the
progressively,
reading the
right?
beginning of the doc is where I say like
There's the
this
premise
is
of
just
that,
to help other people have this conversation. It's just to give them the language to know like where the starting place is, so that when they want to make prescriptions, they understand they're prescribing that this is what we're changing and that we're going somewhere from here. Yeah.
Right on. Cool. Okay, guys, you're arming with the tools to then go. People can go make the decision or push the movement from there.
Yeah.
But right on. All right, I'll cut it there. I know you have your stomach or you just ate and this, that, and the other thing, but it was fucking fun to chat. And
Yeah,
yeah,
man.
I'll check those out and we'll shoot the shit again soon, my man.
All right, cool. Appreciate it. Have a good night.
Right on. Have a good one.
All right. Damn it. I knew I was supposed to do something today and I totally forgot. And now I literally just now remembered. I just now remembered. What the hell, dude? What the hell? What the hell? Sassafras, you got to come back. I don't know how to do anything when you're not here telling me to do stuff. Freaking crap, dude. Take the bins out? No, I wanted to go see Oppenheimer. Now I gotta wait a whole other week before I can go do that. Damn it. Google Calendar doesn't work. Doesn't work. I used to schedule everything on the Google Calendar. And then I had like a ton of alarms set throughout my day for different things as well. Then some of those things during my day would change, but I would forget to change the alarm. So then I would just have to start dismissing the alarms. But then I would go through the day with like 10 to 15 different alarms going off that I was just dismissing. And then eventually I got to the point where I just automatically dismiss all alarms without ever even realizing that I'm doing it. And I just do it all the time, just nonstop. I'm dismissing alarms and I don't even realize that I dismissed it or that it went off or that there was something telling me I had a thing on my calendar today or anything. And so, yes, it's a problem now. You don't work? I didn't work today. I didn't work today. I didn't work yesterday. And so yesterday when I was getting off stream, I thought, oh yeah, I'm going to go see Oppenheimer tomorrow. That would be cool. That's what I'm going to go do. Cool. Tomorrow I'm going to see Oppenheimer. Then today I got up, I went and played basketball, hung out for a while. And then came home and I was sitting here for a while editing. And I was like, I feel like there was something else I was supposed to go do. And I don't remember what it was. Damn it. I know there was something that I wanted to go do, but just, I don't know. Maybe there wasn't anything. And so then I was like, I'll just go schedule stream then, and got on. And then now as soon as stream's over, I'm like, that's what I was supposed to do. No, you mean you don't work. What? I don't know what you're saying. Blu-ray, are you drunk again? I think he's trying to be cute. I think he told me to use the Google Calendar and I said it doesn't work and then he said you don't work. I think that's what he's saying. As in the calendar works fine, but you don't work. Yes, okay. You got it. Okay, yeah. All right. Okay. All right. I'm going to sleep. Let me see if there's anybody to raid. Raiders. We ended up having a good stream, dude. I got on, had absolutely no plans, had nothing, didn't know what I was going to do. Thought maybe I was just going to get on, have nothing to do, and then get right back off. And no. Lo and behold, we had a whole lot to do. All right. We got Speakeasy. We got, oh no, wait, no, Why, dude, I don't know why this is so messed up all the time. Why can't it just be normal? This is frustrating. Okay, yeah, we'll just do Speakeasy. The Speakeasy show, Andrew Tate is innocent. Okay. Alright, y'all go argue. Wait, that's not it either. What is wrong with this freaking bullcrap, dude? I hate my life. This is what's going to be the end of me. This is what's going to get me to end it all, is I'm just going to be like, oh, you know what? I can't raid people. Might as well die. Alright. Alright. Everybody go make a whole lot of noise in Speakeasy's chat. He's probably got sub-only mode on. If he does, just freaking screw him. But if he doesn't make a whole lot of noise in his chat, let him know it's a fool's raid. He's getting it big time. So we're gonna give it to him good. We're gonna give it to him right in the chat. We're gonna give it to him real hard right in the chat, guys. But I'll be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools.
Later, fools.
Blu-ray says, Tomfoolery show you can get it. Again, I already said I wanna be the meat in opinion sandwich. Hello 321 says, think asterisk. Zach says, you know where you are? You're in the jungle, baby. You're gonna die in the jungle. Welcome to the jungle. Watch it bring you to your knees. Mdav says, Blue, you are thirsty. Peter Poopy Pants says, Tomfoolery show, check Discord general, I link to VID, you'll like till you see the movie. Tomfoolery show says, okay Ty. Mdav says, N-A-N-A-N-A-N-A-N-A-N-A knees. Mdav says,